Okay, every time I come on social media to make videos, I have made it very clear. At least one thing I have consistently done on this page is not to be pretensive about my narrative. It's not to be pretensive about my standpoint. I don't like Tinubu. I certainly don't like him. And I don't like the fact that he's my president. Take me anywhere, DSS, hold me, MIA, call me, CIA, DIS, everything, FBI. I don't like Tinubu. Read my lips. I don't like him. And now, that I don't like him has nothing to do with any preconceived sentiments of whether I hate Yoruba, so I don't like people from the Southwest. I just don't like criminality. First and foremost, I have said in previous video that I am attracted to what is good. If you are not good, I can't be attracted to you. So the fact that I'm not attracted to Tinubu means he's a bad person. When I make choices, my choices are always influenced by what is good. Some people used to call me on my page and say that if Tinubu give you appointment now, I will start singing differently. Well, it's not everybody you know. You don't know me. Trust me, you don't know me at all. If I was moved by what I will get, I certainly will not be in this position. Now, in order to let you know that Tinubu is destroying this country, and this country cannot be salvaged so long as Tinubu is in power, I'll give you a very small instance. Hey, newsflash. Naira is now 1,300 Naira exchanging for $1. Now, this scenario is very dangerous for a country that is heavily dependent on imports. In case you don't know, we have so many brand products. Detergents, we have about thousands of brands, oil, we have, in fact, just about anything is entering the country now. Just about anything. You only need to go to the market and see how. In fact, only God will help what we are consuming. Only God will help us. Don't forget that as soon as we have a National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NAFDAC, that is not effective as when we had Dora Okunyele, you should know that the life expectancy of Nigerians is short because only God knows what we are consuming. Now, for a country heavily dependent on import, it simply means that whatever value of the Naira that translates to the dollar automatically affects the price of the goods you are importing. And when you begin to convert that to the Naira, it certainly means that it's going to, whatever things you are buying locally will increase in their prices. Now, the only thing that you see are maybe things that are not immediately related to imports, like, or before the imports begin to translate to the final consumption, it's fine, but eventually it will catch up to the effect and it will begin to affect it. What I simply mean is, let's take the akara, a simple meal as akara. First, you have to buy beans, then grind the beans, then before it turns out to akara. Now, of course, most of the beans we buy are locally sourced, are locally produced. But when you begin to calculate the cost of fertilizer that are mostly imported, the cost of farming tools that are imported, and other farm implements that are used in farming it, you find out that over time, the importation cost that we do based on the exchange of dollars will begin to affect it. Naira again is now, as at the time of making this video, we are exchanging 1,300 Naira for $1. The country is crumbling, and yet you still go to my page and you still see some people still holding on this fantasization of the fact that Yoruba is ruling. To hell with Yoruba is ruling. This is not about Yoruba ruling or Yoruba is not ruling. The fact that Tinubu has sown a sense of entitlement that it is Yoruba turn. The fact that Tinubu in himself is ruling this country on the notion that it is the turn of Yoruba clearly shows that he is not a leader of a nation. Rather, he is a tribal leader, a tribal bigot that is only sensitive to the interests of the Yoruba people and not the interest of Nigeria. So we cannot expect anything good from him. That statement alone negates whatever intentions that he has for Nigeria, be it good, be it bad, because it can never be for the benefits of all. My name is Magnus Oraka, and I say, please follow this page and share this post now.
Asked me yesterday, some Christian leaders went to Tinubu to say Nigerians, we are okay. Come out. You see, when we start abusing our bishop and co now, they will say we don't have respect. Say they came out and said Nigeria, we should give time. We should be patient. I don't understand them. I get it. Where the mostly clerics are saying things are hard, and you are the Christians are saying things are okay.
Now, okay, in what respect?
That is it.
That the members are not hungry, are not being affected.
And Christians being killed everywhere. And people are not going to church anymore. And all the prophecy, they say Obi, article, all this did not come to pass. Now they are now romancing with Tinubu in Aso Rock. And I believe those bishops and pastors are people who are collecting impact in Aso Rock. Otherwise, a real man of God, you cannot see people like Yodepo there. We believe that the government are not doing well. But the kind of, look at the kind of people we saw there. That's why mostly ticket.
And the killings that is going on.
The killing are more worse. Now, it's not to tell Tinubu the truth that hunger is the one causing kidnapping. Hunger causing corruption. I'm talking about everywhere. Hunger is what? Some of you to tell you the truth. You are not coming to tell the Nigerians that Tinubu government are doing well. Anyway, I will not abuse them. But I will tell you that we are watching. But I'm telling you, Nigeria now, that the Christian leader has failed us. Tinubu has failed us. Are you hearing me? Now the people too, we are being divided. You hear me? We will not unite. So why are they saying, the clerics are saying, mostly the Muslims are saying they didn't trust Tinubu again? Why? Because Tinubu has given all the high posts to the Yoruba people.
The northern clerics say they are disappointed over this Muslim that Tinubu has disappointed them. What do they mean?
National affairs, and I think maybe in Masa we returned to Lagos, and we thought it was really not a very, very well-intentioned thing to do at that time. Now that we quickly, we recall other government actions that had put us backwards, like the privatization of industries in Nigeria.
Government-owned enterprises.
Yes, government-owned enterprises were privatized, and this was after the petroleum discovery and the rush and the businesses that took place. Naturally, those in the proximity of the source of wealth were getting it easier than those that are far away from it. So they were able to buy off all the government hitherto jointly owned natural wealth of the country were sold, and we believe over 80% of those went to the south. Our view at that time was that if you are selling a jointly owned government or industries or enterprises, you should sell them to the states.
To state governments.
To state governments who will now hold in trust to individuals, so that you can sell to individuals in states, and where the states cannot be able to sell all, will keep in trust. So all that in the end, the ownership is still going to be, well, the enterprises will still be privatized, but the ownership will still be Nigerian. Unfortunately, that didn't happen that way. So that one also pushed the North backwards in terms of resources, in terms of economic activity.
Yeah, but some of these enterprises were also bought by Northerners.
Yes.
I mean, a whole lot of Northerners. And you and I will quite agree that Lagos is the financial capital of Nigeria. So if the CBN is actually moving some departments to Lagos to, according to it, allow for effectiveness and functionality, why should the ACI be kicking against that? And moreover, some others are also saying that the airports, the federal airports of Nigeria, will function much more better in Lagos than in Abuja. As you had mentioned previously, NPA was moved from Abuja to Lagos because the ports are in Lagos. And then you have NIIA, which, I mean, the foundation was in Lagos, but eventually it was taken there. So isn't the ACF considering the reality on ground and then, of course, the decisions of government?
If you talk about transferring FAAN to Lagos because there are more airline activities in Lagos than in Abuja, then you should take the Ministry of Commerce to Onitsha or Kano, because there is far more commercial activities in Onitsha and Kano than in Abuja. You should take the Ministry of Education or Agriculture to Makati, where there is a lot of agricultural activity and food production. You can distribute these ministries to locations according to the 8 months ago. Our guest this morning is a politician, spokesperson for the PDP presidential campaign during the 2023 elections, and barrister at Lincoln's in London. Good morning and welcome, Mr. Daniel Bwala.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us. I'm not sure if we can still address you as PDP or not. Moving on, can you quickly clarify that for us? Are you still spokesperson?
The conversation is not about political parties, so whether I'm in PDP or not, I don't think is relevant. But if you want to know, I'm a member of People's Democratic Party.
All right, brilliant. Now, we might come back to that, but let's quickly get your assessment, right, on the current situation in Nigeria. For people who say that, Nigeria doesn't seem to be moving in the right direction, we don't seem to have gotten it right. The current administration still, of course, looks a little confused. Do you agree with them or not?
Every time there is a transition to a new administration, usually there is the test of resolve. And that test of resolve can cut across almost every sector of life in the country. I noticed that I recall in 2007, 2011, I think, 2007, when President Yar'Adua was made president. So the breakaway from the Obasanjo administration to the Yar'Adua administration, renewed crisis, crop up. And it became so terrible that Yar'Adua had to adopt certain measures that were very unconventional to the measures that Obasanjo was, using at the time. So Yar'Adua introduced things like the amnesty program, quite a number of programs like that. He was able to bring balance. In 2015, when Jonathan was leaving and Buhari came in, again, we found out that problems and crises rear its head also in a multifaceted way. And then in 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over, also you see a renewed test of resolve. But in his own case, it came with the antecedent consequence of a decision, because he took a decision hitherto that was not conventional, or decision that most leaders who came before him were afraid to take, which is the removal of subsidy. And that decision he has taken affected every facet of life. So the reaction that comes from the society now began to find its dimension. Like, for example, the crisis of kidnapping, which is what has been there before, but the dimension which it has taken now, it is unprecedented. So first in context is to look at it that every new administration that comes is faced up with a renewed test of resolve, which is what the administration is facing at the moment. The next thing to see is that, is the administration doing the right thing or pressing the right buttons for the purpose of solving the problems? I would argue that although it is slow, but you will have reason to believe that some of the policies might find its course at the end of the day. There are some of the policies that are implemented by agents of the government, such as the ministers. For example, if you look at humanitarian, you in part may want to blame Bola Ahmed Tinubu for allowing a minister to do like that, but the steps he's taking will suggest to you that he doesn't tolerate that. And if that minister had deployed the resources within her ministry for the purposes of good that it was intended, there will not have been problems like that. So if you look at economics, at the time President Bola Ahmed took the government, I'm sure it is also obvious to everyone the situation that we're confronted, and added to it was the decision he has taken. So understandably, there will be this hardship. The most important thing, which is the question you have asked, and I'm asking, which is why we're looking for solution, is whether the policies in place are actually working. And if they are, whether they are working slowly, whether they are working speedily, or whether they are not even working at all. My understanding is that it is working, albeit slowly.
Okay, but I'm going to quote you because not very long.
All right, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I'm going to come to this video because I'm not going to allow this video to just fly like that without not saying anything at all. Thank you very much, my people, for your time with us today. Today is 23rd of January, 2024. I appreciate you all, my people. Please press on the like button and help us to share. God bless you all. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. Good evening to you. Thanks for all you do. Bryce Strasser, I can see you. Thank you very much. Abu Azi, thank you very much. God bless you all. Madam Patricia Jeremy, thank you very much, Madam. I appreciate you. SO, I can see you as well. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. David Platt is right there with us as well. No Pay, No Gain, I can see you as well. Thanks for joining us. And many, many more right there. Let's just move on. Rosie Ayosh just coming in. Thank you very much for joining us. God bless you. Evie Jack, Abiajulu, thank you, my wonderful people. Diego Sanchez, I can see you as well. Mother Blessing, Wabo Phyllis, and many others. Okay, let's just move on right now. You see, this is the third time I guess we are playing Daniel Boala's video on this platform. He was asked, you know, I guess you all heard him, at the presenter, the anchor or that New Central platform, asking him if things are going well. Then he went on by talking about the history, how Nigeria started and all that, Nigeria was formed and blah, blah, blah. Then he now ended up by saying, if you ask me if things are moving on, but it's moving on, but it's not moving on well. This is the same man. I don't believe how people change, cha. What are we pursuing in life? We see billionaires die every day. You know, we see a lot of things happening in life. But when you see people change, then they'll not be defending, you know, their satanic change. Then you're beginning to ask yourself, what happened? What happened? Why all this? Is really, really, really strange, to be honest. It's really strange to see that. I would like us to listen more to what Daniel Boala have to say. Then I'll recapitulate back to Daniel Boala's video. You know, remember I played this video the other day, or I don't know if I should just recapitulate back on it right now so that we know where we're coming from. Okay, let's listen further. Then I'll come back to the video. Thank you.
Ago, you also shared your thoughts on the current administration, you know, on interviews you've had with sister television stations. And you criticized the removal of subsidy and the way and manner with which it was done. You, of course, mentioned that, you know, we've, you know, meant to be saving trillions of naira every month, but we haven't seen it in infrastructure, we haven't seen it in healthcare, we haven't seen it, you know, in increment of salaries or anything like that, you know, and a few other things that you shared, you know, so did that change between December and now?
So it's a valid point you raised, that I have been criticizing that, as a matter of fact, from when the subsidy was removed. I have been consistent on that, and I've been critical of it every day, but up till about 2-3 weeks ago. But when I met with the president about a week or two, I sat across the table with the president, and without asking him, he just felt within himself that he needed to address some of the things that I have been vocal about, because he told me he's been following my interviews. And then with respect to the subsidy, he provided a context, and he told me after he won the election that the administration that he took over from, not that he was going to criticize them, but that for whatever reason did not leave out money for him to run the government. And that if you're confronted by that kind of situation, there are only two options that you have to take. One is either magically or miraculously you have to have money to solve the problems if you want to keep the subsidy, or two, you will have to remove the subsidy so you can make savings to deal with problems. He said either of the decisions, none is easy. And since you cannot keep asking for loan because you can't guarantee that everybody will be giving you loan, and then sometimes asking for loan consistently can also affect the future of the generations yet unborn, he chose that path, which is the removal of the subsidy. He said he knew that that decision was going to be unpopular. He knew the decision would cause backlash, but that when as a leader you're confronted with two choices in life, what will define whether or not you're a true leader is the courage, and that he chose the path of removing the subsidy. Now, having removed the subsidy, what next is the savings which I've been talking about, right? So monthly we save money from the subsidy that ought to have been paid. Now, what are we doing with it? There are a number of things he has done. For example, the money he has given to the governors for the purpose of providing palliatives in their respective states. He gave 2 billion, but the intention was to give 5 billion. You remember also, I was critical of the fact that you are not so, in my view, you could not have given it to the governors, because nothing you run with governors that works in Nigeria historically, that you would have used the third party. But in any case, he gave it to the governors, and some governors who kept to their words were able to provide the palliatives. Then, of course, he now increased the wage, for workers in Nigeria. And then during December, he also provided some subsidy for people traveling for festive season. And now, the very ministry that ought to pilot this intervention is now found in a problem, which is the humanitarian ministry. The difference between Tinubu and the previous government is that the previous government would have probably covered, because we once had that same scandal with the ministry.
Yeah, but
Tinubu decided that no, it affects the public, so he decided to suspend the lady.
No, but the previous government, Mr. Boala, kindly hold on. According to you and what you've said repeatedly, the previous government cannot be a standard with which we rate, the next government. The previous government, would not be what we used to decide whether this one did better or not. Suspending a minister who is accused of theft is like, and of course praising that move is celebrating a fish for swimming. You should suspend the minister. There's nothing to celebrate about that. And the fact that the previous government wouldn't have done it is not enough for us to give this one Olympic gold medal for doing it.
I just cannot believe that Boala is not the one talking like this. And God bless this uncle. God bless this man. I can't believe it, how soon people can change to something else. You see how serious he is now. He's not even defending Tinubu. He's defending the subsidy remover from day one. He's defending. This is the same Boala that criticized Tinubu, that he doesn't know what he's doing for removing subsidy, for saying that subsidy is gone on his inauguration day. We have all the evidences, But he's not the one defending Tinubu today. Even that anchor is surprised that, what is happening here? Let me stop this man. Let me stop this man. The money we all of us go eat, we go live for this world someday. You want to betray everybody just because of what you want to gain. He's wrong now. He's wrong. Nobody's perfect, but when you now start rubbing it on people's faces, that yes, I'm doing this because of what I'm expecting, even what maybe the appointment you are expecting, or people are suffering right now in Nigeria. That is what I expect Daniel Boala to be addressing. Seeing Daniel Boala in any platform right now, I want to see him addressing the insecurity, addressing the hardship that is eating loss of Nigerians right now, which is very sad. Very, very sad that Daniel Boala is now defending Tinubu. That's all life be here. Let's move on.
And all of this, why I'm saying this is because I want to be clear on what your standard of leadership is. What is the standard with which you want Nigeria to be led by? Because you, I remember also, mentioned that former President Olusegun Obasanjo was the only person that showed leadership because he visited disaster victims and disaster sites. I'm quoting you now. You said that he was one Nigerian leader that showed leadership in the best possible term. President Tinubu has not shown that leadership. So I don't know if it's also one of the things that you've you spoke with him about when you met him? Did he explain
So
to
the
you why
problem with
he has not shown that leadership?
You see, the problem with what you have just said is that what you have in the head and what you are asking are two different things.
Help me
And
out.
then you conjure words. Can I finish? You conjure words to make conclusion of what never existed and what I never said. Nobody talk about celebration. Nobody talk about gold medal. Nobody talked about leaving excuses. So, but you already had it in your head that you want to say. You see, that's the problem.
You didn't talk about gold medal, obviously, but I said it. I didn't say that you said we should give a gold medal.
The problem we have in Nigeria is for clickbaiting. A lot of very fine and intelligent journalists, they veer off the road. You ask a question about what I criticized before and whether there is a marked difference. While I was explaining, you cut me off and took me to a different subject.
Yeah, because once again, to be sure exactly what your standards of leadership are. But
when I say Buhari, whether na Buhari or whatever they call him, is not getting upset right now. You see, when you are trying to capture or drag these people back to their lane, what this anchor is doing right now is what I talk about all the time. This is what I want to say from a journalist. A journalist needs to know, regardless of the intimidation, regardless of how the anger in their expression, in their facial expression, continue to drag them back. That is what this anchor is doing to Daniel Bwala, and Daniel Bwala has picked offense on that. As you all can see, in the verse now, in all joy they happy right now. Let's move on.
Go ahead. So help us understand, this part.
So now I want to know exactly what is the question so that when I'm answering, you don't interrupt me.
Okay. So once again, the question is, the things that you've initially criticized in the past, the standard of leadership, and of course, this started with you saying that we should commend the president for suspending Beta Edu. I mean, remember, that's what you said. And I'm saying that there's nothing to celebrate there. There's nothing that should be commended there, because that's...
Okay, now, Daniel Bwala said we should commend the president for suspending Beta Edu, a thief, Ojo Bole. We should commend. Now, this anchor is telling Bwala that, why should we? Is his duty. A thief is a thief. In fact, by now, Beta Edu supposed to be in jail if Nigeria is a system that works. So, now Daniel Bwala is not picking. No, I didn't use the word celebrate. My people, tell me what is the difference between celebrate and commend? It's the same thing, the same direction. It's the same dimension. You see these people. He pay me, sha. Although somebody verse for me the other day where I talk, say, I believe so much on Bwala before I don't know, say that so it be. Somebody called the verse, say, no, why I go talk like that? Bwala have always been like that, jumping from left to right. But I never, to be honest, I was his fan. See Bwala now doing this, now even frowning to answer questions now. Just because of appointment. Wow. Let's move on.
What is expected from a president who is, supposedly doing the right thing. Nobody uses the Buhari administration as the standard with which we rate performance. So I don't know if you agree with that. Should we celebrate? No, or should we commend the president?
It's not a question, it's a point. I want to know what is the question. You want to.
So I think the question is asking what is your standard of leadership?
What is your standard with which you show leadership or you rate leadership? And I had to remind you of what you've said about former President Olusegun Obasanjo before, of course, what we're currently dealing with today.
So the answer for standard for showing leadership is that you must at all times be seen to be proactive. You must at all times be seen to be on the job. In the case of the humanitarian ministry, in the previous administration, she would have been covered because the administration will need to be protected against backlash. The leadership that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has provided is that he refused to toe on that path. Whether you praise him or commend him or not, it's none of he doesn't need it. He's not particularly looking for your commendation. He wants to fulfill the mandate of his office. And to me, it is commendable, if not to you, but to me, that he departed from the norm and he decided to suspend her and cause an investigation to be done. In case you don't know, the money that is allegedly said to have been stolen, if these monies were deployed to the vulnerable of the society, it will have made the difference, which will not, of course, bother you because it's not important to you. Now, then, but with the point I have said before, this is one of the problems I've been criticizing. So when he did that, I told him this is commendable and I'm quite appreciative. And he now told me that this is just the beginning because there are many more reforms that will come in that light. So it's not about grandstanding. This is about point and point. If you have any point on an issue that you feel he hasn't done well and whether I'm defending that, I'll be happy to address it. If you have a point about what I said about him yesterday and then whether my departure is because there is a significant change, I'll be happy to answer it. But when you ask question, let the person answer. Don't ask question and make a point. There's a difference between asking a question and making a point. You have a right to use either of those, but don't confuse them in order to get this, what they call the clickbait or whatever.
All right, Mr. Bola, I'd like to ask you what your thoughts are regarding how we can translate some of these very interesting policies you've spoken about that the president has in mind to make life better for Nigerians, because a large number of the masses do not feel like the president has been very, very mindful of them. And I say this because if you check the cost of living, projections are that inflation will hit 30% by the end of first quarter. So how can he translate these policies that you've spoken about, and how soon are we expected to see a change? According to reports again, we're hearing that we're not expected to see a change until mid-2024. And I don't know how long Nigerians will be able to wait before they give in completely. So how can he translate these policies, and how soon are we expecting to see a change?
Very, very, very good question. And that's why it's good to speak to facts. You know, when it comes to economics, there are indices you use in measuring whether things are going or not. I mean, I cannot come on air and try to give an impression of what it is not. Now, fundamentally, the removal of subsidy, which was done. Now, a lot of people feel it should not have been done because certain things ought to be put in place. His defense is that the things to be put in place, there is no money to do that. So you have to remove it to save money. Now, and from those decisions, I have personally studied economics such as Rilwani, budget, and some of Financial Times London too, I follow through. And they said that removal of the subsidy and the antecedent policies that were introduced will not have significant impact in the short term. It is something that will take time before the country will be able to get the right direction. And that's why if you look at the numbers in the inflation, if you look at the numbers in food inflation, if you look at the numbers in so many indices that you use in measuring economic development, you discover that they are albeit very slow because the decisions were not made to produce immediate result. And I like your point. How soon can we keep waiting? I will shout on top of the roof that there is no magic or miracle to the total turn away or 360-degree turn from the situation we are confronting into to a bliss. But I will tell you that at every given time when a decision is taken, I will look at what the experts are saying in the field and what the realities is on ground. I have seen that in the last, I think, 1 month or so, if you look at other indices of economy, you will see that the government is trying to redirect itself to the right path. So there will never be an instant result. There will never be an immediate. Unfortunately, the decision has to be taken. It has been taken, but it's a decision that will take a long time in order to be able to find our footing. The most important thing to me is that while this ship is being piloted, we have to be sure that public officers do not pilfer on the economy, I mean, on the common good of the people, our own common prosperity, which is money. And we are seeing that in the humanitarian and any other field. So anywhere there is a corruption in the system, we'll be happy to raise it and nobody will be defended from it. But if you're talking about when will suddenly food will be on the table of the common man, I am not an economist. And I don't want to say what is different from what the experts have said. It is not what you can see in the immediate. In fact, like you rightly put out, it will take the mid of this year, sometimes I think June, July, before you can begin to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. It's a decision that has been taken. It's a hard one. Nigerians are to, sometimes I used to even get, I feel somehow when you have to tell Nigerians that we need to buckle up because Nigerians have been buckling up since the inception of the Republic. So now it is just to begin to see the result. And I want to assure the Nigerian people in the coming days we will see results. I will not be the type of person that will cover anything about policies of this decision if they are not going well. If the policy is not going on, I will say it because that is that is the least of my patriotism to the nation. So I will never cover. If there is any policy decision of this government that is wrong, I will say, in my view, this policy decision is wrong. But when it comes to economics, I judge what the policies are in contradistinction with what experts in the field are saying. It's not about me trying to sugarcoat what never exists. When it comes to security, I will look at it from what we are confronted by or what we are encountering to what experts in the field of security are saying, and be able to, and I think that's what the media should do. You should be able to measure what is happening with what the experts in the field are saying, and then be able to tell whether the policies are right or wrong.
And I'm really glad. I'm very glad that
so polarized.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that you would always call out policies that do not favor the masses, and everybody knows how very vocal you are. You've amassed a large following, and your words do carry a great measure of influence, as you already know. So I think my final question to you would be your reaction to the people who have criticized your moves lately, saying that they've been suited to your own personal needs. There are people who feel that you've become, in some of the words that I have seen on social media, two-faced. What would your reaction be to those statements? And to those people?
this is Nigeria. I have, if you go to the social media handle of anybody in Nigeria today, the incumbent president, the two candidates, there were three candidates that ran. If you jump to their Twitter page and read, you will see comments against them. The Nigerian people are very good. They are very critical. You can never stop the Nigerian person from expressing himself because he's fundamentally protected to do that. And then sometimes the content of the expression is what tells whether they are matured or not. Some people are objective, some are sentimental. And the way the problem is in the country, you can never stop somebody from saying what he wants to say. That's why even when Wole Soyinka, classify those who play around the social media in a derogatory manner, I choose not to toe on that part, even with what they said against me, because it's expression. So the content of what you say and the quality of it depends on your level of civilization, your level of knowledge, your level of rationalization. But as per the decision I've taken the decision because fundamentally, man is a free moral agent. The only thing in nature that is constant is change. 3, the Constitution guarantees the right of association. 4, unfortunately for the naysayers, I have not left PDP. I'm still in PDP. Except if their grounds is because I say I will support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in which case I will ask them, what are they expected to do as citizens of the country? Citizens of the countries are patriotic. Patriotism means you play your part in ensuring the government works. You don't play your part in killing the government, but in making sure the government works. Thirdly, I say if the government...
No, Boala, no. You are not playing your part to make sure the government works. You are playing your part to make sure that the government gives you appointments. That's it. Say it how it is. We are the ones playing the part to make sure that the government do the right thing. We are the one doing that. We are being realistic. We are transparent overall on our advocacies. You are playing the part that will be beneficial to you and you alone. Say it how it is. Who are you deceiving? Then you went on by saying that change is constant. No, your own change, even though we all know that change is constant, your own change is satanic. Because what you are looking for from Tinubu is an appointment. It's appointment, nothing else. Because you are not fighting for us. If you were fighting for us, if you were trying to be an opposition, what you should be saying on this mainstream media is by telling Tinubu the people's plight. The current pains that the people are facing right now. That is what you should be talking about, Boala. You are fighting for your stomach. Nothing else. It's only gullible people that will listen to you right now that will believe that, oh, this man is right. He's fighting for us. No, no. Of course, I agree with you that the job and responsibilities of the citizens is to support the government for the country to work. That is what we are doing because we are calling out the government to do the right thing. That is not what you are doing. You are looking for appointments. Government don't like people like us because we call them out. You know what that means? When you call people out, it's shameful, it's disgraceful, it's belittling to their personalities. But you are not doing that. You are supporting Tinubu because of what you want to gain from Tinubu. You don't even like Tinubu. Of course, everybody knows you don't like Tinubu. You are hypocrites. You're only just fighting for what you can gain that will be beneficial to you or to your immediate and extended family, not Nigerians. Let's say it how it is.
Does anything wrong, I'll be able to criticize. So when somebody is bereft of ideas and they begin to go on social media to be saying Two-Face and the rest, it is only the media and others that are even feeling concerned about it. For me, I've just been good. Because if I equally show you how many people that became excited that at least in our polity, we're seeing people who understand the difference between politicking and when it is time for governance. So we do what we have to do for the nation. If I bring that, then it gives you the perspective of whether one-sided story is what you hold or that the nation consists of two sides of the story. I'm sure journalism, you know, they say there's danger on one side of the story, the danger of a single story.
Yeah, but I think
regardless of how you try to convince us or indoctrinate us, people like me and this man here on the screen, this anchor, I don't even know his name, you know, you can't deceive us. You cannot deceive him. You can't deceive me. You can't deceive many listeners right now or many Nigerians across the world right now. I just wish that Tinubu government will be listening to everybody, both Buala, both us, and all Nigerians that is pouring out their plights across the world right now. They should not give this man any appointment. Let's see how dedicated he will be defending Tinubu. They shouldn't. Me, myself, I'm not looking for anything from you satanic people. You don't also give Buala any appointment because he just mentioned now that change is constant. His own change is satanic. And he also said, any citizens that is not supporting the government for the country to be better and whatever, blah, blah, blah. We want the government to do what is right. And that is what Peter Obi is also doing right now. Peter Obi is putting himself as the main opposition to the current satanic government. And Peter Obi is already calling them out. That is what you should be doing. Peter Obi is calling them out because he doesn't need any appointment from them. You should have been calling them out because you talk down on Tinubu during the time of the campaign. I'm so disappointed at this man, man. How quick people can change. That's all life be. You just be like person we call the tell you say borrow money. He preached left and right. You know, say I don't feel you now. You know my person now. I go pay you. I go do this. The time we say you want to pay and not rich. The way you can't use your mouth, ask her and I can say, wait till you give me where you know they let me get peace. But when they beg for that money, he was very loyal. This man criticized Tinubu so much, not once, not twice, not thrice, not so many times throughout the whole campaign. Now, he's not speaking against the people. He's not even using Wole Soyinka as a reference. Now wow, how quick people can change. We have a long way to go in Nigeria, though, to be honest, because the people that many of us are looking up to, they are failing us, they have failed us, they are still, they will continue to fail. I'm sorry, I just have to say how it is. Many people that, you know, I'm sorry, some of you never actually believe in Dan Buala. I was one of the people that I was very happy with him, proud of him, because although I didn't really follow him that much, you know, before the election. Yeah, but during the time of the election, I developed interest on this particular man now that has turned himself to become a satanic individual. It's very, very sad. How are we going to change this country then? When the people that we try to hope on, that can speak to us, that can be the voice for the voiceless, automatically change just because of they want to get. It's how would I go feel now? Say me, why they talk to us? So one day your come broadcast, I hear they say, my people, actually, you know, not we say Tinubu thief the bandit to. Actually, not thief him, you know, people vote him. Actually, you know. Then when you try to stop me, because make we join now. Listen, how are you going to say that? Do you think you have sense more than everybody when you are using the word actually? Is it not the same actually the satanic Mahmoud Yakubu used for you and I? Is it not the same actually? Come on. I'm just disappointed, but let's move on.
I think it's also mostly coming because of, you know, statements that you've made. Nobody is critical just because. You know, it's mostly coming because of statements that you've made. I remember that you said that if you give the current president 30 years, you know, nothing would improve. You made those statements. And so when, you...
Now, tell me, my people, what not change? If the same satanic Daniel Bwala said, if you give Tinubu and his government 30 years, nothing can ever change. But it's the same satanic Daniel Bwala that is not telling you and I today that between now and June, things will continue to work fine for Tinubu. At least, if we want to be fair, for me, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate Tinubu. But if I want to be fair, I want to see it first before I will talk about it. I cannot just come on this platform to say, oh, my people want to give Tinubu a chance between now and June. Everything will be better. No! That is a satanic statement. That is a self-beneficial statement. It's not for the people. You say, his talk comes, say 30 years, nothing good can ever come from Tinubu for 30 years. You not say 1 year, you not say 2 years, you not say 5 years, you not say 10 years, you not say 20 years, 30 years. But now, this man is telling you now, my people, in case you want to judge me later, because I know there's some satanic people that is supporting this man or Tinubu, they are here. If you want to judge me later, we are only responding to his statement, which I will also play 1 or 2 after this interview, because this interview will be rounding up in the next 2 minutes or so. Let's listen.
It's mostly coming because of statements that you've made. I remember that you said that if you give the current president 30 years, nothing would improve. You made those statements. And so when, when people see this 180-degree switch, it's expected that they would wonder what exactly is going on.
Even
and then
Pope John Paul
Yeah.
has been criticized for not even making a comment at all. I have not seen anybody on the planet, and I'll be happy if you can show me one, that people have not had opinion on the person, whether the person has said something or
Can
not
you
at all.
imagine?
Give me one and I'll be excited.
No, but I think the reason really is that it makes, you seem like, okay, because listen, before today, I did listen to some of the things that you've said. I've watched other interviews that you've had, and you said things like, well, Atiku Abubakar didn't, emerge, and so, President Bola Tinubu is currently in office, and so of course you would, have to support him. But, does that, what would you say if someone says to you that, well, that shows that you don't have any ideologies, any political ideologies? You really will, lean towards whoever it is that holds on to power.
It's his person's opinion. I mean, for God's sake, it's his property. You're wearing a very good suit. It's not my own. Why should I covet your suit?
No, don't divert. This you said, Tinubu, 30 years, Tinubu cannot amount to anything good. What happened now? Then you are not saying evil John Pope. Una see una people. Una they see them.
She's wearing a very good red dress. It's not my dress. Why should I covet it? It's when you begin to feel bothered by what someone is saying, you can never do something that will stop somebody from saying what he will have to say. In fact, sometimes, by even doing the good, they say, why did you do this good this time? You should have done it earlier than the time. Now, but in terms of saying anybody is in power, that's why you're supporting the person. You see, I want you to separate between patriotic people and bootlickers. Do I look like a bootlicker?
Of course. Of course you look like a bootlicker, Bwala. Let's say it how it is. Please, I want to beg Tinubu's government. I know you all are listening to us. What we are fighting for is a better Nigeria. We want to beg you all, whoever is in charge. Bwala have declared that you guys are doing well and you will do better between now and June. That is a statement from Daniel Bwala. But we consigns Nigerians that are feeling so much pains right now because of what is currently going on in Nigeria. We are facing excruciating suffering in Nigeria right now. We want to beg you, please. I don't know how long Tinubu is going to be there for, but at any time Tinubu is going to be there for, don't give this man, Daniel Bwala, any kind of appointment. Let him demonstrate his patriotism. He said he's patriotic. Yes, let's see the level and the authenticity of his patriotism. Yes, But if you end up giving him an appointment, that means, you know, I don't know, we cannot assess his genuinity. Don't give this man anything at all. Let him at least make it work, make Nigeria better. That's what he's claiming right now. That he just wants to, he's being a better citizen, a patriotic citizen, a patriotic Nigerian. He wants Nigeria to work, blah, blah, blah. They don't give him appointments. Make una see, say if this man talk like this for the next 3 months, say Tinubu not give an appointment. Una saying they call him for interview, now they go again. Or if he decides to go, he's coming to hammer on Tinubu. It's very sad. It's very, very sad that we find ourselves here.
I say it's because I am supporting this administration. Therefore, I will not call out the administration if they go wrong. Certainly I will.
Yeah.
If you are saying because I supported Atiku, therefore, even though the elections are over, I should stay and be criticizing the president till the next election. I am saying that that is not the choice I have made. Now, if you say that is not an ideal...
Nobody asked you to criticize the president. No, you should be checkmating the president. You should be calling out the president, his government, his regime to do the right thing, like Mr. Peter Obi is doing right now. Nobody, listen, don't talk, because we are so much gullible Nigerians. When these people are talking, they already know, don't get me wrong, they already know in the back of their mind that there are people that will not agree with them. But they also know in back of their mind that, oh, after all, we have more percentage of gullible Nigerians than, you know, a smart Nigerians. Yes, that's why they still come on air to talk. Yes. Nobody is asking Daniel Bwala not to speak about Tinubu or whatever he wants to do. What we are saying is criticize him, you know, with facts. Don't just come and pour hatred. Criticize him with facts. For example, Betta Edu, come on air and call Tinubu out that Betta Edu should be jailed. For example, Gbajabiamila that we're going to be talking about shortly. Come on air. That is what this man's supposed to be talking about today. Gbajabiamila, the chief of staff of Tinubu, should step down. Yes, if I see Daniel Bwala talking about things like that, I'll say, wow, that means this man is really doing the right job. That is what you should be talking about. Call out the interior minister, Olukbumi Ojo or so, that he should step down or he should be suspended. Or in fact, from what we done the talks, when I hear say Bwala talk about anything like that. When I ever hear say Bwala talk about the kidnapping, the beginning of this broadcast, the anchors talk about the insecurity, the hardship, and everything. When I hear say Bwala don't address any of these things. Who now want to deceive? Not be me. Oh, I feel tell you, I'm not the smartest person in Nigeria. I'm not, but I'm not one of the gullible ones as well. It's not possible. It's not possible. You can't fool me now. How?
What I would even ask you is, what is ideology within the context of Nigerian politics? And tell me the significant difference or ideological difference between APC and PDP. Then go further and tell me the people whom we advocated for, whether they have changed political parties or not. And then finally, I will also hold it that where you are and seated there, you will forever work in News Central. And that any day you leave News Central, for whatever reason, to any other TV station, we will hold it against you that you don't have ideology and you have lost value and you're too.
No, those are two different things.
Those are two different things. God bless you. My wonderful anchors right there at News Central. These are the kind of people that are supposed to be our channels. People that will be tackling you, even when you are trying to escape from the question. They will tackle you. They will drag you back. This is what these guys did. You see the example where Bwala they give. Just like you are working in News Central, if you leave News Central tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. What are you talking about? What kind of comparison are you talking about? This is pathetic to see people just change just like that. Listen to Bwala again.
the pantophobia is experienced by all Progressives Congress and Asiwaju. That's why you see them doing that. Can Nigerian people, for the life of me, honestly ask themselves and answer that we are prepared to have a president that will appear in the United Nations, and when he stands to address, he will say, the fellow citizens of the world, here we are in the United Nations, different from Bala Blue, Blue Blue, and blah blah. Or that he will say he brings electricity from America and converted it into yam and beans. Or he will say he will turn 50 million people into Agbado. And you see, if you look at the candidates running for the office, for the serious-minded Nigerians, it is quite evident. People in Nigeria, their minds are made up. It's like you're going to obedient people and you are trying to blackmail Peter Obi. And you are singing hip-hop, it will not move them. The Nigerian people have made up their mind. They've looked at these political parties. APC is on the extreme, playing religious politics. Labour on the extreme, playing religious politics and all kinds of things. PDP is the only party that has national strength with a common objective for a recovered Nigeria. The Chatham House. The Chatham House, like I said the other time, is a building, but the institution running the Chatham House is Royal Institute of International Affairs. So what they usually do is they discuss about policies around the world. And when they raise up policies, they bring policymakers and people who are trying to think of change to come and have the conversation. And each time they invite anybody from anywhere in the world, you will see representation from around the world. So that when you speak, they will say you are addressing the world. You see, in those days when you appear in Chatham House, they will say somebody addressed the world. Now, check the ones that Asiwaju went. Who is the world there? It is APC Nigeria and APC London, then the assistant chair of Chatham House, and those other white people you see are the lobbyists that APC briefed to organize those events. They went and made a caricature of themselves. Then in the evening, they were singing Bugao, Eni, Bigao, and they're jumping. As if what they did in the morning amounted to displaying intelligence leading to what we want to change as a country. When you go to the Chatham House, what do? You speak. After you speak, one or two people will ask questions. Have Nigerians not been asking questions? Those that will vote. As most of those people, they don't come back to vote. The people that will vote in Nigeria have asked questions about electricity. They've asked questions about the economy. They have asked questions about healthcare. They even talked about insecurity in their homes. Farmers has asked, how can we go back to farm? And he has answered that. Let us stop this neo-colonialism. By thinking that entering a British Airways to land in London and speak to some people who their skin pigmentation is white, that is a conclusive proof that we've told you what. No, speak to the government. I will be moved and appreciate if these guys will go and engage with the government of the United Kingdom. Because after all is said and done, it is the government that will influence the policy and not the Chatham House people.
There is an argument which the learned Sikh, Mr. Keyamo, argued yesterday on the program. He said forfeiture doesn't mean penalty. And it doesn't mean a fine, because I made reference to a portion of the Nigerian Constitution which made reference to the status of anyone who wants to seek the exalted office of the president, and whether or not such persons are being involved in any kind of indictment or convictions in the past, fine or penalty or whatsoever. But he said that forfeiture in that nature wasn't a penalty. Actually, but in law, was that a forfeiture? One.
Yes, forfeiture.
In law, that forfeiture, is it a penalty?
Yes, it is. You are forfeiting what rightfully you would have argued as your own. Why are you forfeiting it? Because investigation proves a link between you and that item, and that the item relates to narcotics. So narcotics and money laundering is a criminal offense. Suggesting to his prosecutory mind, if the prosecutory mind is functional, these are the thoughts. How much was Bola earning? How much he was earning, even if you multiplied it by a number of years, the prosecutor will say, is it enough to have that large sum of money around that time?
So you're raising this matter on the answer that needs to be gotten from the APC and the presidential candidate on where the source of that money, isn't it?
For the Nigerian people, the question is not just about the source is important, but for the Nigerian people is, there is still a cloud around drug-related offenses and drug-related activity with somebody who wants to be the #1 citizen of the country. And I will tell you why. Because if you look at opium in Nigeria, very recently you saw the massive busting of cocaine in Nigeria. This idea of drugs and narcotics is a terrible case all over the world. And if someone has that questionable character is elected as a president, what it means is that it will embolden people who are into those activities. That is why the person has to come out clean. That is point number one. Point number two, and very important, apart from the drug, if you look at part 799 and part 680, 680 is a Court of Appeal case, 799 is a Supreme Court case, where the spokesman, apart from the narcotic case, many years ago went to court and also challenged the certificate of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In part 680, actually volume 12, Nigerian Weekly Law Report, part 680, if you look at page 200 and paragraph 10, these are the words of Festus Keyamo. He said, in a final analysis, however, then he now alluded to all the certificates that he laid out in that affidavit. He said Bola Ahmed Tinubu presented a dubious certificate.
All right, so
he has not refrained from that, even though the judgment of that court dismissed that application because he did not attach affidavit under a summons. But one fact is clear, he has not come out today to say those things that I said in that case, I no longer believe this. When you have finished convicting somebody and you sentence him, do you retry him again? That means that case, as far as that case is concerned, it is conclusively concluded, not in favor of Bola because he had to forfeit that. That's number one. Number two, I heard him yesterday saying it is the party who are just willing to know because they don't want to field him for the second time and they want to be, don't deceive Nigerians. His former boss, what is his name? The human rights activist, Gani was the one that started this case. He applied to the court for mandamus. He even asked to be given the right to prosecute the matter. It was Gani that sparked off this issue, and it was a legal matter. That is why the party was compelled. Even it was around that time that Festus Keyamo also went to court and said, in addition to it, that the man's certificate too is a problem.
we need to wrap up now.
Have the time later, we might play that, or we might just leave it for tomorrow. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. I have 1 or 2 articles to read right now so we can start talking. I only have 2 people on the panel. If you want to join us now, please, it's better you just come in. Now I will post a link again so you can come in and let's talk about the things that's affecting us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. A link have been reposted. So let me quickly just bring in the next article that I have for you guys here. So we take it from here. I think it's still going to be for this man, Gbajabiamila. Let me take this quickly. I appreciate every one of you. I can see a couple of you already on the backstage. I will accept you in shortly. Please bear with us. Yes, let's talk about some of the things that we have right there on our title. Okay, I have 2 here. Okay, let me quickly take this sharply. Let me put it on the screen. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let me put this. Oh. One man went to moon. I can see you on the backstage. So, okay. Anyway, I'm coming to ask you a question shortly. I'm coming. Let me quickly take this. One man went to moon. You're on our channel today. I guess, anyway, I'll bring you in shortly. Bear with me. Let me take this one quickly, guys. All right, as you all can see right there, although we've highlighted it already, but let me quickly just take 1 or 2 paragraphs. As you can see, exclusive. In Tinubu under pressure as chief of staff, Gbajabiamila is indicted in corruption probe of ex-central bank governor Emefiele Amcon boss Kuru. Okay, I'm just going to quickly take the sources told Sahara reporters on Monday that Gbajabiamila was fingered as one of the beneficiaries of the legacies of the corruption uncovered under the Ahmed Kuru, the chief of staff, the chief executive officer of the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON, and the former governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. President Bola Tinubu is currently under pressure over his chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, alleged involvement in corruption. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that one there. You know, in case you want to read further, you can go to Sarah Reporter and read that one further. But meanwhile, let me quickly take the other one. I only have one more left. Then we can move on. Thank you very much, my people. Please press on the like button and let's do this together. I have so many distractions on all these articles here, to be honest. So many distractions. That's why you see it takes me time to just bring them on screen. It's something else. Let me take some of them out. Okay, I think I've done a bit, but not all. Okay, let me put it on the screen. There you go. All right, as you all can see, I believe we talked about similar thing like this the other day when Niger came in. He was defending all these things and all that, you know. So I wish Niger you come and speak for your people today. I don't know. You can see over 1,900 repentant Boko Haram terrorists released back into communities. Nigerian Defense Headquarters. Now I talk this one. See them. They don't bring the hey God. While Nnamdi Kanu still there prison, no more and not forget to. The Chief of Defense Staff, CDS, General Christopher Musa, made this known in Abuja on Monday when he delivered a lecture titled, unquote, Non-Kinetic Operations and the Nigerian Armed Forces at the opening session of National Security Course on Psychological Operations and Strategic Communication, PSYOPS, organized by the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. The Nigerian Defense Headquarters, Abuja, has stated that no fewer than 1,935 repentant Boko Haram terrorists were released from the Bolakutu camp in the Borno State back into the Nigerian society between 2016 and 2022 after undergoing the radicalization. Okay, I'll stop it right there. I'll stop that one right there due to time, you know. But meanwhile, then let me quickly take these two here. It's a short one. This is Aisha. Jonathan has been running to Villa like someone who has never seen office before, even as SA wouldn't do what he has been doing. Let me say this, if you had not heard me before, Jonathan was never a leader. He was a born follower that was made a leader by circumstances of accident and ego. Okay, then I have this one right here. What a shame and disgusting for Professor Wole Soyinka to be addressing Nigerians on social media as barbarian. So that's the same thing that we read yesterday. You know, I still have one more, but because we already have a couple of people right here, let me bring them in quickly then and take it from here. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you for your time with us. Thank you. Okay, let's take it from here. Let me start with One Man Went to Moo. One Man Went to Moo, you're joining us today. How are you doing today, sir? Good evening to you.
I'm good. Good to be here, Elvis. Good day to your panel and Happy New Year to your audience. It's been a moment.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you very much. I'll let you talk to us, although you are the second person on the panel, you know, but the first person left and he just came back now. So yes, talk to us.
Right. I'm not quite sure. We're not visible on the screen. I'm not quite sure what format you're running. But yes,
we can hear you. Don't worry. We can hear you.
I just popped in to say hello, to catch up with you where you are, where your narrative is, where your space is. Obviously, we're now rested in a new administration, and the administration is trying to realign the country. So I'm just really gauging the temperature of your space in terms of the realignment going on of the Nigerian state.
Okay. All right. But I guess you're listening to all my presentations today. For example,
no, I caught it halfway because I only came in just
okay,
now.
Gbajabiamila has been indicted for corruption. What can you say about that? And what is on your screen right now? 1,900 repentant Boko Haram, released into the streets.
Well, in terms of Gbajabiamila, I can only quote you a quotation from Obasanjo, who famously said, allegations are allegations and anything can be alleged. So Gbajabiamila does have a long history of corruption, by the way, so I'm not quite sure why he was appointed into that space. I'm not quite sure how deep your history of Gbajabiamila goes, but he actually ran away from the United States under allegations of corruption, which he was actually indicted for. He was a lawyer in the United States, and I think he was actually struck off from actually one of the states in the United States for somewhat manipulating the funds of a client. So he has a deep history of corruption, and it doesn't. It's very ineffectual in that position as well. So it's a real mystery why Gbajabiamila is in that position, because the natural fit for that position would have been somebody like Fashola. But then, of course, Gbajabiamila and corruption, there's no news there. He has a long history of that.
Oh, wonderful. For the first time, what's happening? Are you sure this is
What do you mean
same
for
one
the
man
first time? What are you talking about?
Is it the same one man that I know? Because the same one man that I know is a biased one man. Or is it because
No.
you guys have succeeded stealing the election and you've run away with it? Now you are not trying to
I thought you moved on from that sort of
Move on from where? Where people are suffering. What are you talking about?
People are suffering. But do you know why people are suffering? You see, the conversation has to be nuanced now, because we're on a 4-year journey now to the next election. So we cannot continue to harp on we can't hold in abeyance just staying in February 2023. So whatever your thoughts are, the situation we find ourselves now is the situation we find ourselves. And if Tinubu does not succeed, the consequence of that will be vested on the Nigerian people. So it is in all our interest for him to succeed. Opposition, and by the way, I don't actually like the way the opposition is being played. It's sort of a negative condemnation of any and everything. That's not opposition. That's just a campaign of calumny. So if you want to have an opposition, you can negate whatever the sitting government is doing. You can negate it if you find it somewhat negative. But instances where you agree, you can agree, but then put an inflection on it that you can do it better. So all of these are screaming and screeching and running up the hills, every single thing. It's not really opposition. Very quickly.
Mr. Elvis.
Sorry,
Elvis.
am I allowed to speak?
Can I interject you for a second?
No,
please?
hold on. Let him finish his statement.
Okay.
You can ask him questions.
So that is the point. We need an effective and an effectual opposition to hold the sitting government, whoever the sitting government is by the way. We need an effective and an effectual opposition to hold the feet of the sitting government to the coal and sweat them hard, because it is in that sweating them hard that the best will be gotten for the Nigerian state. So now we don't really have an opposition because the PDP is dead, and the only green shoots, the only flickering light in the ethers that looks somewhat like an opposition is the obedient space. So they need to come on a national service by being an effective opposition, rather than some parochial, predictable noise in the ethers. So that element of predictability has to be removed, and they have now to organize as a real opposition party, because the space is there for them to occupy. And if they're not able to occupy that until our PDP is able to recalibrate, and they will regret that to their peril. So all these flapping of the feathers and wailing and gnashing all of the time. That's very good for the, that's
Okay.
raw meat to the carnivores, isn't it? So it's
Okay.
just, you are throwing the raw meat that these people know. You have to be a bit more nuanced, not you especially, not you, but that opposition space. They have to be a bit more nuanced and a bit more clever in the steppings in how they go about opposing. So they have to present a viable an alternative, not just look, all of this as screeching
Okay.
and
All right.
screaming.
One man. All right. Thank you. Somebody wanted to ask a question earlier on. Mr. Jonathan, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I want to ask the gentleman, since he's saying that the opposition right now is not being done the way it should be done. Maybe you will tell us the way opposition should be. Because from what you said is that everything, and that's one. Then two, maybe you will also tell us at least two things that you believe that Mr. Tinubu has done so far that is in the favor of the ordinary Nigerians, that will benefit ordinary Nigerians. So maybe we know, let us see your position on those policies, at least two of them. Then we can take it on from there. Whether
In
it is the
terms
right
of the
policies.
opposition, I believe he answered that already. He said PDP is dead, and you and I know PDP is dead. They are not doing their job.
No, I'm talking right now. When I'm talking of opposition, I'm talking of Peter Obi now. What he has been doing, playing the role of opposition. Let him come. Maybe he will tell us better the way it should have been done going forward. And two, let him tell us at least two. I want to hear from you. Two policies from Mr. Tinubu so far that you believe are in the best interest of the ordinary Nigerians.
Okay, thank you. One man, take that. Thank you.
All right. So sorry, what's the chap's name? Sorry, what's your name?
Mr. Jonathan.
Oh, okay. So all right. Thank you, Jonathan. So Jonathan, we can have this conversation intelligently, and I'm sure you have the capacity for that. There are several things that Tinubu has done that will ultimately be to the benefit of the people. But what is going on in Nigeria at the moment are blank checks signed severally over the course of 30, 40 years that are now being cashed. This is what is going on. So blank checks that has been signed over the course of several decades are now being cashed now. So what am I talking about? That excessive looting or that extremely. Did you know that 40% of the national revenue was going towards oil subsidy for decades and decades? So those were checks. Did you know that the price of the naira was never whatever it was before that subsidy on the naira was removed? So the naira was artificially priced. And of course, if it is artificially priced, the differential between the price that it is trading at and its actual price has to be met by somebody. So that comes from the national coffers. So that was a subsidy as well. So that was where I'm not sure if you saw that clip of, I can't quite remember the name of the senator from the north, that it says if you get an alert from a Emefiele, that is a dollar transaction coming in. So there was a lot of arbitrage in that space. So all of that now has been pulled. So all of that now being
so pulled. What is two visible policies that
no, that's what I said. The removal of the subsidy.
When will be my turn? Let him finish, sir, please. Mr. Alex, let him finish. The removal of the subsidy is like is a slap on the faces of Nigerians. That is the beginning of the pains that we all have.
No, that's your understanding of it, of course, but it's more nuanced than that.
Mr. Elvis, and
yes,
what's your name? What's your name too? Let me address you.
One man went to moon. That's what we call it.
Okay, one man went to moon. Let me put it to you now, expressly, that subsidy has not been removed. If you want to have that conversation, maybe we can, if there is time. So you can be deceived, right? Subsidy has not been removed. Again, a typical Nigerian politician, vague. Two things Tinubu has done. You can just that a layman, a primary 6 child can just grab it. Put it out there. None.
I
The
gave you
subsidy-
two. I told you two.
Let me tell you, subsidy has not been removed. How can you even say that? How can you even come out and say that lie? That subsidy okay. What is the rate of dollar now?
Sorry,
No,
I'm not stopping you.
asking you
Let me ask you a question, and then you can follow through. What's the subsidy line in the budget? Where is that line for subsidy in the budget that was released?
What the line for? What do you mean the line for subsidy? The amount of money that will be taken.
Yeah, where was the budget? Because I read through the budget three times. I never saw a line for subsidy in there.
There is no line. They said they have removed subsidy, but I'm telling you, because numbers cannot lie. Subsidy has not been removed. And
yes, so where is this? Where is it budgeted for? Where? That's my question. The budget. I'm sure you've read the budget as well. Where is it budgeted for?
There is no line. There is no line for subsidy on the budget.
Can I come in, guys?
So what I'm telling you is this. Just answer my question. At least a simple one. What is the official rate of dollar now? Official rate of US dollar to naira.
Look, don't
let us waste time. Don't let us waste time.
Yes.
The official rate for dollar now as of today is 892 naira. 892 naira to $1. And they are selling crude, they are selling petrol for 700 naira. Are they selling the petrol for dollar in Nigeria or for naira? They are selling
let him answer that so that I can move to Mr. Alex quickly. Mr. Jonathan, thank you. Thank you. You can expatiate on that later on once it's done, because we have a lot of people here already. Mr. Alex, you wanted to ask a question so they can take.
No, I just want to know when is my turn. I want to talk. I don't want to engage in the Gbajabiamila party with people who are sympathizers of.
Honorable Egbaevo.
One man, please, round up to 2 minutes.
No, actually, let me stop here so that I don't want to hold the place to host. Like I said, I just really popped in to say hello. So let me stop and let other people speak.
All right, one man, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate you. Please stand for what is right. As you know, I don't know how you can work to repair your reputation that you damaged throughout the election period. You know, as you know,
how was my reputation damaged?
A lot of people know this, but I don't want to go there. But like I said, instead of you defending or arguing
by calling the election the right, everything I said about the election panned out.
You know,
everything I said about that election panned out, including how people will perform, how everybody will perform, what the scores will be. I singularly,
like I said, your submission
I got it
today,
right. Everybody else got it wrong. So how is my
your submission today? I personally am satisfied with it. All right, you know, even though you could not give an answer to the two policies that Tinubu
I did. I said removal of oil and naira subsidy. I did give an answer.
Subsidy is not removed, but don't worry, we'll be expatiating on that soon. You'll be listening. It's not removed. You know, that is what the bestowed on your head, and that is what you're carrying on your platform. Subsidy was never removed and all that, but we're going to be talking about that shortly. But nevertheless, like I said, you know, nobody's perfect. You can start working on your damaged reputation, you know, for you. You cannot damage your reputation because of one particular person, you know. So, but your submission today shows that maybe probably you are already genuinely working on it, or rather you are systematically working on it. But meanwhile, let me move on to the next person to speak to us. Mr. Alex,
thank you for having me, Elvis.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Mr. Alex, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to say greetings from my domicile, and Mr. Enejawo, thank you for offering us your social media synagogue, or your social media house of learning, that is. Thank you for being our Zimbabwean Harare. Thank you for being our social media Pichichi. I say, may God bless you and may your days be long. For me, I'm not surprised when the president has a Gbajabiamila in his cabinet, a criminal in America. The same president has somebody who is being indicted for stealing, allegedly transferring money to her private accounts. listen, you only surround yourselves with people that are like you. What were the, conversations during the electionary campaign? Produce your certificates. Narcotic activities. Proven. So you can show me your friend, I will tell you who you are. If you have a president whose faucet origo, whose origin is shrouded in cataclysm. So these are a bunch of criminals in charge of the country. The country has been kidnapped by looters, by liars, by heartless set of people. It's not emotion. This is just the truth. It's been more than 6 months in government. What can we boast of? Why are they not probing the previous administration? Where is Buhari and his atrocities? Amnesty International said 1,075,000 souls were lost to insecurity orchestrated by the cabal in power, APC cabal. Buhari's government came out with Lai Mohammed and Festus Keyamo to say it was just 67,000. Let's assume they are right. Look at what the leader is saying. Meanwhile, the fundamental duty of every government at every strata or level is to provide security of lives and property. What a paradox. It's not just paradoxical. It's not just nonsensical. In fact, it's a political non sequitur. So we have people who just go around who are on payroll to go to cushion the effect on social media. They are the social media food soldiers for the drug baron president in Nigeria. So for me, I'm not surprised. A tree can only give birth to, its fruits. Show me a tree and I will show you the fruits. Thank God, my dear brother, one man went to sky, one man went to moon. Said Gbajabiamila was, if I pronounce the name well, was indicted. And I've got that information. So a president that said he's capable, a president that said he's visionary, a president that said he's intelligent, a president that said he's smart, a president that won an election under, beavers being switched off, a president who was announced 4 a.m. where everybody is sleeping, has criminals in his cabinet. And you tell me it's a coincidence. I said Kabul to reject him. It's not a coincidence. And somebody wants us to move on from that. Where lives were lost, where a ethnic tribe was profiled, shops were burnt down, people's lives were taken. As we speak, there is no way forward with this government. They are not fixing nothing. The refinery is not working. Our currency is going on a nosedive against the dollar, weakening the purchasing power of the citizens. Inflation is going up. It's going to the moon, just like one man went to the moon. So for me, I just feel we should be honest to ourselves, in spite of the kickback we get from those in power. We must keep checkmating these people. This is the land I was given by my forefathers. I will not forfeit it for any political charlatans. No, I won't. I will not leave Edo State, Benin City, my village, for the government with their rascality. People are building Singapore. It did take them 20 years. People are building Malaysia. It did take them 20 to 30 years. People are building, Rwanda. It did take them 15 years. I know you're going to come up with all sorts of fallacies and theories to debunk my political hypotheses, but it's okay. The sky is wide enough for all birds to fly. But let me tell you, the number of people losing their lives due to your wickedness in contributing to the wickedness of these men and women in power, lack of medicals, lack of infrastructure like good roads, those who losing their lives through accidents, through medical inadequacies, through policies that are aimed against the citizen. When one curse is laid on these people, 3 curses are coming to you. So be careful. Up till now, I don't even know the path they are going. It's all about this one stole money, that one stole money. It's all about reading speech upon speech. How are you tackling security? The borders are porous. We have Sharia law in one side, we have Nigerian constitution in one side, and you tell me we are one country. And we shouldn't talk about it. We should move on. We should just continue to dance with the status quo as if we are dummies. I shouldn't discuss the naira to dollar. I shouldn't discuss the borrowed funds that have been looted by this present APC government. Buhari did his own. I shouldn't discuss how I can't buy a bag of rice to feed my family. I shouldn't discuss how the school fees it's been taken from the rich of the common man. And these people enjoyed free education. Meals at schools in the 70s. And I should just keep quiet. I should be a good person. I should not shout. No, I should be calm. I should be a pope. In a Catholic church. I should be, we should swallow it up. Because we are Nigerians. And you live abroad. You live abroad with a nomenclature that cannot be verified. And you are working for these people. Your reward is coming. It's just a matter of time. By now, you should have been hearing that they are declaring a state of emergency in the southeast to arrest the political restiveness there. Or you should have been hearing that they are declaring a state of emergency on electricity, on constitutional amendments, or revisiting the national confab held by Good Luck administration. You should be hearing that they are making arrests over insecurity because Dubai or the United Arab Emirates released a statement that there are people in federal government sponsoring Boko Haram and banditry. I shall be hearing that these things are because they are really hitting the ground running, but they are not doing anything. They are all looting money left, right, center. That's all we wake up to hear. This is in Nigeria we should give our children. For me, I say cabo to the determinant, and we keep talking. It took more than 30 years for Nelson Mandela and his friends to bring to pass the dream against oppressive, repressive, apartheid regime. It took a lot of years for Rwanda to stand up. People were talking, conversing, teaching people. What are we asking for? We're asking for the rights to live, secure the country, give us electricity we will pay. Make sure the country is really on a quota system in reality. No section of the country should be, thinking they are born to rule, they are in charge of the country. If you cannot do that, let everybody go their way. Is it a crime to live a marriage where you are being abused? A marriage where you are being beaten on a daily basis? Scotland is still agitating to leave. Catalonia want to leave from Spain. So listen guys, we are being kidnapped. Our nation is being kidnapped. All we hear is borrowing. Nothing more. They are not thinking of returning farmers to the farm or encouraging students to go back to school. They are not thinking about that. It's not their business. Nobody's talking about Nnamdi Kanu's case against the court ruling. Name two achievements or one laudable achievement of this government, apart from continuing from where Buhari started. If they are serious, Buhari should be behind bars. Lai Mohammed should be behind bars. Festus Keyamo, the disgraced son, should be behind bars. The former vice president, who is a normal citizen right now, should be answering questions just now in their role in the insecurity saga. We live in a country where a whole railway line was kidnapped. Abuja Kaduna train was kidnapped. For 6 months, citizens were paying ransom to bail themselves. And we have a commander-in-chief led by APC party. The same APC is in power. A tune of 6 billion naira was paid. And you are telling me we should not talk. No. Because we are ideological dwarf. We cannot think. No, not us in Benin. Not us in Benin. For me, just like the ancient Roman kingdom, I see them falling. They will fall. Because it's already hitting them so hard. Peter Obi is a gentleman. If he was not a gentleman, you could have kissed this country goodbye. It would have been so bloody, trust me. You can't try this to Bobby Wine in Uganda. You can't try this to even Showore, our own Showore in Nigeria. You can't. You can't steal their mandate, broad daylight. Thank your stars for the nature of Peter Obi. So, Mr. Najawash, I want you to know that Gbajabiamila and the president are the same. They are the same people. They came from America. They have history of criminality. One on drugs, one on fraud, and everything. And also they have a lot of them there. Where is Keyamo living today? He's in America. He posted his new house. So it's an America bandwagon of thieves, liars, heartless politicians that will never care. They don't care about you. So we should think about our history and think about defending ourselves. against the insecurity they've unleashed intentionally because of the bitumen, because of the gold in Zamfara, the bitumen in Ogun State, because of the resources. Obviously, right now, researchers have gone into research that insecurity in Nigeria is not insecurity. It's orchestrated by those in power, led by the APC party. APC, PDP, they are all the same. So you can fool others, not us. You may mock us for now. Call us barbarians. Yes, we are barbarians. But remember, the barbarians were very organized. They were very disciplined. They invaded Rome, the great Roman Empire. They brought Rome to its knees. The social media barbarians are very organized. They invaded the political space and won the election for Peter Obi. It was stolen from us. We will come again. We will come again. The barbarians did not invade Rome once. It took them a lot of attempts. We will come again. We did it with the answers. We did it with the obedient movement. We need our land back. We need our life. We need our children to have water to drink, to have a better future. We need to be treated as citizens. In 2024, we are still discussing electricity, where countries are going to the moon. One man went to the moon. Brothers and sisters, there is no country. Ojukwu was right. Do we blame Ojukwu for leading that war? No. He was right. He didn't just lead the war. He called the leaders of thought. They were engaged 3 hours. Somewhere in the east, Wale Soyinka was there as a 21-year-old young man. 3 countries were formed. The Republic of Biafra, the Nigerian Republic, and the Oduduwa Nation. But there was sabotage. Why was he doing that? Let everybody exist as neighbors. Well, why are they afraid of division if you cannot give them the basics of life? Life, water to drink, security. These are the smallest things to do for your citizens. They are not your slaves. Even slaves have rights. So it's about buying car for 160 million. This is the type of government you people can campaign for. It's about buying car for 160 million bulletproof when your citizens can't go to school. They can't travel on your express road. They cannot even access to the square meal. As we speak now, I'm on generator. In fact, my gen is not even on because the light is off. I'm talking from Benin City. I'm not in UK. I'm not in Canada. So there's nothing you will tell me about it. From the state house of assembly to local government to the national assembly, it's a background of thieves, liars, egocentric people, self-centered human beings. When we see leaders who wants to build, we know. We saw it in Malaysia. We saw it in Vietnam. We saw it in Cambodia. We saw it in Singapore. We saw it right now in Rwanda. We saw it in South Africa. We are still seeing it in Europe. We are seeing it in Canada. We know when leaders care for their citizens. And you expect me to believe your fallacies, your analysis, your fraudulent document brought by the APC? Please, Nigeria watch. History will judge all of them. Everybody will have justice. Nature, listen, karma is a bitch. It has no respect of anybody. What you sow is what you reap. Continue spreading lies. Continue. The doom is very close. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria. I leave it here. This is my humble logomaki, and as usual, my logomaki I leave here without logo aperture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, my brother. May God bless you. Okay, let me take some calls. Callers, this is the best time to call in. Grant, you try calling us. I'm going to quickly ring you back. And a lot of you called anyway already. Please, guys, help us to press on that like button as we take some calls. Okay, Grant, are you there? Mr. Grant, can you hear me, sir? Hello? We can't hear anything. Mr. Grant, I can't hear you at all. Okay, I don't know. Fortunately, I have to pick another call. I don't know what happened. Thank you very much, Madam Origin. Thanks for calling in. Good evening to you, ma'am. Please talk to us.
Hello. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Alex. Thank you. You are one of the reasons why I come out to, give my support to these awesome panelists, Mr. Niger. Well, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for continuing to keep this candlelight burning. Like I always say, I just want to Madam Origin, the cheerleader for all the youths of Nigeria, the proud, the few, the faithful. Continue to do the good work. It's working, and we continue to push this Titanic. But if we can't, we will make sure lives are saved. Lives of every Nigeria matter. There is no one Nigeria that is more or better than any other Nigeria. That is what we stand for. That's why we come here every day to teach ourselves, to speak truth to ourselves, speak truth to power. I want to say two things, just comment on two things. One was Boala, the laundryman. You know, this man is so good at what he does that it's like he is a coveted jewel for the criminals. He will make any devil look like an angel. And he's a mantra, a stomach infra. Let me stop it there. I'm not going to put structure there. Stomach infra, he's paid well. What wouldn't he do? I comment on what he said. When they asked him about the standard, what his standard of leadership is, he was so truthful. I think the likes of him and Mr. Moore, the one man went to Moore, you know, very eloquent people, but their intelligence are marred by, I think their brain goes just to their stomach and they talk from their stomach. He said, when they asked him about what his standard of leadership is, what he thinks, he said, you must at all times be seen to be proactive. At all times be seen to be on the job. I guess, you know, it's obvious, even when it is obvious that you're not doing anything, keep acting. So he's an actor and he does it well. A lot of them are like that. You can make a full list of them. And like I always categorize them, some of them are psychopaths, some of them are megalomaniacs, some of them are kleptomaniacs, or a combination of both. And we will continue. You know, Nigeria is suffering. And they continue to do what they are doing. But the time has come, it's over. I tell them it's over. Because these youths are awake. And a few elders that are commendable, I will not, you know, sweep all those elders. Now we have 2 buckets for elders. One for the wasted, crooked generations. The other ones that are the ones that have kept fighting. And we salute all of them. Another thing I want to say, though you didn't mention, is about this. Okay, someone was talking about anarchy, you know, preventing anarchy. Now, this is a country that its people have been decimated, has been inundated with evil continuously. And what they teach us, they are talking about, they want to, there is, you know, it's so nauseating that these people are talking about preventing anarchy. And I give you an example how they prevent it. Let the poor breathe as you keep squeezing their necks. Keep hitting that man that wants to do it the right way. Keep hitting him with no option of escape. If he tries with the planted judiciary, the bandwagon judiciary, everything is set up against him. You don't let him escape. Cancel the quote of the American liberty and the American guy that led the liberation of his country that says, when injustice becomes a law, resistance becomes a duty. Cancel all those. Someone was speaking this morning in the category of the Boalas and the Autumns, all those that speak from two sides of their mouths, that are on the paychecks of our oppressors, that was planted on the media. He was using the usual thing they do, reverse psychology, and all that band that they put in their mouth to speak against the people. He was gaslighting Efobara and trying to use reverse psychology on the people of Port Harcourt when he was trying to admonish them. Now, let me tell that man, you know who you are. I don't like to be calling your name anymore because it's inconsequential. It is a group, a gang that is against Nigeria people. I'm telling that man that the elders and the people of Port Harcourt are the real owners of Port Harcourt, not Fubara or Wike. God will help them to fight to resist the evil that is in their state. As every Nigerian should rise up and continue to push, as my wonderful panelists will push today. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch. I appreciate you. God bless you, and God bless everyone, including our ninjas that are quiet but powerful.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Thank you, man. God bless you. Thank you so much. Okay, God Grant, you know, I can see you caught so many times. Let's try you again. I hope your network works this time. You know, thank you very much, Oga Pansat. I can see right down the comment section. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Daughter of Zion, Tony South. Thank you, Jacob Obedient, and many others right there. Oga Grant, can you hear me, sir? Finally. Finally. Your network be not clear just now. Thank you, sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening, good evening, Mr. Evans. Good evening to everybody in the panel. You guys are doing a great job, man. Like, you probably don't know what we are doing, but maybe we know too, but it's just a great job. And Elvis, man, I don't know. I wish I could get the guys right until you get for good though.
Thank
you. Know, you're always here 24/7. It's amazing. Today is surprising to me though. I guess it's surprising to you, Mr. Elvis, as well, but everybody. Mr. Wallman came on the show today, and then I was surprised.
The way they talk.
I'm like, are you sure it's the same person that be? You see this thing we are doing. At the end of the day, everybody will do all right though. You will realize that what you're doing is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think all of them are coming into. They are realizing now. They are trying to change their ways, but it's not easy. You know, but I think everybody will come down to where that's the resistance that you have here that is working.
Mm-hmm.
You might think it's not working, but people are getting it. People are looking at it, and they know. You know, they know within themselves, and everybody is coming back to normal. You know, and I pray that God gives us the strength to be able to move on and keep doing the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, callers, thank you very much for your time. Please let me come back to you. Okay, Mr. Innocent, you called 7 times. Let me just call you back. I'm so sorry. Guys, please bear with me. Mr. Innocent called 7 times. That's a lot. Let me just quickly call him back. Mr. Innocent, I don't know if you're there. When we're calling you back, you need to pick on time, or maybe you're already engaged with something else. Okay, Mr. Innocent, you didn't pick, so at least I've done my part. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Blue Shell, thank you. Sin TV, I can see you as well. Don Faye, Ray Abwa, Areomi Abdul, and many others right there. Thank you very much for your time with us. Let me quickly call on the next person to speak to us. Mr. Dubisi, thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Good evening to you. I can see your network is been throwing you out and in and all that, so I guess you can talk, right? Mr. Dubisi, are you there? Okay. Okay, then I think we need to come back to you then. You are there, but you're not speaking.
I can hear. Can you hear me now?
Okay, finally. Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay.
So talk to
okay, thank you. Oh, good evening, brother. I salute everybody on the panel and our other audience. Let me start with Mr. Bualia. We all know him. Some of us have been monitoring his comments since the APC, since Buhari's second term or even first term. So I don't take him serious because he always wants to be politically correct to dance to the tune of those in power. That is my thinking of him. During the campaign, he decided to dish APC and left for PDP, saying based on his conviction, I say that Muslim ticket or Christian ticket is not what Nigeria needs for cohesion and national integration. Then he decided to support Atiku. He's from Adamawa State like Atiku as well. But you have played back all he said during the campaign and all that. So what has changed? The only thing that has changed is that the political weather is not favorable to him. So he's a fair weather politician who wants to butter his bread, like I made in my comment. The ones we call in our local parlance, anywhere belle face. You can see how he's trying to justify all what Tinubu is doing now as good for Nigeria, saying we'll be able to see the benefits in the future. What is the parameter? If something is going to be good, like if you're preparing a soup, from the ingredients you have and the way you're preparing, you will know whether the soup will be good or not, or will taste better from the previous one you did. They know that this man doesn't have anything to offer to Nigerians as the man in charge. But because he's trying to get all of them, particularly those of them who he knows speaks well, can convince the ordinary, undiscerning man, they want to bring them in to help to confuse Nigerians more. But unfortunately, many Nigerians are getting it, and hunger is a general thing that keeps everyone together. Hunger and insecurity. Those Nigerians know that this man has nothing to offer, and whatever publicity he tries to, or how he tries to bleach or give himself PR using all those sweet talkers like Boalia, they will not work. I don't know if you heard yesterday or so, during Gilale, his spokesman was wishing on behalf of the president happy birthday to Reno Mokri. So it's another way of trying to see how they can get, but they may not be working for them directly, but they'll be doing field work for them. Boalia is already working for them. You know, you said maybe he's looking for appointment. Yes, he may be looking, but already he's already in doing this thing for, because if he has not gotten something or is not looking for something, why is he talking this way? This is a man who knows that nothing has changed. Cost of living is still going up, insecurity is still getting worse, Naira is still going lower compared to the dollar. The Naira value to the dollar is worsening, and all sorts of all indices is not good for Nigeria at the moment, and he's seeing justifying evil. So it's one of them. More will come on as time goes on. I don't know. Even showing whatever he's saying it doesn't make sense, because this man will not change. Tomorrow he will turn on that 360 degree, like the anchor of that program. One of the man they're asking, what has changed that made it to turn 180 degrees? He will still be the same person. So I don't give much attention to them. They know the problem. He's one of the problem of Nigeria. These are people who are supposed to be inspiring the youth. They should be talking now, telling Nigerians to stand up and get your country back. But he has joined them because they feel that they have the judiciary, the INEC and all that. For one man went to move, all of us, thank God you reminded him of what he was saying during the electioneering campaign. We know where he stands. For one thing I know, and I don't know if you allow me to use this word, he's a bigot. That is very, very clear. He's an ethnic bigot. There's no way about it. Everybody knows that completely. So
yes,
forget what he's saying about Gbajabiamila. Forget what he's saying about Gbajabiamila. Everybody knows Gbajabiamila has always been, he was sent, his law license has been banned in Atlanta, where he lived before, because of his fraudulent acts. Everybody knows that he has this penchant for stealing and trying to hide it and all that. Even the better Edu saga, he was fingered by some people as well. So, but of course, what do you expect from somebody who is working under somebody like Tinubu, who himself is their chairman in that kind of corruption? So they are all together. They will always find a way to give him a soft landing, or even if they ease him out, he will still be one of his boys or so. It's the same thing. What one man is saying about him doesn't make one man change. One man is still the same person we know, who supports somebody who didn't win the election. You see how he was saying that all he said his permutation, his conjunctions, his calculations, and all that all came to pass. You can see what he's saying when it is clear to the world, even European unions and other observers who came saw that INEC rigged the election to favor this man, and he's justifying something on his platform and comes here to tell us they think he can confuse us. So it's unfortunate that we have people like that who lives in a sane society where democracy works. I doesn't want that thing to happen in his own homeland, where maybe in old age he might want to return to live the rest of his life. You see what the kind of people we have. It's unfortunate. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paul. God bless you, sir. Thank you. About one man, what I wanted to say is, yeah, if we have to talk about his past, yes, it's a pathetic past. But we don't know about his present. That's what I'm saying. For me, you know, when we memorize people's past behavior, we don't know what they have now. So his submission today, as for me, I'd like to say things how it is. His submission today, I think I was quite satisfied. You know, but I don't know his plan. That's why I said if his submission is genuinely submitted or synthetically submitted, that's what I don't know. But I was satisfied with it. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. All right. So let me add one thing. If your submission on Gbajabiamila, that one is okay. But on what Tinubu government is doing right, you see, he was still saying the same thing, that the government that subsidy has been removed. They have made the naira to float and all
He might
that.
be ignorant of it. Mr. Jonathan wanted to educate him on that. You know, he might be ignorant of it. A lot of people think that subsidy was actually removed, because this is what these satanic people are structured for so many decades, you know, confusing people left and right. But subsidy, you know, is still there.
Well, let's hope he comes back tomorrow to recount what he has said, because he obviously knows that Tinubu is not doing well for the country, but he's still supporting him, telling us that some things will be seen in the near future. We will see things going well, maybe 6 months. If we're talking of next election, why are we talking about next election when we don't even know where Nigeria will still remain before that next election, because of all that is going on in the country?
If you see why people talk about not just one man, Mr. Paul, the reason why people talk about 2027, even though we know 2027 might not happen how many of us is expecting it to be, as long as Mahmoud Yakubu is still there. But still, the reason why people talk about 2027 because it's the closest. Do anybody have any other way you can change things before 2027? The answer is no for now, except if you have, you're not talking about it. Let us know. For me, if you ask me, the answer is no. So the closest path that we can have the opportunity to change the situation is 2027, which it cannot be changed if Mahmoud Yakubu is still there. So that's it. So talking about 2027.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that is why some people like me and some others are saying that, and like Black Panther, even I think Mr. Alex has the same view. We have to tear down the system. This system will not take us anywhere. If we say, okay, let's
how are you
prepare
going to tear down the system, sir? You
and
know,
what I'm saying that the people not tearing down. I mean, it's not in literally. What I mean is that the people should agitate and say we need a new constitution.
Yeah,
that will guarantee fairness for everybody. This constitution is not taking us anywhere.
Agbakoba came to Arise the other day talking about he was demanding for a new constitution as well. But who is going to give you a new constitution?
Agbakoba was even talking. Yes, Agbakoba's way was saying that the National Assembly they should call stakeholders and all that. It's not so. I don't know if you had one man who's okay. I think Agbakoba said that owners of Nigeria, the ethnic nationalities, should come together and sit down. I don't know why we are running away from that. We have to sit down and discuss Nigeria. How do you want to live? Because the system now is like two sets of civilization fighting against each other. Up north, they have a very different way of thinking. We from the middle belt down south, we have our own way of thinking. So we have to meet at one point that will be fair for everybody. That's why we have to come back to the negotiation table and discuss Nigeria again, how to live fairly. So that all this insecurity and one tribe trying to dominate the other will not happen. There will be nothing like small tribe or big tribe. Everybody is one, just like we have here where we live in the US or other parts of Europe.
All right, Mr. Paul, to be honest, that constitution that everybody is demanding to change, for me, I don't know if it happens, I'll be very happy, but I'm not sure that can happen on that Tinubu. This satanic constitution that we have today is favorable to Tinubu. So how do you expect the same person to not decide to change it to favor the people.
That's the problem. We'll still come back and be saying the same thing we are saying after by 2027. Because
Yeah,
if
but
we
at
even
the end
get
of
worse,
the day,
he will
but
tighten the
that's,
whole area. He will tighten the whole
sir,
thing. INEC is under his control. Judiciary is under his control. Everything will be tightened, and then
sir,
we'll
to
all
be honest,
with this complaint.
Mr. Paul, to be honest, you and I and many others that are the one putting that effort to talk now, you know. So if we continue like this with just us, unfortunately, 2027, no constitution will be amended. 2027 will not happen. If it happens, it's still going to be Tinubu. I'm sorry if I'm saying this. I understand.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying may come to pass. What I'm saying may come to pass because even people asking for the electoral law to be changed to make it more free and all that. These people who are running the system now, they are majority in the National Assembly. They will not want to do that. So just like we do in other claims, like in Europe or here, the people have to stand up and begin to demand for a proper change. Maybe when the agitation spreads across the nation, things will get they will listen.
Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, with the way we are going, yes, we are doing our part, but I am not sure that what we are doing is enough to change the constitution. Because, you know, we'll be talking about 200 million Nigerians. You know, most of them are in Nigeria and they're not talking. So if they are not talking and you expect the constitution to be changed, that is impossible. And Mahmoud Yakubu is still the INEC chairman. You expect 2027 to work how you want it to be is impossible. So for me, we have a long way to go, though. We have a long way to go. Let me call on the next person to speak to us. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I would like Mr. Jonathan, please talk to us. Good evening to you, and thanks for your patience. Please talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone, all the panelists, all the submissions made so far, and to all those that are watching and listening, those on the comment section. Thank you. So, thank you very much. Mr. Elvis, how are you doing today?
Yes, I'm good, sir. I'm good. How are you doing?
That's good. Doing very well.
Thank you for putting your voice there every day. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking Mr. Alex. He said, Mr. Alex, he said, and I quote, he said, "You can fool many Nigerians, but not us." Unquote. That's what he said. So they can fool many Nigerians. But one thing is certain. Lies can go on for years, but truth will catch up. Finally, it is the truth that will bring them down. What we're doing now is not a waste of time. It's actually what is actually, bringing them down. It may look as if nothing is happening. A lot is happening. And we will see it because they don't want people to talk. Like someone who came out today and said, we should just move on. Don't say anything about them except you agree with them. Don't talk. The only time you are allowed to talk is only when you agree with them. So if you agree with them 100%, keep on talking 100%. If there is anything at all that you don't agree with, keep your mouth sealed up. Shut up. That's what they're saying. Your own country, where you all have equal stake, equal right. That's what they are telling you. That people should just be a fool. And to a very large extent, Nigerians, without being disrespectful or anything, that's just what so many Nigerians are. We're acting as if we're, the mumus. That's just the way they act. And we have so many educated people. So many of them. 2 lies that Mr. Tinubu sold to Nigeria right off the bat from May 29, 2023. 2 lies. And people those who want to believe it, they are carrying it along. They believe it. But it's a lie. Lie number 1, subsidy removal, is a lie. Number 2, single currency, single window for the currency is another lie. And it is out there, and people will come out and they will still be selling it. It is still say subsidy thing that the likes of Daniel Bwala is hanging on. Is still using it as a pretext, as a reason for even deciding or accepting to work with Mr. Tinubu, which he knows him. Yeah, Mr. Bwala knows himself that is a lie. It's a lie. There is nothing like subsidy removal. And they continue to carry this lie all over the place. I want to start by putting it out there clearly. Nigerians, please, there is nothing like subsidy removal. First, is a lie. They continue to put it out there, and that is what will bring them down finally, because their numbers will never add up. Those numbers, as long as you say subsidy is removed and we still have this state of Nigeria, your numbers will not add up. Secondly, if subsidy is actually removed, I'm trying to say it the simplest way, that a 6-year-old who is just entering elementary school, we grabs it, we understood it perfectly well. If subsidy is actually removed, why is the cost of petrol still at 700 naira? If subsidy is actually removed, see, petrol will not be less than 1,000. That should tell you if you are educated, if you have anything at all, if you can reason, you have any intellect at all. If subsidy is actually removed, you can't be buying petrol for 700 naira now. Simple. Simple. The petrol importers, those importers, those that are bringing the petrol into Nigeria, are they selling the petrol in dollar in Nigeria? Are you buying petrol in dollar in Nigeria? Of course not. You are giving them naira, so you pay them naira. So when you pay them naira, do they pay the refineries in Netherlands and the refineries in Belgium? Do they pay them naira? Nigerians, please reason. Do they pay them naira? Is it not dollar? It is your naira they will have to convert to dollars to buy the fuel back. That's a businessman. What I buy is what I sell. So if they take the naira and they want to go and change the naira to dollar so that they can pay the refineries back, at what rate are they changing the naira? Is it the rate of 1,375 naira today? Which one? Or even is it even the official rate of Central Bank of Nigeria, which is 800 naira, above 800 naira? Which one? Let's give it to them. They are changing it at 892 or 800 naira. That naira that you go to your petrol station, you pay naira. And the petrol man now, the importer now, he now wants to go back, because when you sell, you will go back and buy more. The refineries are, no, you don't pay them naira, you pay them dollars. So they will take that naira, they will change it. Are you telling me now that they change that naira for their own 800 naira, and then they will come back and still sell petrol for you for 700 naira? Are you telling me that? You that are learned, you that are smart? Of course not. So they go and change the naira. They are giving them now for 200 naira. Hear this loud and clear. They are giving those petrol importers for 200, 250 naira. That's why they can still come back and be selling it to you. The difference is the subsidy they are giving back to them. They are still paying them. Let everybody play on the same playing field. The same amount that businessman, that importer that wants to go to China and buy his goods and bring it to Nigeria to be selling, you go to black markets to go and change the naira to dollar for 1,300 naira. Let the importers go and change their own also now for 1,300 naira, or even at best your own market, your own central bank rate, 800 or 8 whatever. And you will tell me how those importers will come back to Nigeria and sell it for 700 naira. It's not possible. So that tells you, I don't know how to explain it to anybody. I don't know how simple I can go. That is it. So that tells you that there is nothing. There are no subsidy. That is why they are running scatter. That is why all the money they are borrowing, they have to give it to these people. That is why there is no money for Nigerians to do anything. The day they come out, somebody can lie, and you will continue to lie, and that lie will continue to push you and push you and push you until you push you to your final point where to your final pie, because you are lying. Until the day they will come clean to Nigerians and say, see, there is no subsidy, but Nigerians will have to be buying your one liter of petrol for 1,300 naira. That is why Dangote cannot come out today with 1 liter of petrol, and that will not happen. Take it. Today is the 23rd of January 2024. Dangote cannot come out with 1 liter of petrol. Take it. If you like, come out with all your lies again. It's not possible for him. The only way it's going to be possible for Dangote is that they have to play the same game they are giving their petrol importers too. Dangote will also have to be getting the dollar for 250 naira. But it's not happening to Dangote right now. So how will Dangote make profit? So they can do all the lie they want to lie to hell. They can lie. It's not going to happen. Get it? There is nothing like the subsidy is still there, intact. Intact. That is every dollar that they borrow. They have to give it to these people. If they don't give them the dollar, they don't give those petrol importers the dollar, all hell will break loose. 1 liter of petrol will get to 1,200 naira. That is the minimum. Even that the petrol importers will say, okay, we just want to be taking 10 naira, 20 naira profit. Even at that. But if they want to go gaga, that they want to be taking like 100 naira profit, 50 naira profit, you'll be buying petrol for like 1,300 naira per liter. That is what is going on. So don't let anybody come here and tell us that subsidy is gone. Which subsidy? They are paying them subsidy. Let them come out and tell us. At least there are businessmen all over the place. People does business. Will you buy something for 700 naira and come and sell it for 500 naira? Are they paying the refinery dollars? Are they paying the refinery naira? Is it not dollar? Is it not naira you are paying to? Is it not naira you are paying to buy your petrol in Nigerian filling stations all over the place? Are you paying dollar? So when the petrol station gets your naira, so they carry your naira and go and give the refinery in Belgium or your refinery in the Netherlands. The refineries in the Netherlands. It is naira that they pay us in Nigeria. So you have to refine for us. We have to buy it for naira. Who does that? They pay them in dollars. It is that your naira they will go back. So central bank will take it from them. They will give it to them at a stupendously the cheapest price level possible. Even let them give them the dollar. Even give them the dollar for 600 naira. They still cannot sell it for that what they are selling it now. Simple. So somebody will come out here and be telling us that their subsidy is gone. Which subsidy? Subsidy is there intact. Single currency window. For where? People are still buying for 1,300 naira. Central bank is still selling its own for 800 naira. Nigerians, are you dumb? If you say it is single, what is single? Let everybody be buying it for 1,300 now. Why is central bank still having its own? Why is black market still there? Because they will go to central bank, get it cheaper, and they are the one bringing it to the black market. What is wrong with Nigerians? And they will be coming. I'm sick and tired of them. The likes of Daniel Bwala saying that he spoke with the president and he said the subsidy, one of the things he did is that subsidy is gone. Go and sell that to the Marines and stop deceiving Nigerians. Every money they borrow, those dollars they are borrowing from World Bank, they are giving it to the marketers. And they are printing naira to run the economy, to transfer money to all the governors every month. It is not those dollars. It's a rat race for them. That race that will buy them if they don't change, because they are in a corner now, right now, in a very tight corner. They are boxed in. When somebody they are completely boxing, there's no way out.
Okay.
No, nothing for them. So I don't want to be, don't let anybody please come out and tell us there is no subsidy, subsidy is gone. Don't let anybody come out and tell us that it is only currency, one single currency window. For where? Are we
Thank you.
dumb here? Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate it. Thanks to
Thanks,
everyone.
Mr. Jonathan, for that proper analysis over the subsidy of a 10. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. You have the opportunity to cement it when we are having our final submission. We're already getting close to 3 hours. Okay, let me quickly go to Mr. Toon, then I'll come to Oga Consign. Mr. Toon, thank you very much for joining us today. Good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today? Please unmute yourself, Toon.
Yeah, thanks very much. I hope you're doing good too.
Yes, I'm very good. Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Please talk to us.
First of all, yeah, I'm not going to talk for a long time, but I just want to warn you, Elvis. One man is the most dangerous person that you shouldn't even when you see him, you should be crossing on the other side of the road. He's one of those paid agents that are spreading lies. The guy is a demonic genius. When I'm telling you this, yeah, one man, I know you're listening to me, yeah, and at the day I will catch you on the street of London, maybe we both get arrested because you're so evil. So he coming here to that. This is what he does. If you go to his channel, the things you will hear, you'll be wondering, is really? And I'm strongly suspecting that he's on the paid list of Tinubu to spread lies and contort the truth. He goes to all sort of channels like yours. He comes to Rudolph's channel and all that, but everybody are on him now and all that. So he barely comes. When he comes, he gets it hot, water. Easy means what the other fellow, I don't want to mention his name, that you kicked out last time and banned. That one is another matter. That man is dangerous. Do not be deceived. He is dangerous and evil. Is a certified bigot and a tribalist. Anyway,
wow.
That is that on the one side. What can I say? Every day is one thing. You see, all the people that that voted Tinubu and are supporting him, some that are still standing by him very strongly, like that one man and his satanic. I call his channel a satanic coven. They start their meeting about 2 a.m. UK time, so it's only covens that do meetings at that time of the day. That's why I tell him that he runs a coven of lies and wickedness. See, since this man has gotten onto power, it's all bad news upon bad news. It's just like a portal. A portal has been opened, an evil portal has opened, and all sort of bad things are just happening. He has no plan. They have no plan. See, Gbajabiamila, we knew it was going to happen. They have no plan. That lady that is heading that they are accused. What was the her name? Betty or Betty, whatever she calls her name. Nothing is going to happen to them. It's all a gang. It's all criminal gang. They're not going to do anything. The best thing they're going to do is to remove her and they'll fix her up somewhere or a place that will not would not be hearing of her, but it's still the same criminal activities. And what they do is that they put people in social media. They'll be going about like one man going about there's this other one and all that. He calls his name Igbo name, and he can't even pronounce Igbo name very well. He goes about and all that. He's saying that he's very intelligent. Until I unmasked him in Dr. Rudolph's show. I literally unmasked him, So how can Nigeria go forward? Because we're saying, the last caller was saying that we really need to push back these people. Yes, I agree. But how are we going to? We're going to start from the grassroots. People that come to all these channels. Some of them will pretend that they are they are panelists. Some of them will pretend they are they are on our side, but they are not on our side. They don't want Nigeria to go forward. They are speaking for the government. Except you're so stupid and so dim that you cannot read between the lines. So that is one of the problems we have. Tinubu is not coming down. That man has nothing to offer Nigeria. Even if he drops dead today, people, I want you to remember, we still have the Boko Haram guy there. He's vice. How are we going to deal with the whole lot? The whole lot needs to be kicked out. The whole lot needs to end up in prison. A revelation came out yesterday how they planned to take out Nnamdi Kanu because they bribed Nnamdi Kanu with an oil block and with a lot of money. The man refused. Imagine, because the man was just asking for his people to go, his people to be treated fairly, you want to take out a Nigerian like you? Is that not a shame? Is that a country? They are kidnapping people left, right, and center. Look at the other day, the man that was kidnapped with the daughters and all that. They killed one of the daughters. Now the police came up and told us a lie that they rescued them. The police did not rescue anybody. When I heard the news, I was telling my friend that it has nothing to do with our security. Our security agents are they are not qualified enough to do nothing. It's only corruption. They only found them in the forest when they were wandering and trying to make their way to the main road. And then they came up to the press claiming that they rescued them from the kidnappers. Kidnapping is not going to stop. We're not going to hear the last of it. Look at one weekend, the stupid story is coming up with that is Fubara that is behind all the kidnapping because he wants to get him out of office. What kind of bullshit is that? But Fubara too, Namumu, how can you go and sign agreement? You say is for the sake of peace. You want to go and sign agreement with the devil himself, Tinubu, and all the people around him that is for sake of peace that you withdraw your case. Now they're good. Just watch, people. In a few days to some weeks, we're going to hear they're going to impeach him. You don't do things like that. You don't do things. You've got to stand like a man. It's best you stand as a man and fight and lose as a man. Wike is another demonic person, wickedly demonic person that we have in Nigeria. So the thing is, we just got to be braver than what we're doing right now. I know they are listening to your channel. They are listening to Rudolph's channel. They are under pressure. We need to start we keep on sounding the alarm to the whole world to let the whole world know what is going on, until maybe somebody that is brave enough, that is some people that are brave enough, that is still wearing the uniform, will do something about it and do the needful. So that's about it. That's all I've got to say for now. Let the next person come on and give.
Thank you, Toon. Thank you very much for that wonderful submission. And you see, this is one of the things I talk about. When I talk here, some of you don't listen. You see now, one man, if you are listening, I told you that you've damaged your reputation. You see, you are talking and you see everybody in the comment section, people, someone coming now to the panel to speak about your reputation, your satanic past activities. I will still use the word past because I don't know who you are right now, but this is one of the things I'm talking about: track record, your footprint, the kind of footprint you decide to leave for the people. Even though in your heart, in your mind, you think you are deceiving the people. No, you are deceiving yourself because people are watching you. You are just like
I'm sorry, sir, to interject you. He hasn't changed though. They are still, listen, he's a pack. That's why I call them whenever they come to the channel, I tell them, go back to your coven. The man has not changed. The same tone, the same message. They have not changed. So don't be, well, they were more, but they have not changed. The same story, the same bigotry, undertones and everything. They have not changed one bit. Some of the people, if you look at it, if you read the comments, some of the people on the comment section know what I'm talking about. He hasn't changed, it's still the same. Still the same. You see, I don't have a problem you supporting Tinubu, but for you to be a bigot, for you to start playing down millions and millions of people are suffering in Nigeria and all that, saying that nothing is happening and all that, that is wickedness. I call it wickedness. People coming to bear Igbo name in order to run it down. They think that we're stupid, that we don't know what we're talking about. And well, me and him, we've got a personal, let him, God save him, because I know who he is, I know his full name. I will not publish it on the social media, but let God help him one day. I'll catch him up, because he called me a teen soldier. I will tell him what a teen soldier is about. I'm a baby soldier. I will show him some certain things. Maybe they will arrest both of us, and then he will watch his mouth. When I bruise him in the right places, he will watch his mouth.
Yeah,
very
sad. Very, very sad. But nevertheless, let's move on. Like I say all the time. Oga CM, good evening to you, sir. It's not your turn yet.
Naija, what? Please, we have to put tone in prayer. Let him accomplish this his task. I will be happy. Pulverize the person, not be say touch. Just pulverize. Deal with them. Naija, watch. If you want to know who they are talking about, be awake till maybe 3 a.m. Just listen to them, then you will make your conclusion. You don't need anybody to tell you who is who. Just go and listen.
No, I don't watch them, because I finished my broadcast late, and I learned they start their broadcast very late. So what am I going to watch them for? The time I'm supposed to go to my bed, But nevertheless, I know, like I said, I told him when he came in that his satanic act throughout the whole election, I hope he have changed. But his submission today was, are you saying that his submission was deceitful?
Is it my turn? Is it my turn to speak now?
Mr. Elvis, his submission was very, very. His submission was full of deception. He kind of, put it together in such a way just to cajole people. Again, as I said, they can fool many Nigerians, but they can't come to a platform like this and fool anybody. The submission was completely deceptive.
Okay. All right. Oga Consign, thank you very much, sir. Please talk to us so that we can come to Oga CM. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Good evening to you, sir. Talk to us.
Good evening, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, all the panelists. Mr. Tone, how are you? Today, I don't know if Ellis is still there. I want to ask that Ellis where he got that is English. All those is English, I like it. He used to hammer it in a very big way. So, my brothers and sisters, sometimes talking about Nigeria is like a big problem also. I want to talk about if Nigeria is really a country, really, somebody like Buhari is supposed to be a good country, but somebody like Buhari is supposed to be in jail, because Buhari is a big terrorist. He's a big terrorist. Buhari, on his watch, many people were killed, and nothing happened. He didn't do anything. Buhari went and they gave money to a terrorist group, Mietiala. Billions of dollars to go and buy munitions, say they're usually for another thing. They went and used that money to buy munitions, and they came in to kill Nigerians. That was what Buhari did. Which ethnic group, which other group was the government giving money before? No group. Mietiala is not Arewa. Mietiala is a terrorist group. And Buhari went and gave Nigerian money to them. And they used to buy munitions and came to Nigeria and start killing Nigerians. Buhari government choose those that they are going to buy and those that they're not going to buy. Femi, that Femi, only that you say we should not insult them. But that man, I don't know whether that one is a human being. Coming to open his dirty mouth that they built favor for him by keeping him alive. So the government of Buhari was choosing those that are going to buy and those that are not going to buy. That's ridiculous. That means that is not a government. It was just a terrorist government. They spied many people. On his watch, many people were spied. And today nothing is happening to him. And that is the problem. we have in that country. What of if for example, Tinubu finishes his regime and another person comes, like a Buhari, then he can do more than what Buhari did, and the life continue to go on. That's where Nigeria is a difficult country. You know, it's very, very difficult. How can a president be buying his people, buying those that is ruling? How many people died under Buhari's regime for nothing? Even at a time when he was thinking of genociding the East.
Mr. Consign, your submission, you have mentioned the word key more than 30 times since. You have mentioned the word die more than 20 times. You have mentioned, so it's too, your submission is too sensitive. Please, cut
Okay,
this
I'm
word
sorry. I'm
down,
sorry for mentioning that thing. Yeah, I'm
you
sorry.
cannot just be mentioning it every seconds, you know.
Okay. So, okay, let's let that one. So what I'm saying is that for that man, honestly speaking, this Tinubu, it doesn't matter if they're the same party. If Buhari was in the same APC, the government supposed to know. They should know what to do, because for that man doing what he did, and today he's been praised by those sycophants and hypocrites. We assist again. What of another man, another person comes again and rule Nigeria and did more worse than what he did? What will be how to happen? Then I want to talk about also this issue of today. I was listening to this lady and she was talking about the money being given to the for the legislators to do constant jobs, constituency projects. It's like these leaders or what, I don't know what to call them. They are unison in what, how to make Nigerians to suffer. Because how can these people give these legislators money for constituent projects and they're not doing anything? You, after paying them humongous salary, they still give them money to do constituency projects. Which lawmaker is doing that project? Some of them are getting up to 200 million a year to make project for his people. Is it not supposed? The government supposed to find a group that can be handling that, or create an agency that can be handling that, handling what problems of each state or each local government, than giving these people this money. They give them the money, they eat the money, they use the money and run for another election. They use the money and they destroy their people. That's what they're using the money for. Use the money and give their girlfriends. That's what they're using this money for. Which projects are these legislators doing in their constituency? Nothing. They're doing nothing. Everyone that comes, he collect that money. Everyone that comes, he collect that money, using it to buy different cars, like different expensive cars, and living expensive lives. No government runs in that way. They're just destroying the future of the Nigerians. Really, that's too bad. This issue of Gbajabiamila. Well, Gbajabiamila is a brother of Tinubu. They are the same brother. They are the same thing. It's like their mother. They are the same sibling. Like the other guy said, that man was in jailed in America. The license was taken, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, not only that one, almost all from 1 to 10 of the Tinubu's people in that government, all of them are criminals, big time criminals. All of them, the Senate president, all of them. All of them are criminals, big time criminals. So if somebody is talking about everybody knows what that government is going to be. All of us, we know what the government is going to be, because it's a government of criminals. For the other man, Bualo or Balala or Balala, you know, that one, the other day, people want talking about him. I don't want to talk about him because that one is the same group of Omokri and all the rest. But I think the problem with him that is inferiority complex is what is disturbing him. Falana, Fawemi, all of them. This one from Edo State, or what is that man's name? or Asaba, I think. All of them, they make money from law, from being lawyers. All of them, they make money. Many law is a good profession. When you know what you're doing, you make money from law. You don't be a lawyer, become sycophants and hypocrites. That means you don't know what you're doing. That means you don't know your word. You know that you're not going to succeed in that profession. That's why. Because if you know you're going to succeed, if you know you're strong, if you work hard, I don't think you can come and start supporting criminals. That shows that he doesn't know his word. Maybe he didn't study very well, or he just want to come and eat like others. Let me go and grab my national cake. You see, that's why somebody that is doing that, nobody should be looking at him. Because even all these interviews that grant him, all these things, that make him to be big. For me, I can't, even when that man is talking, I can't listen to what he's talking. Because I know his type. I don't listen to such people. Even like Omokuri is talking, I don't listen to such people. Because those people for me are roofers, honestly speaking. They are nothing to me. I can't listen to them. This and the River State and the River State problem. I look at that problem as those people are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. When it will explode, it's gonna be a problem. Because even the way they're doing it now, it will still be an ethnic problem. Because if Wike tries to remove that man, the people of Ijo will not be happy, and it's gonna be a problem. So I'm calling on. This is not supposed to be. Let's leave them. It's their state. This let's leave them is there for the South Side. I think that all these regional leaders have to come together and speak in one voice. Even what is happening in Nigeria, they speak in one voice. Because when the day it will burn, nobody will be safe. That reverse problem, when it starts, it's going to be a big problem. Because that people will not leave that matters lying low. They won't. And if this wicked removes that man. And again, they can't be looking at wicked. I don't understand, honestly speaking, what Nigeria is turning to. Now we want to be like Afghanistan, or even worse than Afghanistan. We now have mafias who control some areas, control some states. That's too bad. For somebody who is somebody who is greedy. That man is too greedy. Upon the way he's good, I know he's a confused man. He made his in enmity article. He also angered the Obi. Now he doesn't know where to go. Near to go to APC. The people he rejected, I know they're not working. He went to them to have a cover for the meantime, because this is a temporary relief. It's not going to be long. Because whatever happened, even Tinubu goes out today, or what happened to the regime, or what, he'll still be hiding. But for now, let these regional leaders come and help the rivers people. Because if the bomb explodes, it's gonna be too much. It's gonna be problem to them and to the region entirely. For now, my brother, let me stop here because I have a customer.
All right, Mr. Concern, thank you very much, sir, for your submission. Thank you. Okay, guys, I bet make una help us press on the like button, help us to share. I'd like to thank you, Julian Salami and Josh Blueshell, for the super chat earlier on. May God bless you all. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you all. Augustine, thank you very much for joining us this evening as usual. Please talk to us, sir. Unmute yourself. Good evening to you once again.
Thank you, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Though I've badged in before. All protocols, please, duly observed. Actually, I think I listened to one man went to mortuary when he came in. The first thing he was saying, he came to prescribe a role for obedience. He said there's a gap, the opposition gap. Let's do quick and then fill in the gap and be formidable opposition. If obedient waste time, maybe PDP will recalibrate and then get themselves and ticket. I looked at this and I shake. I said, well, what betide those who doesn't know him? It's like, from what my brother Tone said, that is a tip of the iceberg. If you can multiply it by 1 million times, that is how bad that character is. Somebody who said Peter Obi spent 11 years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 years to earn a bachelor's degree from a parochial university at Oka. Number one, Peter Obi never spent 11 years to earn a bachelor's degree in philosophy. That's one. Secondly, Peter Obi did not attend any university at Oka. He studied at University of Nigeria, Nsukka, between 1980 to 1984. He finished from UCKC 1980, June, and then entered in Nsukka after 3 months the same year. I think he did his youth service either in Edo State, I don't know. So for somebody to be, this was during the election, he was concocting all sorts of nonsense. You know, he concocts all sorts. You just need to go and list anyway where that can't. Those that are sane can't even withstand what they mean. You just imagine, is this a human being? Anyway, as they say in As You, Shakespeare said in As You Like It, God has created him, so let's take him for a human being. Anyway, having said that, now Gbajabiamila. You know, I said something one time when Ojo Okalo was crying at the Senate, at the House of Senate, that of all the things he did to Nigeria, everything, they're marginalizing the Igbo, do this, they deserve Senate presidency, or he was crying. I said, look, some people were reading different meaning. I said he cried not because of the fact that he's so patriotic or he want that the reasons he was giving. No, because this is the first time since 1960 Nigeria is having a government of certified criminals. This is the first time. Under Shagari, it wasn't like this. Even under Obasanjo, it wasn't like this. Not to talk about during the Zik and Tafawa Balewa, it wasn't like this. Under Yaradua, no way. Under Jonathan, no way. This is the first time Nigeria is having a government of certified crooks. Crooks. Look at Akpabio. Off your mic, off your mic. Now he's Senate president. Gbajabiamila, it's not that you can have a professional misconduct. Maybe you may present something in which you may be called to defend and then they struck you off and later you get back. But this is theft. That's what they call theft. Not stealing from American government or the state of Georgia, but from your client, somebody who came to you to represent him as a client, represent him as his counsel. You know, if you have a case, you go to a lawyer or a solicitor. When you go to him, you are going to him as the God, please help me. He will look into your case and say, okay, this is what the law, because he knows the law more than you. You submit. Now you have to steal from him. This is not a case of a legal fee or whatever, professional. No, you have to pay. But he stole from you. The only thing you can use to compare that is when you go to a doctor and the doctor, you say, look, I don't know what is. The doctor will say, undress, if you're a female, this thing, and start to assault you. Because you willingly brought yourself to the doctor. Not that the doctor forced you, but you say, please help me. Look at the pain I'm going through. And the doctor take advantage of it. It's evil. You don't forgive that in any profession. You can something like not pay your professional due in any profession or something like that, or you are versus another professional, another member of your profession, you can have disagreement or something, even if it's a physical for fight. But a client coming to you is like you are going to God. Before him, you bear everything, then you stole his money. Now, somebody who did that now came home. If you notice, immediately they announced 4 a.m. that black market judge result given by INEC. The next 2-3 days, Gbajabiamila and Tinubu were cited in France. Only two of them. Only two of them, just like Escobar in those days. And even in France, it wasn't during the day. It was on that night. They were going somewhere, they showed them. I watched all those things. People like Baba Jide Kolado Titoju, in Buhari, in Tinubu's TVC, under journalist hangout, will tell you, you see, Ashewaju, he has not been inaugurated. He's already in France, closing deal, discussing with investors. Oh, na lie. He went to take different concoctions of steroids so that hand, the way they shake before, they shake again with Gbajabiamila. These are the crooks. These are them. And this is a government somebody should want me to have hope. You see, Niger Watch, with every daily development, I now know why they can never allow P2B to be because P2B, this is what P2B will stop. Under P2B, I can bet my life this type of thing won't happen. It's not easy to say you swear, but under P2B, this type of theft, it can't happen now. He will approve what you will steal, so he won't do it. And that is why those people that feel that they can feed off the government, they must do everything possible to stop him. They know if P2B is in power 7-8 months after, Nigerians will be sleeping. At least they will having hope. They will be issue of petrol oil theft will be a thing of the immediately because he knows what to do. He's not interested, but they know that if this man comes in, it's like taking oxygen, taking out just taking a fish out of water. That's what they are doing. Nigeria is in a complete mess, and then before you know it, sugar attracts ants. Which brings me to Daniel Bwala. Daniel Bwala said he left Tinubu and the APC because of Muslim ticket. Tinubu is still a Muslim. The Boko Haram apologist number 2 is still a Muslim till tomorrow. So what changed? You know, when they look at the way, thank God Nigeria has good journalists, at least intelligent people. Look at the way he couldn't even defend this guy self. He couldn't even regulate out of his own hole. When he talked, I'm happy one of the anchors said they are not the same. He said it's not. When he gave example, he said no, there's a different thing. They are not the same. That after working for this media, you go and work for media. This media, it doesn't mean you've changed your position. You only change the employment. This is not a case of you tell us Tinubu is this, say give Tinubu 30 years, he can't even do anything. Now that is the man you are going to beg for job. Nigeria is finished. So that is the way they come. That is their color. The next thing now you will hear about Reno Mockery will be given one position. These are the Reno who went to Chicago State University. Say yes, Tinubu attended Chicago State. He graduated from there. He did this. Where the certificate? He said he talked to them. Who did you speak to? Till today, he can't mention name. What letter he gave? Letter, no signature, no distance, no signature, no telephone, nothing. He said this was the letter he was giving. These are the characters. They are now milling around. Tomorrow they get in. Then they will start and they start to pontificate. See, I still believe in the definition given by what is his name? Dati Baba Ahmed. Democracy is government of the people who are ready by the people who are ready and for the people who are ready. The phrase "who are ready" is what I think I learned something from the job. It doesn't just say democracy. Yeah, if you are ready, that is when you have your democracy. Nigeria is in a complete mess. The likes of one man went to the moon. They are now going around to come and talk. What is the meaning? Go and listen to one man went to the toilet. What he said about Tinubu, the greatest criminal, and now he's coming to tell us. It's on record. What I'm saying, I've gone beyond the mere talks. It's on record. He said the greatest criminal in Nigeria, might be Babangida, then Tinubu. He was comparing them. Now look at what he's saying, but Gbajabiamila shouldn't have been in that space. Go and listen to what he's going to want you to hear. Then listen to him in his coven where he is. That is their prison. Then you see the gathering of vultures, the one that came here to tell us in those days that he was a chartered criminal in the UK. He left UK to go to US, became a chartered criminal, and they ended up in Canada, also a chartered criminal. When you ask him, he tell you it's Igbo. Then there are other ones. You go and see all those renegades, they just go and dump there. To be honest, anyway, well, it's just that when he's speaking, you have to maybe you give him just benefit of the doubt. After listening, you don't make anything out of it. These are the agents of darkness, the prince and princesses of midnight. That's what they do. So that is the issue. I don't see anything coming out. Tinubu, the corruption, this is just a tip of the iceberg. All of them, when a criminal is in charge. By the way, what moral justification has Tinubu to set up a probe? To probe what? Let him start from Alpha Beta in Lagos. Is that normal? Certificate forger, you forge certificate. Why it pains me is that Nigerian constitution says the president and commander-in-chief of the country is a visitor to every university. So you can go there and be shaking hands with graduates. If during an exam in any university and they caught a student cheating, why should that student be penalized or even be prosecuted? When the person in Aso Rock did it internationally to the shame of everybody, the moment he was announced, Mahmoud announced him. Germany, there is the Spiegel, their popular newspaper, published that Nigerians elected a criminal. That is as at February last year or thereabout. So this is how can Nigeria get up? Just because of people saying, oh, we tell me when a criminal is in charge. Look at fuel subsidy. They will announce it in the morning, it's gone. In the midnight, they start implementing it. Exchange rate. What is happening? You see, the enormity of decadence in the system, people do not know. But why? I don't know. When Nigerians are keeping quiet, I don't know. Whether when they buy a liter of petrol for 10,000 naira, I don't know. Nigeria is just printing money. They are not doing it. They're only printing money. They only print, that is paper and ink. They print it and circulate. That's why things are, the inflation, you can't hold it down. Any government, let me say this, any economy you see that is performing, the rate of inflation must be single digit. That is below 10. That is first condition. The second condition is it will be very close to 1. So if you're having 9%, you walk it down to 4 or 5 or 2. That is how you know economy is performing. What is the inflation rate in Nigeria? Nobody knows. You don't talk about interest rate. So these are the things that are choking the people up. And then some people will go about and be telling you we are in a ride for 4 years. And that maybe obedience should work hard to fill in that gap or before PDP recalibrate. When I look at this thing, I say, well, anyway, he knows the type of people they are talking to. So Nigeria is really under pressure. Nothing is happening. Look at Gbajabiamila. I will be surprised if they drop Gbajabiamila. If he's prosecuted, I'll be surprised. I will be. This is the real criminal behind the scene. This is the person doing the wrongs. They didn't have to vet his background. Somebody who stole from your client as a solicitor, as a professional. A client, you stole his money. It's unforgivable. That goes to this. That is too central to your character. Now you have to bring in chief of staff to be in Asro. By the way, Niger Watch, was it not here you showed us one of this write-up that Gbajabiamila is selling job in Asro to the highest bidder? It was here, yes?
Yes. We brought an article here. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So he just sell them. Can you imagine? Okay, can you? This is part of the deal. Selling job to the highest bidder. Not that if you bring 5 million, they give you job. Now you have to bid. If you bid 5, somebody bid 100 million, they sell 100
Although
million.
it was allegedly, that article could not confirm the
Okay,
authenticity.
well, but they've not such a thing now. It gets to them because it's in ink, it's in black and white. They should have taken the people to court for what is it called? Is it not for libel? But all these things we are under. By the way, the guy is too crooked. That is the thing. So coming to the former minister for this thing, there's this Mexican play we watched in Nigeria in those days, soap opera. They say the rich also cry. Now Beshida had to, because power has left them, those of them from the north and moved down to the southwest. They are not comfortable that Tinubu want to do his own restructuring. You see, for the avoidance of that, Nigeria has started restructuring. Tinubu want to do restructuring before restructuring. Want to get the southwest ready because they will restructure Nigeria. That is the issue. But it's okay. I mean, insofar as if that will help, even if it helps, whatever you do that helps millions or thousands, I'm okay with that because what is it called? Reduce the poverty level. If Sani Abacha, with all that he did, the money they are alleging Abacha stole, all these things, he used it to establish up to 10 industries across the north. Poverty there will reduce. Let's now know that we are fighting poverty in the south, so that will reduce the overall poverty index. That is the thing. Atiku, the ones that all these things, that it helps. So Tinubu is doing his own restructuring. Central Bank, part of it will be in Lagos. Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria is moving down to Lagos, and who knows? In that case, let me also suggest NNPC should move to Port Harcourt or Warri, or share it between Port Harcourt and Warri, NNPC, because that is where the oil is. If you want to really balance things up, Post Authority will go to Calabar. I mean, let's even things up so that Nigeria will have a breath of fresh air. Let them restructure. If the aim is to restructure, because I know it's not because of Lagos is safe. No part of Nigeria is safe, because that thing that those people that are pursuing you in Abuja will also follow you to Lagos. After all, there's no toll gate. Anybody can move around anytime. So if the essence is just to start restructuring, I welcome it, because Nigeria is overburdened. We can't continue to concentrate power in one place, and it will be breeding corruption. If you move an NPC down to Warri or Port Harcourt, yes, it will help to open up all the up for it's an oil area. So let it be there. Then if there's mining corporation that go to Jos or Enugu or maybe Kogi, let it be. Everything in the UK is not headquartered in London. There are things that are in different parts of the country. So if that is the idea of doing it, well, it's all good. It's good by me. But Beshida Hatu should start to insult us. In the interview, he was saying, like when I read it, said they were all talking of, they were taught one Nigeria indivisible.
All right, round up 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. They were taught all different types. So I just look at it, I laugh. The rich also cry. For Arewa Consultative Forum to do a meeting and then reject it. I know they are having midnight meeting, thinking about it. Simply because they don't want Igbo man to be president. They feel that they can give it to Tinubu to hold in trust for them after about some years. Maybe they will take it back, or God help them, the man may not, the man may delete himself. Then the Boko Haram apologists, they will use it to compensate him for helping them to take out Jonathan. They've forgotten that as an Igbo, we have a proverb: giving a monkey water to drink is never a problem. The real problem is retrieving the cup when the monkey must have finished drinking. So that is exactly the mess Nigeria is now. Let me erase my case here. I come back later. Thank you.
All right, Augustine, thank you very much, sir, for your long submission. I appreciate you. Okay, we have Mashallah, which is the last person on the panel with us. Mashallah, it's good to have you here again, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Good evening, Nigeria Watch. Good evening, Nigerians and our viewers. I didn't join early, but I joined when we had that intruder coming to talk rubbish on the air. I was surprised that Mr. Evans even know the person in question. So, to me, it's not our topic, but as the atmosphere is now showing that They are losing ideas. That's why they are confused. They're under pressure, and they are selling their barbarians to different network. We succeeded in chasing one out. Another one is trying to come and look patch his tents in Nigeria Watch, and I believe he will not come back. It was this same panel we spoke about Nigerian Army releasing repentant Boko Haram to their community. Which community? Please, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Army, please specify the particular community you have taken these people to, because we are not fools. Boko Haram, I guess they are short, they are losing men, they need more men, so you decide to release to them. There is nothing as bad as somebody working so hard to finish a project. You are almost finishing this project, and then you start destroying another part of that project. That is what Nigerian Army is doing. It is obvious that they are not interested in ending insurgency in Nigeria. What is the crime these people have committed that somebody in Kirikiri prison has not committed? Nigerian Army. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Nigerian.
Yeah.
What is the crime that these people have committed that somebody in Kirikiri or Okere prison in Wari has not done, that you are releasing them, and now you have released them? Please, Nigerian Army, which community in particular are they from that you are resettling them, and who is there in that settlement? If it's not Fulani headquarters, you are taking them back to, and then tomorrow you now tell us you have problem in Borno State. Why are we so wicked? Taking them to where? Gbajabiamila. Another, Tinubu is just congregations of rows around him. It was this panel I said Tinubu himself will do himself, and that's what he's doing to himself right now. Tinubu, by yourself, you will enjoy your government by yourself, because you have problem in your closet. You brought out so much woman, bring the problem in your closet out by yourself, because I don't know who is probing, who is in charge of the probing. But this probing will get to you, that it will probe, and you'll be linked to this probe. Continue doing it and not do the right thing by resigning as the president, because Gbajabiamila is there now. They will say alleged. Mr. Elvis, who is Mr. Alleged? Because it's just like my father saying something has happened, we say we don't know. Who is Mr. We don't know. So who is Mr. Alleged? Because this alleged is in covering all the things that we know. It is alleged, but it has happened. Alleged, but it didn't happen. You are still in government. For there to be a minister, they have to sort you out, but they say it's alleged, as if you didn't take money. They are taking fan to Lagos, taking some of the ministry back to Lagos. When those things were in Lagos, Nigeria was working at least. But they brought them to Abuja. We have psycho fans, someone that did not go to school. Is one commissioner somewhere, one chairman somewhere, but doesn't know anything about financial institution, but yet he works in CBN. CBN is just there collecting money, claiming people's bank left and right. The country is in a mess, and the painful part is the Nigerians that are just watching and just managing. I don't know when will it be enough for you people. How long can you stomach this pain? The kind of thick skin we have in Nigeria, I don't know where you got it from. And I can't blame you. If they take half of Nigeria and take to the outside world to spend 6 months, if they come back, none of these people will be in that country again, because they won't be able to rule. Is it a crime for people to just try to give them the basic things of life? Basic things of life for them to just be okay. Now lie. You are suffocating them. Very soon the fuel will go to 1,000. They don't know what they want to do. But now we are going there very soon. But our wickedness is at the highest. They have released these guys now to their community. In the next 3 or 4 months, insurgency will increase again. And they think what they are fooling us. No. Niger Watch, let me rest here because Niger matter is getting crazy every day. Every day new thing, every day new thing. Nobody comes to Niger Watch room and watch that rice has dropped price. Fuel is now 100 naira per liter. Which day will we come and hear such good news? Thank you, Niger Watch.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. You're asking a question, so who is alleged?
Who is alleged? I don't ask that question. Who is Mr. Alleged? Because when something happens, they say it's alleged. Who is Mr. Alleged? Because the thing has happened and it keep happening, but yet they have not catch Mr. Alleged.
All right. You know why the word alleged or allegedly have to be used when you are not 100% sure. When somebody is not found guilty in court yet, and you are not actually allowed, to convict the person by yourself. You understand? So even though
you know why I'm laughing? Somebody is alleged. He's our Senate president. He's alleged. He's here now. Gbajabiamila. Their cases never go to the court and never see the end.
Yes, that's why. But you still have to use it because if not, we will be media men. That's what we tell the Dwasa. So we have to follow the rules. Yes.
God help us catch that alleged.
All right. Thank you very much. It's only what you have 100% on when you just like somebody saying that Mashola said this and he said alleged. I can say no, it's not alleged. I have the video from Mashola when he talked about
the word alleged. I understand the whole story. I'm trying to give you a scenario where my father called his 4 children and they will say, what happened? We don't know. And he asks us, are we living Mr. We don't know. You understand? You're asking 4 children questions and they keep telling you, I don't know. So who is Mr. I don't know in this house that has started doing things in the house?
So we find out my brother for Nigeria. So we find out no result, nothing at all. Anyway, thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. We've come to the end of our first session. We're going to have our final session right now, which I'm going to cap all of them on just 4 minutes so that we can round up. So let me go back straight to Ogatun. Let me start with Ogatun first. Ogatun, please unmute yourself, sir. Give us final submission 4 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Again, I believe that we've touched on everything that needs to be touched on for this evening. There's no point running over and they're sounding like a broken record. All I'm just going to say to all the Agbado people, you better stand by your mandates, stand by it, enjoy the hunger, enjoy the suffering, and look forward to 2027. You guys have told us that your Tinubu is going to rule for 8 years. I hope he doesn't drop dead. Remember, he lied about his age. We have not forgotten. We know he's not the age he told us he is. We know he's much older than that. We know that. So don't think we have dementia that we cannot forget. We remember everything. Remember, he told us one secondary school, and whilst that secondary school has not even been founded, so we have not forgotten. So continue standing on his mandate. The Boko Haram guy will come and finish the job when your principal drops dead. Thank you. That's all I've got to say in closing.
Thank you very much, my brother Tun. I appreciate your time with us today. Thanks for putting your voice out there. All right. Let me go to Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, please, if you are there, sir, give us your final submission, 4 minutes. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone there, all the submissions made today. I think all the subject has been fully taken care of, exhausted, today. pretty much. I just want to, say one or two things with respect to Gbajabiamila. You know, as we all know, that talking of corruption in Nigeria, the buck stops on Mr. Tinubu's table, and he can't deny that, he can't spin that. You know, nothing happens, nothing happens in Nigeria. Please make no mistake about that. In Nigeria, that Gbajabiamila through him to Mr. Tinubu, both of them, that they will not be aware of it. When it comes to looting, those that are brazenly, like they just want to do it on their own, brazenly, to loot, they go down for it. If Gbajabiamila is not aware of it, he's always 100% in the loop. He knows everything about every naira that is being looted. Since Mr. Tinubu became president, he's aware of it. And they can try to spin it whichever way they want to. That's why, it's clear. Mr. Tinubu surrounded himself with crooks, all of them, without exception. I've called them out. I've said it, that they can at least bring one person out who is not. Just one. Just one. They cannot. They don't have. They don't have it. Everyone surrounded that surrounds Mr. Tinubu. Therefore, he cannot get anything done. And that is the acid test for him. If truly, truly, he really wants to, do something for Nigeria, first of all, he must get rid of all of them. Let him stand alone. Let him come clean. Appoint people of integrity. But unfortunately, as much as he wants to do that, nobody of integrity. When I say integrity, now I'm talking of genuine, true integrity, will stand to see will come out and stand to work for Mr. Tinubu. Therefore, is locked up, with these crooks. He's locked up with them. He has no choice. There's nothing he can do. These are the people he has to work with. That is why the likes of Daniel Bwala, he believes, in his sense, in his brain, Daniel Bwala believes that he can do well in that space, that he can go to Mr. Tinubu's space and be like a saint. If Daniel Bwala will appear as a saint in the world of Mr. Tinubu and his cronies, the likes of Daniel Bwala. So he believes that when he goes there, he will be their, he will be their pastor, so to say. He will be the one that, like Daniel Bwala. That's what is going on his side. You can see his demeanor today. He turned himself to a caricature. A fully grown man, a lawyer with many years of experience, turned himself to a caricature just because of what he's going to eat. He cannot be coherent. He cannot be consistent. He cannot make any sensible argument. Hear him speaking. A lawyer with many years of experience, making comparison between the anchor of a TV show, leaving the network to another network, comparing that action, that move, to what he just did, leaving PDP to APC, saying that it is the same. If you're an anchor, it's like Rufai waking up tomorrow and say, I'm leaving Arise. I'm now going to channels. He equates that action to what to his own. That's how, excuse me, excuse me. That's how incoherent he has turned himself to be. He cannot say anything again. Just look at his demeanor today. He turned it to, he became angry. In fact, he wanted to fight. He was struggling to put himself together because he knows that it's not making sense. It's not making sense. Look at Daniel Bwala, for crying out loud. A man that spoke vehemently against a drug baron, against a certificate forger. We saw it. We saw it, and that will be his nemesis. Everywhere he goes, they will play it back to him. If they don't play it back, they will remind him. You spoke vehemently against a drug baron. You spoke against his certificate matter, and you, the same person, you are now coming out to defend him. What a deceptive man! What an untrustworthy man! Can Douala stand now in front of his own son or daughter, just oppose that and to defend it, that this was my position few months ago, this is what I'm saying now, to any of his own, even his own employee? He has lost it all by that singular move. What he did, he has lost it all. Mr. Daniel Bwala still coming out to tell Nigerians that subsidy is removed. This man he has lost it all. He's so shameless. Talk of a barbarian. Talk of being a barbarian. And we can see, after all, they call people on social media barbarian. One of their own that they referred so much. He called people on social media barbarian. So if I'm calling them barbarian, I'm not abusing them. I'm only using the word, their own words, back to them. A man of Bwala status, regardless of his law or legal background, he turned himself to a barbarian. Because that's what you are. How do you want to defend this? Anywhere you appear, anywhere you find yourself going forward, Mr. Daniel Bwala, you can never be coherent again. You cannot make any sense again. You can't. How do you want? You have gone too far. You have gone too far. It will have been somebody else. Somebody else could have done this and go away with it. It's not Daniel Bwala. You have gone too far. Your digital footprint is all over the place. You left it there. You can't even campaign to be a councillor, Mr. Bwala, on a clear playing field, on a clean level playing field. You can't even win a councillorship election because of your antecedent, because of your digital footprint that you have left. This is not 1980. This is not 1990. Everything you said is there, and this is not even the time when people even know. They will not say it. People will say it. And if you want to fight them the way you obviously did today, you want to be angry the way you obviously displayed today, they will bring it out to you. They will bring it out to you, and then when you see it, you will only get angrier and angrier because you cannot make any sense. The same thing will happen to a mockery. Reno, let him come out. How is going to make any sense to defend Mr. Tinubu? How? You can't. You cannot work with Mr. Tinubu and make sense. Don't you know that? That is elementary. That is elementary. And you are a lawyer for that matter. So what are we talking about? You can't work for him and make sense. You can't work for him and make any sensible argument. Where do you want to start from? Where? Even his staunch allies, like the one, the now minister for aviation. Even that one, look at him these days. He has entered house. He can't come out. He knows the only way you can be somewhat, and I carefully choose that word, somewhat successful in your role, have a minimal success working for Mr. Tinubu, is for you to enter house. You got to keep quiet. You got to keep quiet. You can't be going to the media here and there on. You can't do that. Please know this. So don't come out and be fooling Nigerians. We know. So the best bet for you is just keep quiet. If you think you are going to do this role successfully, you will appear more foolish and more stupid. So just enter and stop this nonsense. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone. Have a wonderful night.
God bless you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you very much for your wonderful submission. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I have Madam Origin here. Madam Origin, thanks for calling back again. Good evening to you once again. Please give us your quick final submission.
Yes, please. Would you like me to talk about? I know she's not in our list today. Ruth Ogunleye.
Okay.
Yeah, I have I have made a short list. I am talking to these people today because the whole world will ask what you did concerning this matter. Pastor Mrs. Funke Adejumo, Pastor Mrs. Ifeanyi Adefarasin, Pastor Mrs. Toyin Fajushiwe Oyemade, Pastor Mrs. Nkoye Rapu, Pastor Mrs. Mildred Kingsley, Pastor Mrs. Eno Jerry Eze. I also have, if I didn't call my friend or Pastor Mrs. Mario Eze, because I don't know if she has a platform, but if you hear me, this is also for you. Minister Victoria Orenze, Minister Mercy Chinwu Blessed, Mrs. Adesua Banki Wellington. Why I'm calling, I have done my research, it's because you all are women of substance. I did my research before I speak. I give this submission. The world is going to ask you, what did you do? Ruth Ogunleye, a soldier woman, she has given up herself. She spoke for every woman in Nigeria. You all know what I'm talking about. You know what it means to be a woman in Nigeria. And you all are women that have a platform that can save all the women that are under what she went through. We don't know where she is now. A lot of women have died because of this condition. She gave up herself by coming out. She came out for every woman abused at workplace, every woman intimidated at workplace, every woman sexually harassed at workplace. That is who Ruth Ogunleye is. My question is again, where is Ruth Ogunleye? I tell you, another reason why I called you, because I know, as all of you I mentioned, you know that every Niger woman, every African woman is an Amazon and not a sex slave. This lady has talked for the broken-hearted, the ones that are still suffering. She has cried out. We must not let her die without knowing what happened to her. Where is Ruth Ogunleye? I rested there. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this every day. God bless you, man. Thank you. Yes, because we need to know where she is. All right. Let's move on now to let me come to okay, Mashallah. You don't give us your final submission. You never give us final submission. If you have any quick.
My final submission is very simple. Nigerians, shine your eyes. Armed robbers, thieves are in government. Come out and protest. That's the only way. There is no human being who will wait for the next 3 years for another election that they are already captured already. So the only way out is for us to come out and protest. They didn't say you should carry stick. just come out with your placard. Tinubu, you are not our president. Go. Thank you. Naija Watch, I'm through.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, mashallah. Yours is direct. Thank you. God bless you. All right, guys. The last person on the panel, Augustine, please give us your final submission and let's run.
Okay, in my final submission, I will remind Nigerians what time it is now. Let them remember, like Mashallah said, thieves are in charge. So you can imagine what the situation is. It's no longer that Nigerians are corrupt or corrupt. These are thieves, direct. They are stealing the money now. And it's not a case of somebody at the bus stop or in a motor park. These are people in Nassau Rock, openly indicting themselves, stealing. I said one time that when Emefiele will sing, a lot of people will go under the, I mean, how do I say it? Ought to be in prison. So, but having said this, what will Nigerians do? Do you fold your hand and continue to lament that a bag of rice is 73,000? Petrol, you can't see it. If you do see, it's up to 800 naira a liter. But your people don't stealing your. Yes,
Right
yes.
now, £1 is 1,700 naira.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Congratulations,
right now,
Nigeria. Congratulations, Nigeria.
Like 2 minutes ago, I just checked 1,700 or something. You know, in some app, it's already 118. So it's crazy. That means a dollar should be 1,005 or 1,600 already. Crazy.
So, see, you know, hey, yeah, I think I have to use this my last minute.
Naija Watch. I want to confirm that somebody, my wife sent money to Nigeria today, 1,780 naira today.
You said now 1,008 then. You know, since I not like
Yes.
1,800 naira. Jesus.
Okay. You see, I remember, I think, was it? Oh, Chris, my friend Chris from Dublin. I answered the question. So let me keep posing it. Nigerians, with the way things are now, are we moving towards Somalia or are we moving away from Somalia? Like I said, this question, there's no single correct answer. Anyone is the answer. Just argue your case and keep it and mark your script yourself. Are we moving towards Somalia or are we moving away from it? Look at what they're changing Nigerian money. And yet we are the 6th largest exporter of crude oil, the 3rd largest deposit of gas in the world. They said after Russia, Qatar.
The vice president went to tell them that we are not a poor country in the most arrogant
way. And I remember, that World Economic Forum in Switzerland, if you do not have opportunity of meeting any important leader in the world, just hold on January. Try and go there. Every economist, whether from World Bank, IMF, anywhere, US president, that is the gathering. You go to Switzerland, you must get contact. You go there, you are telling them Nigeria is not a poor country. Then why are we the poverty capital of the world? That is a shame. You see the way Nigerians talk? Even diplomacy, we can't even know how to do it. Ordinarily, you should have go in there quietly. Then if there's anything you want to say, you say. Even what is it called? The America is still asking for foreign investors to come and invest in their country. The same thing with the UK. Even Japan, China, number 2 in the world, they still want foreigners to come and invest in their country. How much more Nigeria? How much more Nigeria? There used to be a joke that you tell a Chinese, have you seen Jesus Christ? He said, well, I haven't, but if you bring it, I can make it for you. So because they are used to, industries are there. Now look at the shame. That is what we are saying. So look, Nigerians, you have to answer that question yourself. Are we moving towards Somalia with the way we are going or moving away from it? After Russia, Qatar, the largest oil deposit in Africa is in Nigeria. Not crude oil, gas. After Qatar, Russia, then Nigeria. Yet look at where we are. Liquefied natural gas is making money. Who accounts for it? Nothing. Sanusi said he must continue to ask, where is the money from NNPC sale of crude oil? Where is it? You see, I don't know. You see, it's like Nigerians are just looking. These people just sell the crude oil and pocket the money. Nothing happens to them. That's why everybody is just smiling, joining APC. I don't know when this thing will end, and then the people are impoverished. The vice president will go and tell the world we are not a. This was the arrogance Gowon displayed in the 70s when we had oil boom. He said Nigeria is our problem is not how to make money, but how to spend it. Yet there are not every part of Nigeria has a motorable road. Electricity is only confined to the cities. Pipe-borne water not everywhere. Yeah, healthcare facility is not the best. You see, it's a shame, really. I don't know when we will learn. All these things, that's why I keep lamenting all these things. If only P2B had entered, at least we now know that we know somebody who won't even waste dirty water, who won't even throw away dirty water. We like to recycle it and use. Now look at the mess Nigeria is. You borrow money, you don't know what you are using it for. We say crude oil at above the benchmark we used in the budget. That's what we are selling it now. No way. Abacha loot returned. No way. What is it called? You go and borrow money? No way. Which one? How? What are we doing? Still nothing. So it's a shame, really. So, Niger Watch, thank you for the opportunity. At least for those that we hear, let them hear. But the time is long overdue. We are talking of 1,700 naira for dollar or 800. By the time we get to next week or next month, it will be 2,000. Yes, because it increases by 100. It will be 2,000 because it increases in hundreds. Before middle of February, it will get to here. Dollar has, £1 has hit 2,000, which means only Sabakova said, why should he pay his driver 100,000? Then he will use 60,000 to go and buy a bag of rice. Is that not a shame?
Thank you.
The man was bitter. Let me add to what CM said. CM, remember before the election, Obi said the crude oil is being stolen.
Yes.
Now the main leaders of the crude oil stealing are in government. That is why they are not saying anything. They are not saying anything towards stealing of crude oil again. We have not had any story since they came into government. Just let you know that the main armed robbers of Nigeria are really in charge, and there's no way for us out.
But my brother, yeah, we tend to forget something. Should an individual own an oil block? It was Obasanjo that opened all this criminality. They started all this rubbish. An individual shouldn't own an oil block in the first place.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing that out. Thank you very much. As a starting point, all oil blocks licenses should be revoked if they even want to start at all.
They give it to states. If they like, that is part of devolution. Give it to states.
CM, you know my pain. You know my pain. Sorry, you know my pain. The people of the South, where the oil is being, they don't understand. Rather they are fighting other people. Look at the land. I mean, last time I went to Yenegua, I was like shaking my head. I said, "Is this Nigeria?" And the riches of Nigeria is coming from that. Everybody has ignored them. Asari and all that, the criminal and all that, they settled him. He doesn't care, and he said he's fighting for his people. What people is he fighting for? Look at all the rubbish that has happened. Wike took the jet that is meant for the state and packed it as his private property in Abuja, and we say we have a democracy. Is it not crazy?
To be honest, it's true. I think the real fight is for those riverine coastal people, Niger Delta people, to rise up. Because to be honest with you, they need to rise up. And I'm telling you, if they do, the entire people will support them. Because there's no we support them. Yes.
They can't have anyway. Let me there from call.
No. You see, the situation don't change. I know the situation don't change.
The leaders are all criminal because we keep saying Hausa Fulani, how do I tompolo them? All of them are criminals.
The you are saying, the ones that went to school, those that have gone to school, knows the right things, are not in the country again. We have touts everywhere. They have taken over. They are the one in government. They are the one taking commissioner from the Delta State government. Go to Delta State government. Majority of those guys there are town. They didn't go to school.
It's true. Yeah, correct.
They don't go. So that's who will you fight? Each of those villages, you cannot walk in that village without wearing rain boots. You cannot wear a shoe. It's a rain boot to move around. About this time, they don't have road. You can't walk barefoot.
I went there last year during the rainy season. I shook my head. I said, listen, it will not be well for people that are ruling Nigeria and the leaders of the South. It will not be well for all of them.
CM, in 2015, I was doing project in Escavos. Every night I come out and see the river rising. It is in a village. They do not have road. They do not have pipe-borne water. They buy pure water from town. Pure water comes on big canoes and takes almost 6 to 2 days before it gets there. And they buy the pipe of pure water for 20 naira. Pure water they sell 5 naira in town. They buy it for 20 naira. You wake up in the night and watch Escavos playing in the town farm. You will see light everywhere. The only thing that community is enjoying is steady light. That's the only thing they're enjoying from the Nigerian government. But if you see the village, if you look at the picture from the river, you will cry. See where the people stay.
Brother, steady light. No, wait. Steady light should be a basic thing.
Exactly.
Any development country like this.
Tone. Let me tell you again. Why I'm saying that steady light is the difference is being in Nigeria, staying in Nigeria. I experienced steady light 24 hours for the first time in my life in that community, just because we have Chevron very close to them. Chevron is them like steady.
Okay,
your AC is on steady, your light is unsteady, but they don't have water, they don't have road, they can't even fish, not talk of food, they can't farm, and all around them is crude oil spillage everywhere.
I think what Nigeria needs a total revolution. And revolution, when I talk about revolution is not a nice thing, no. Blood go flow. That is a sad thing. Blood go flow. It's a total, when everybody will just say, okay, now we've had enough. And when it starts happening, you see all these fools, all of them will jump in their private jet and they go on exile. If I let even exile all of them, let's start again as if they just gave us independence. We just press the reset button for Nigeria. Let's just start again, and we decide: do we want to continue as Nigeria or want to break it up, and everybody will sort out themselves? You know,
it's true. It's very shameful. Look at the level of suffering. It is true, yes, like people are saying in the Niger Delta. How do we explain that, like in that Escravos, this where they are standing is full of wealth, yet they can't see clean water to drink. They can't live good life.
That's just Escravos. In my village, where we have elf, when I went, no human being was staying in the village because there's no amenities. And you have oil well, Christmas tree everywhere. They call it Christmas tree. It's everywhere around that place. No human being. Yet they sold up the super deck, which is like they have the super deck in Delta State. They will say they have buildings. I went there to check projects they have there. Abandoned projects everywhere, and every year they keep signing the same project, the same budget every year. That's how wicked they are. So the truth is, it's not only Tinubu that is a problem. The governor is also a bigger problem. The governors are also a bigger problem. Their problem is even bigger than Tinubu. Their own is bigger than Tinubu. And nobody can ask them, your money that comes every month, where does it go? What have you used to do? Nothing. You can imagine a councillor of a Warri council building hotel for who? A councillor is building hotel to do what?
What is the name? Omashola. See, the way I see it, I know before, like you said, nobody can do. Things has changed. There are people maybe 20, 30 years ago, they may not contemplate, but the way it is now, this is the time. They just have to get up and say, look, enough is enough. They can't do all this. No, it's true.
All these people, when you say change, I'm telling you that the same cycle fans, once you get your opportunity, they won't even do what they are saying about. The people that will change all these communities, all these places, they have majority of them japa finish. They don't japa finish because they are tired of these arrogant people everywhere. You just imagine you going to school and a boy that never enters class, a truant in your classroom that is always disturbing, he's the one that's your counselor. And you that went to university can't be a counselor. You can imagine that's the kind of government that we have in Delta State. Is everywhere. Is everywhere. I'm just using where I'm close to give you an example that it can't change because they are so bold. That's why Nigerian army can even be so bold to tell us repentant Boko Haram are now settled to the community. Where? Ask the army now, where are you settling them to?
Very soon they are planning to use Agbero to collect tax. Is it not Lagos?
I saw that tax.
The same template for Lagos now.
Exactly. They're even announcing it, Agbero, to be a tax collector.
Because Oluomo can't come to he's scared of coming to Abuja. He doesn't want to lose Lagos.
Hey, Jesus Christ, Nigeria. In fact,
so this is what I always say is those going to class, if you remember us going to classroom, secondary school, the ones that are very brilliant are in front. The ones that are trying to match up with everybody is in the middle. The ones that are still trying to survive to join either the front or the back are the back seats. The ones that don't come to class at all are the ones gambling. They never come to class. They are the one in charge of government. And when you want to do election in Nigeria, they are the ones, the man in front, that sit in front of the seat. He will go and lawyer to him. Oga, lawyer, I need your support. Because he's the Agbero. He's the one that will go around all the communities and say, this is my boy. Vote for him because he's teaching me mathematics in school. They are everywhere. We have tout everywhere. Advanced tout. That's why our president does not have certificates.
But
because when he's going to go to school, he didn't go.
Taking it on an individual basis, you see that Delta State is really sick. The money Delta ends I think behind the Akwa Ibom. After Akwa Ibom is Delta. Delta gets more money than River State. It pains me that Delta is a place that even all the money they are accruing from whatever, it just filtered away. To be honest, I'm telling you, although there are mismanagements everywhere, the Delta is the worst.
You're talking about is the same set of crook. Delta State is a typical Nigeria. The same set of crook that have been ruling the state since
Ibori.
The same people putting themselves everywhere. The same senators are still the same people recruiting themselves round up and down the whole place. If I give you a story, one day I went to James manager's house. That was the highest of it. I told him, okay, I want job. He told me, he was giving me a story of a woman that they stole his pot of soup. This was like when Buhari just got into government. He was telling me pot of soup. Okay, I want a job. They're telling me a pot of soup that got stolen. That's how bad we are. We are wicked.
It's true. Delta own is a different case, to be honest. I know there are states because of the money that accrues to Delta, yet you can't.
Okay.
Absaba should have been better than it is. Anyway, thank you, Niger Watch.
I have a Black Panther on the phone. Black Panther, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Good evening to you, sir.
Thank you very much. You guys have spoken. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you guys have spoken very much. Oga Tone, God bless you.
No, sir.
God bless you. I've been watching you, even in Dr. Damage. I've watched the way they've attacked you. You were sitting lonely. It was like a man lonely.
Because they don't like
wilderness.
They don't like truth.
Thank you. I will speak on you when I come in tomorrow. But I want to officially now that Shell is out of Nigeria. They have sold they're about to sell their offshore well now. So Nigeria is in for a very good ride. We don't know where we are going to. So I want to thank you, Nigeria. I'll give you details because I'm studying it. It's on the international news right now. If you check it, it's right there.
I bet put all the details together, put it together and bring it.
Yeah. There's an Indian woman that is going through it, and she's giving us those of us that are with us, giving us the details. So I will bring the news tomorrow because they're just about to sell the offshore well to the local industry in local company in Nigeria. And you and I know can guess who that people are. So Nigeria is in for a good ride this time around.
Thank
you, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. All right. My people, let's come to the end of the broadcast now. 4 hours. Don't drag me. I look at the week came out at drag me. Go for 4 hours. Now we don't give for the final submission. No. All right. Nigeria's situation. Not be waiting there to finish one day. Go ahead, sir. You wanted to quickly say something.
Yeah. What I want to quickly say, I'm talking to Omasholana. You see, it is true that we know governors are corrupt. But relative to what happens in Delta, there are certain things I believe in my state of Anambra, it can't happen. We can't take it. We can't. I'm being honest. We can't take it.
Like
yes, because
you talk about Anambra. You see this man that says Shell is being sold. They are selling Shell. Shell in Warri. When I entered, but they abandoned their property there. It is now snake and rodents are taking over that place. Common sense for even the state government, okay, Shell, you're no more using this property. Can we take it over? No. When I say wicked people in government, they are everywhere. By the time we start looking by state, you will see many. Leave Tinubu are small. The state is where the real corruption is, and we can't go there. Mr. Elvis is here because Edo State is election new. Edo people are different. You can't easily cajole them. But in Delta State, is their own difference. It's turn by turn government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my people. Let's continue from where we stopped today. By tomorrow, we are here by God's grace again, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. I want to appreciate every one of you that came into the panel today. Thank you very much, Ogatun. Thanks for your time with us. And thanks for being a truthful person as well. I appreciate you, Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. Thank you very much, our analyst, our analyst that analyze everything. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oga CM. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, Mashallah. Thank you. Those of you that came that already left, Mr. Consign, Mr. Paul, and I think Mr. Alex as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, my wonderful people. All people that came in through the phone, thank you, Madam Origin. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Black Panther, for coming in as well. And thank you, Oga Grant. You called in earlier on as well. And I missed some calls as well. So I beg, make one understand with us. It's not easy for me to cover everything. If you call in and I could not pick your call, please understand with us. Tomorrow is another day. Then you have an opportunity to call into the show. For those of you that could not join the panel today, we're looking forward to having you guys tomorrow or anytime. There's nothing wrong you taking break. It's a normal thing. It's not easy. Trust me, it's not easy. For anybody to break my record now, they had, because now let me never take 1 day break since April 2022. So yes, once I start the take break, then nobody go feel quarrel with me anymore because it's not easy, trust me. But thank God, and I'm grateful to God and grateful to every one of you that is encouraging us, people like you on the panel right now, and those of you that is joining the panel. You guys are encouraging us to do what we're doing today. If I log this channel for 1 week without not coming out, it means that many of you will not be here as well, except I take a day off, but somebody will still run the channel because the channel is doing a lot. You can see some of this satanic set of people. When I go to channels and arise, you can see the reference to us indirectly. Indirectly, because they are hearing what we are saying, yes. But the good thing about it is that we are fighting these people with facts. We are not talking because we hate them. We are talking because they are doing the wrong thing. We want them to do the right thing for us because we are tired of living like this. Our forefathers lived like this. Many of them are gone. Our fathers, our parents lived like this. Many of them are gone as well. We don't want our own time to elapse without not experiencing a better Nigeria in our time. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And we're also grateful to God that in our time, technology came into the space. What about many, many years, decades ago when there were no technology? You cannot rub shoulders, or rather flex your muscles with these mainstream media, because whatever they present to you is what you will accept at that time. You remember when we wait for NTA that year, whatever we they wait till they can't talk, now we go take, you know, get choice. And they take talk and they have the way they have drafted it, edited it, put it to you, you just take it like that. But this time they cannot, because all of them are scared now, even though we know that we have lots of satanic leadership running Nigeria and all that, but still, before they want to pass any information now in this postmodernism, they still think about it and say, this thing, be careful, remove that one, okay, add this one, journal, but that one we fair put, remove her, because so these people, if you go give them now, they go know, go say, you sure? Because they already know that we have we have lots of intelligent Nigerians on social media, the same social media they don't like, the same social media they are calling us barbarians. They know that we will come out certainly, to tackle them on their lies. Yeah, so it's better, we should embrace the postmodernism because it's favorable to most of us that doesn't that won't have any kind of voice, if it was then like 2, 3, 4 decades ago. Yes, let's continue to do what we're doing. That is what I'm trying to say. Let's continue to do what we're doing. We're not committing any sin by coming out to call out a satanic set of people in the name of government that have been recycling themselves since God knows when, impoverishing the people of the country without no consequences. That is what we're doing. We're calling them out that enough is enough. We can't continue like this. You guys do the right thing and let us, the citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to have a good life in our own country. That's what we're doing here. I want to appreciate every one of you that is joining me to do this daily. It's not easy, but I'm appreciating every one of you that is joining us to do this daily, to continue to call out these people. Is very, very, very important. We are doing this together. May God bless every one of you. As you all can see, even most of this mainstream media, for example, if I have to reference to Sheung, the anchor on channels, Sheung also have his own YouTube channel where when he don't finish for channels, he go in own YouTube channel, go they talk for there. Say, make una call in, make una come talk, make we hear una voice. You see, that is the power of social media. Don't belittle it. Don't look down on it. I'm telling you, when I started this about 10, 12 years ago, some people at that time, some of my friends were looking down on me, oh, yeah, what are you doing? You never go do better thing and all that. I started writing. Then when Facebook came out, let me quickly put this through before I round up. When Facebook came out, it came out with just this profile, by sending friend request, accept friend request. You guys can remember. That was how it came out. Then there was nothing like page. So we started. Then I used to write. I'll write a long note on my Facebook. People come in, read, and comment underneath and all that, Before my attention were being drawn that, oh, you should open a blog and all that, blah, blah, blah. Then I now open a website at that time. If I have to talk about how we started, you come today and just think that, oh, Nigeria we started tele. And I open a website, a blog website where I write. I put it there. I was looking at Leader Ikeji. Leader Ikeji that you all are looking today. Now tele Linda Bio. When I look all this, our blog away all day today, when I say Linda just come out, tell and Linda Ikeji be. Because Linda Ikeji was one of the people that I look up to then to say, if Linda get website, why can't I have a website? I can. I'm not talking about Facebook now or YouTube. I started with a website where I have to upload my articles. People will click and read. Then I now went to university to study film and media. That's okay. I can let me. But before I came to YouTube, I was already big on Facebook. So to cut everything short, but if you look at today now, it's beneficial, right? We all are happy. We don't have a platform where we can talk. Why the mainstream media is selective? They select the kind of people that can bring there, and here it's not selective. When I post the link on the public space, anybody that want to come in, as long as you don't have a mindset of satanism, yeah, you can come here and speak. Different from Balablu, Boala called Tinubu just, you know. So this time, these people are scared. They are scared of us. They are scared of the social media right now. They call us barbarians because we are calling them out. They call us barbarians because we are doing the right thing. They can't call me, for example, now, none of them can sue me personally or my media because I gave them or I fed my what is it called? My audiences with fake information. We don't do that here. We call these people out, do the right thing. If I will work with the third parties, we bring either videos or articles from mainstream medias, then we talk about it. So it's hitting them hard. I want to advise every one of you that is doing this, that is supporting us, that is using your own platform to do the same thing. As long as you're not lying against these people, continue doing it because it's hitting them hard. They don't like it. If they have the power, they will turn everything off. What I mean, they'll turn YouTube off, they'll turn Facebook off, they'll turn TikTok off, they'll turn Instagram, X, and everything. They'll turn everything off. They'll say, we're beginning to have the mindset of those then, that tele mindset like our fathers were having then, you know, when they have to watch those television that have, you know, those television where you get door that time now, where you get door, you could draw from left and right. Yes, this is what this want us to have. Go ahead, sir.
No, you take key lock him. I feel you don't draw. You know they get exactly. Key. You take key lock him.
Exactly. So that key after I don't spoil the knob. After I don't spoil the knob, you can't use the key to the corner.
If wardrobe television, yes.
That time we watch TV from 4 o'clock, 12 o'clock, bang.
Exactly.
You know, you can't get a red, blue, yellow line first before the thing go take the red.
And from 4 o'clock now. From 4 o'clock.
The realism of what we are talking about right now is that this satanic set of politicians want us to start living like that all over again because our lifestyle now in this postmodernism is affecting them hard. Is affecting them so hard, but they don't like it. They already know, say, if they want to enter their jet, they misstep, jump on another step, they'll nearly fall. They don't already know in the next 1 second that you don't enter social media. So that's why they don't like it. If they want to talk for public, they are careful. They have to compose themselves. They think of what they want to talk about. Even though we have this shameless set of people that come on the mainstream media to defend them, yes, those people, obviously, they are doing it for their pocket. Like what Boala did today. Yes, they are doing it for their pocket. They already know that people will know that they are lying, but they still want to do it because the money that have been promised or already paid to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate every one of you. Let's continue to stand for what is right, regardless of whatever involved. Just stand for what is right. You are not going to live forever. I'm not going to live forever. None of us listening to me right now is going to live forever. In fact, in case you're not aware, if you're hearing my voice right now, in the next 100 years from now, none of us go their life again. If you hear my voice now, 100 years from now, nobody go do this world again. So tell me, why do you want to go extra miles to cause pains upon people, to do the wrong thing in the name of materialism or self-achievement and all that? What for? And this is what Boala came to do today. Even when you know, people will know that you are lying, you are still doing it. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I would like to appreciate those people on the comment section. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for always being there. I appreciate you always, always, always. Ariomi Abdul, I can see you right there as well. Thank you very much. Mother Patricia Tagwajomi, thank you very much for being there. Tony Africa, I can see you right there. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Oga Chris, I can see you right there. Ray Abua, I can see you right there as well. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Then I can see again is right there with us. Michael Oganamaro, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you always. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. Abu Azi, thank you very much, sir, for being there. I appreciate you. And I appreciate every one of you right there that support us, that joined us, that is putting out your voice right there for the betterment of our country, even though we know that we all are living in a very, very, very comfortable country. Yes, I'll say that again. I live in United Kingdom. Nothing worries me here. I'm fine. Everything is provided for me. What I mean, everything is provided for me. I have security. I have good social amenities and everything. I just have everything. You know, life is easy here. Oga CM, the same thing at UK, let me on a day. So if I'm lying, he can question me. He knows what I'm talking about. You know, thank you very much, Mr. Alex. God bless you. I don't mention your name since my lovely brother. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. You know, so I have a better life. Mr. Jonathan have a better life in America. Mashallah have a better life as well. Everybody have a better life. And in fact, 99.9% of the people that come to our panel, you know, have a better life abroad. You know, even most of the people that join us from Nigeria also have a better life in Nigeria. The only thing that is stressing them in Nigeria is coming from this same satanic set of people that we are talking about. Because in Nigeria, regardless of the kind of amount you have in your account, you are still suffering, my brother, not your verse. Not your verse. That is just the truth. No matter the amount you get for your account, you just still suffer.
Yes, you don't remind me of something. Do you know in Nigeria, now today I remember say we dey fight for money to carry dustbin for compound. They sweep compound outside. I don't need to pay anybody to come and sweep the compound. I don't need to pay anybody to carry dustbin. They are their work and they're happy doing the job. But in our country,
don't be saying you know they pay. For example, for UK,
and the tax now, and the tax.
Exactly. For UK, we they pay.
But at least you pay your tax, you see the work.
It doesn't come say come pay money for this, come pay money for that. No, it just come through, you know, your taxes and all that, our national insurance number and all that. You are done. You know, so it's crazy.
NIM they do is of what? It's for what? To carry criminal. It's just of no use. Just waste Nigeria money
no, Mr. Alex, we don't close. Just rather call in. If I post link now, battalions go push enter the panel. I beg.
No, post. I beg post link. Don't worry.
No link. I beg, no link. No. If I post link now, battalions go pack come. I beg. Make you call it. You don't call already.
Now Chris from Dublin. Now Chris from Dublin. Now Chris go come.
Don't jump in.
Mr. Najawash, if you think APC and PDP are not watching us, I think you are far from the truth.
Yeah.
They are fighting me rigorously because they just cut me off. I couldn't log in all this way. They just took my internet away from all my phones at the time.
They know what they are doing.
Yeah, of course. It's been happening. But it's okay. I was very happy that I was able to quickly make my submission when the guy who came from the sky. I mean, one man went to moon when he was there. Guys, I am very happy with these guys feeling the heat. That's why they are speaking up. I couldn't contribute to the Boalalistic or Boalaism saga. I hope next time I'll be given the chance to address that man.
Tomorrow you address him.
Yeah. That man is a political rolling stone that we need to trash his matter properly.
Exactly.
You see that these guys are just after money. They're just all about money.
Very
wise. It's just all about money, nothing else. Now the guy is economically bankrupt. He's looking for a way out. He's bankrupt. He has probably talked to some friends. They'll tell him this is the format to use. Press Tinubu, press APC, go on channels. We will sponsor you. Once you get that appointment, you pay us back. That is just the way it goes. And they forget. Millions of lives are suffering. This guy is economically bankrupt. Atiku did not give anybody money this time. It was Obaseki and Delta State governors, some APC governors that sponsored Atiku's campaign allegedly. So there was no dollars flying around this time. Atiku himself is not like before anymore. So money have come because his children are already allegedly asking him to share his property because the guy is aging. So that's something else. So Bola is manifesting poverty. It's a poverty of the mind, not just economic poverty. Let me just say it here so that I will
thank you.
Leave you to go and sleep.
Thank you, sir.
Najawa, thank you for your good work.
God bless you.
I will leave it here, Babana, just now. Thank you.
Thank you, my lovely brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. But Rita is also calling in. Let me quickly hear her speak. So you said that the post just now. Yeah, for the full year now. Rita, thank you very much for calling you. Please talk to us.
Good evening. I think the money done less.
Elvis, I requested to join the panel like more than 45 minutes ago.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I kept putting, I said, please put the link. But anyway, that's fine.
I know you're
just wanted to just call to especially say, Mr. Elvis, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I cannot express the depth of my thanks to you, but I can only say thank you. And these are my reasons. Every single day, nobody has beaten your record. Yes. Every single day, 365 days. In fact, I think this is a leap year. It will be 366 days. You've been sacrificing to come here every day. Every person who comes here, even if it's 1 or 2 persons, you spend 2 hours and you want to spend 3 hours or 8 hours or 5 hours. No matter what it is, don't think that you're not making an impact. You are. Every person that come on the panel, people who are dedicated. Mommy Diaspora, my lovely, gorgeous mother. Dr. CM, I respect you so much. I hope to meet you one day. And like this very intelligent man, Mr. Jonathan, when you speak, I just smile like, yeah, that's some smart man right there. I just want to thank you for all the good people that are here, that come here every day. I am learning. You guys are teaching. Seriously, man. You guys are really opening people's minds, blowing a lot of people's minds intellectually, not arguing like in a beer parlor. No, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just thanking everyone, especially you, Mr. Elvis, for bringing this panel, this media that people think is not effective. It's effective. It is creating chaos. Good chaos, by the way. Good chaos for the evil one, to the satanic entities. It is creating good chaos for us. And being that everything that I've said, the likes of one Mr. Without due respect to you, Mr. Elvis, because normally I have a name for that man that calls himself. One man went to, whether it's the moon or the star, I don't know, but
mortuary.
Yeah. This is 2024. This is 2024. I'm not talking about 2027. I don't like talking about 2027 when people try to make references to that, because it really irks me. This is 2024. There's no time for nonsense. We're not wait for anybody who is coming here and trying to systematically gag us or trying to indirectly tell us not to stop speaking or say, oh, election is over. We don't want to hear that crap. That is crap. What are people talking about? Anybody that comes here, if I am in the panel and you come here to say we should stop talking, what I will say, you would not like it. I don't mind if Mr. Elvis take me out, but this is 2024. We're taking nonsense, man. We're not taking nonsense from anybody that comes here to tell us, okay, this is 2024, we need to move on. Let us support. We support who? A thief? A drug baron? What is wrong with you people? Your moral compass is completely rotten. That you can't even classify between bad and evil, not even good at all. And somebody will not be telling you that, oh, let us move on to where? Are you going to tell that man that lost his daughter to move on? Are you going to tell all the people who have passed away from this wicked entity called administration to move on? Are you going to tell Nnamdi Kanu's family to move on? For crying out loud, please, let us not entertain people like that will come here to indirectly tell us, okay, this is a new dispensation, election is over. And they will not have the likes of the professor of rice and beans coming to tell us that, he's a Nigerian by birth. So if he's calling, whoever is calling his minions barbarians, he's equally one. It's even worse than the one that we have in Norway. It's worse than them. If he's calling us that and nobody is speaking, you call us fascists, all sorts of rubbish names, body shaming people because you have chicken hair and because you wrote what? Are you better than Chinua Achebe? That is an honorable man. May God rest his soul. Are you better than Chinua Achebe? All of you are taking GCON and OON. Chinua Achebe rejected it. That is a man. That is a man. Please, we're not going to tolerate nonsense. Anybody that comes to come and talk rubbish that we should move on. Hey, it will not be nice for you. I will not be very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marita, destroy everywhere. Thank you, Marita. All right. Naija, I don't understand though. All this why you can't go there backstage. So that means the link where we post 10 years ago, you can't go hide the link. You can't go save them in case. To Naija, why you join us this time now? I don't close. Or got to Naija. I don't close.
Sorry, I just arrived to
arrive from where? From where?
Yeah, we have to go and hustle now. We have to go and hustle for life.
Okay, I give you 2 minutes and just talk. I don't close. I beg. Nobody should interrupt. Now only 2 minutes I don't give you. I they go now.
I was just surprised that a married man was being called chicken head here. I don't know. You did let's say guys say something again. Point is that for me, I'm still fuming over what Tinubu said last week about our people jackbarring, and he actually went on to say if they want more, we'll supply them more. And I don't know whether anybody noticed his spokesman behind him. His head went down when Tinubu said that, because he knew what Tinubu was saying was atrocious stuff. And these people, I don't think Tinubu. I think I've given up on him. He doesn't have any. There's no hope, because if he's thinking like that, then all the people around him probably think like that too. Otherwise, why would he be thinking like that? If somebody I'm hanging around somebody, or I'm hanging around you, Elvis, and you're talking like that, I will tell you, oh no, that's not acceptable. I don't like it. But yet he says that. He shows you nobody has stopped him, because that's how they all think. And he forgets that his name is associated with Madam Tinubu. Madam Tinubu, that was the lady that said she would rather drown her slaves than to sell them a little bit cheaper. This is a woman that sold a boy, and when they took her to court, she said, I have a big house, we need something, so we have to sell human beings. And the way Tinubu rose to power is so similar to the way the woman behaves. Kingmaker, operating, causing problems everywhere. And he must know her history, that she sold slaves. Even against when the British want to stop slavery, they still wanted to sell slaves. And he went on to say Nigerians can jackpot, they can create more. Then you know what made it worse? That his own spokesman put his head down. He said, if they want more, we will supply them more, as if we are animals that they supply. See, that kind of thinking is at the core of our problem. Our elites, they don't see us as people. They see us as people that they can sell and do whatever they like. It's not only him. There are many, all those elites, they have to change or they have to be removed. That's all. Thank you.
Who is going to change them? Who is going to remove them?
We have to. People like us that think like this have to.
It not be only us they talk for here. The people in Nigeria, they tell you, say they send you.
Many of them know, if you let them know these truths.
Let me say, Mr. Elvis, let me say this. You see, yes, the Tinubu family historically associated with some form of slavery. But Mr. Tinubu now, the one that we know now in Nigeria, called Mr. is not from that family.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Yeah. What I was saying was that, yes, that Tinubu family somehow have some historical association with slavery. But the Mr. Tinubu that we have in Nigeria now, this one sitting in Aso Rock, is not from that family. Please, that should not be entrenched at all.
Yeah, but that's the name. The name is what I'm talking about.
That's the name, but it's not even connected
God
to
bless you, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you for your
behavior is exactly the same. What
is Mr. Jonathan?
Behavior?
Mr. Jonathan,
that lady.
I watched that
video
video in Yoruba. See, Chunaja, that man is not in Nigeria.
If you have
I watched the video in Yoruba.
Wait, please wait. If your gardener, if you have your house in Nigeria, then you have a gardener there, and that gardener worked for you for 20-25 years. Then down the road, that gardener is now your blood. So that gardener is your blood, Abi.
See, you are missing my point. My point is that he has a name that is associated with slavery, and he too is treating us as slaves.
The argument that the statement he made was out of it. That's it. That the condemnation on that one is okay. To connect Mr. Tinubu as being a member of that family is even giving him roots.
He's not a member, and I'm not talking about member of the family. I'm talking about the name. You have a name that is associated with slavery, and you go and make a statement like that.
Tuna just said that they behave the same way. They
are behaving the same way. Why are we surprised? Because Oyibo people, when they came and took over the country,
it gives a connotation that Mr. Tinubu is from that family. You're got to be clear Don't be nebulous about it.
When you have a name like Tinubu and you know that name is connected to slavery, he must know the history. And the way Madam Tinubu behaves, she's like a kingmaker too. Just the way Tinubu operates, he must know that. And he comes out to say, if our people want to jackpot, they can jackpot. That they will train more. That even if they want more, they will supply them more. That is the reward of a slave trader.
How does that help us with what is going on right now? I don't get the trail of
how that helps us is that if you don't remove these type of people from office, if you don't remove that, if you don't change the mindset of our elites, our problem will remain the same. These type of people, they cannot argue in the favor of Nigerians.
Wake up and smell the coffee. We cannot change the mindset of the elites. What is going on now is the mindset of the majority of the people, the gullible people, that we need to change their mindset, because we need to educate them on how they are being tricked.
Please,
yes, sir.
Let me quickly say this. Since Madarita, now you pack everybody console. I go give una 30 minutes. Mona settle this matter. Only 30 minutes. So I want time everybody.
That's fine.
Mona settle this matter. You know, after I don't settle, I'll come close my show. I know the talk put again. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I donate my own time. Join. I donate my own time. Join.
I don't know why people are. This is for me. There are certain things people say. I find it very, very offensive. And on that moment, I almost literally declared Tinubu my enemy. The only reason why I didn't do it is because of the office of the president. Because what he did there was the same. You guys don't know how evil it is. He doesn't care about the people. He was willing to supply those people more. He doesn't have anything to do to help those people do better at home. How can this person be able to negotiate on behalf of Nigeria? No wonder Nigeria's trade is with foreigners, not with within Africa.
Mr. Tinubu is only clueless, right? That is a fact. It's established. He's only clueless, and then he just go out the script. Go off script rather. So he's only clueless.
He's speaking his mind. He's speaking his mind.
Look, that is not even. Look, do you want to tell me that Mr. Tinubu was speaking his mind when he said subsidy is gone?
Yeah. Is he not gone? Is he not gone?
See. Let me tell you something. When somebody
he's speaking his mind.
Listen. When somebody is speaking his mind, it means that it's premeditated. First of all, it means that you already know what you are saying. It means that you already know what you are going to do thereafter.
No, not necessarily. I'm speaking my mind. It's not premeditated. I'm speaking my mind right now.
We're talking of national issues here. So you don't just come out and run your mouth for the sake of running
Mr. Jonathan, good morning, sir. Hold on for a minute. I want to ask him a question. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to just dive in. I want to ask you, Naija. You know I'm on your case. To Naija, which of the Tinubu are you talking about?
Madam Tinubu and this
Which
Tinubu.
of the Tinubu family are you talking about?
What do you mean, which of the Tinubu family? I'm talking about Madam Tinubu, the renowned Madam Tinubu of
Lagos. Can you give us a brief history that you read in Google?
What history are you looking for?
Let me tell you one thing, to Naija. You cannot score or change narrative for people to accept you and accept your analogy. You see what you are trying to say, talk here, is far from what is the national question.
Are you defending Tinubu or what? What are you talking about?
Look, when it comes to this talk, slavery does not have any part in this thing we are discussing about Nigeria.
Oh, somebody tell me.
Look, to Naija.
Hold on now. Let me ask you now.
You have
you want to ask a question, but you're not asking any question. I thought you wanted to ask a question.
I will land my question. Please, we have
30 minutes, so please, we have 30 minutes.
We have 30 minutes.
Just keep going on.
To Naija, when you are talking about slavery issue, I think you don't know nothing about slavery issue.
Can you just
don't bring slavery? You don't bring slavery issue into the kind of issue Nigeria have now. Nigeria have a political problem and economy problem. That does not. You cannot just suppose it with slavery, my brother.
So
we have the right to speak forward. We have the right to fight. Don't just suppose it, please.
So what is the difference between him? The only difference between him saying that our people can go overseas and they will supply more
can
of
I
our
come
people.
in now,
The difference is that
gentlemen?
you were chaining
Can
them,
I?
tying them up, and then selling them overseas. That's the difference. There's no
I don't
big
understand
difference
why
between
the slavery issue came about. What we're talking about.
Can I come? Can I? If I'm
okay, go ahead,
Mr. Tunaja, my take on this matter is this. There's no need embellishing this saga. For me, I just feel our political, I won't call them elite. We are just respecting them. These are a bunch of criminals that has hijacked the system. This guy need to be served their own meal. Their meal of wickedness. Their meal, listen. Come again?
Professional criminals.
Yes, thank you. These guys right now, listen, we've exhausted all means of civility. We've been civil enough. The only solution is just what Kwame Nkrumah was doing. Educating people, letting them, the day Nigerians, more Nigerians, a lot of them, millions are already aware. The day more millions get aware of what is going on, the day they catch the fire of education about the wickedness and evil these men have been doing with the security, medical, with the fraudulent Nigerian arrangement, we will go on a collusion course with them, and it won't be funny. They may not live to tell the story. They don't deserve to be alive, if I can use that on the platform. They don't deserve. These guys are not humans. For God's sake, leaders are building Singapore, Vietnam, Rwanda.
Exactly. And these ones are looking to sell our people overseas.
Yes, these guys, we just need to keep talking the way the ANC and Mandela Group spoke about their own problem. It may not be necessarily the same, but we have to keep doing it. This is why I give kudos to Nigeria Watch and others, platforms. You are hitting these guys. And our youths, a lot of them are watching. Those that have 100 naira data, they work 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It could be your voice. It could be my voice. It could be Madam Rita. It could be Black Panther. You pass the message. You think they don't know, and they see the sun. And once you tell somebody something in Nigeria, you've told 10 people. He will tell the people around his influence. How did obedient movement gain that fire and momentum that shook the foundations of the political corrupt system, that beat them to the extent of switching off shamelessly?
You understand the nature of the beast, because what these people are doing is that it tells you their mindset, and maybe Nigerians have that mindset. That's why some of them seem to be acting as if I'm attacking him too much. Because how can you not see the correlation between sending our people, instead of using our people to develop your country, you send them to foreign lands to go and work and die there, and maybe send a little bit of change back here? What is different between that?
Why do you go to World Economic Forum to invite them to invest?
Are you defending Tinubu now? Something his own spokesman, his head went down when Tinubu said that, because he knew what Tinubu just said was horrible. He was willing. He said, we are going to supply them more. How about using them to develop your country? This is exactly the mistake our forefathers made. We kept selling our people to develop our country.
Please. See, whatever Tinubu said is not news, because his elder brother, Buhari, said Nigerians are lazy. It is their character.
Lazy, at least. That one is not saying he's going to sell our people overseas.
Tunaja, we need to wake up and embrace this guy. There is no way.
He was with Uzodinma that said he was going to send his state citizens to overseas to go and work. These are the
you have spoken enough about this issue. Let me tell you, Tunaja.
Oh, stop it, man. I don't know whether you are the one defending them now.
Tunaja, you have spoken too much about this issue.
Stop it.
Let me tell you. Look, Tunaja, hold
defending them or something.
You know, Black Panther is against APC, and you know that.
Hold on. No, there's a serious elite problem in Nigeria.
Don't call them elite. Don't call them. Don't call them elite.
Call them whatever you want to call them. There is a serious problem in Nigeria of our elites.
We are not interested in the elites. We are not interested in their problems.
So you're not interested in removing them?
We are not interested in what is said.
In the context of where we are driving at to Nigeria, in the context of where we are not interested in their level of morality or how they are rating their moral. I'm not interested in that part. Fine, we're interested in taking them out, but say we want to change their mindset. That ain't gonna change. And please stop behaving like a greenhorn, like you don't know. We need to start educating Nigeria. What I expect you to do is to start educating. Excuse me. What we should be what you should be pinpointing out is educating the gullible Nigerians about these people, not investing so much intelligence about the elite. It doesn't.
What do you think I'm doing right now?
So then you not deflect and start talking about China and Taiwan. Come back home. If you're Nigerian,
let me tell you what you are doing now.
What do you think I'm doing right now?
Okay, let me tell you what you are doing now. Let me tell you what you are doing
for the country.
To Nigeria, you asked a question. Now let me tell you what you are doing. To Nigeria, let me tell you what you are doing.
Tell me.
You are trying to. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you. Information. We are in the era of information, and information is like a weapon of warfare. Look, what you are trying to do here is to divert the attention of the listener. They are not gullible. They are intelligent out there.
From what?
What we are look. To Nigeria, you don't know the history of Nigeria, and I bet to stand here that you are googling it. You are just using it.
God! From
you
what
don't know
what?
any damn thing about history.
What am I diverting the listeners from?
You are diverting it.
Tinubu is a traitor that is going to sell them for
wait. We already know they are all traitors.
No, you don't, because you are here defending me. You are here fighting me because I'm saying that.
Let me tell you, to Nigeria. To Nigeria, I schooled in Nigeria. I schooled in one of the.
Wait.
If you don't believe me, go and Google it.
To pretend as if you are fighting them, but you are not actually fighting them.
To Nigeria, let me go tell you now. I schooled in one of the best schools. Wait. Go and verify. I schooled in Lagos. I schooled in Ikeja High School. Wait now, let me tell you. I schooled in IHS. Let me tell you one thing. I schooled in IHS. Ikeja High School.
I don't know.
Ikeja High School. I went to Omole Grammar School in Ogun State, where I was traveling because my father is moving. I now look. Let me tell you one thing. I'm a full Bini man and I'm a full Nigerian. I come from the background where history is being told when you are a young child.
I don't understand you people. When they tell you, when they are trying to show you people what the kind of mindset your leaders have, the reason why they don't care about your country, the reason why they don't invest in healthcare, the reason why they don't invest in our own people, they invest in them enough so that they can go and work for their masters. That is what they are doing.
We know all those ones. Why can't you go? You go back to Nigeria now. You go back. Are you not to this? Are you not to the slave master country? You go back. You go back. You go back now.
You go back to the. You know what you don't like about what I said? Because I talked about Tinubu telling our people to the masters that you love, isn't it?
Look, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you. Look.
The master that you love is what you are angry about that I said Tinubu is telling our people.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing.
So what I said is what you have a problem with.
See, the problem I have with you, when we were talking about the military here, you stood your ground, you were maneuvering until I told you I'm going to unmask you. I told you I'm going to unmask you. I asked you a fundamental question which gave birth to a lot of issues. You exposed yourself right there. You were in charge, you were supporting the military for what they did in Nigeria. You see one thing about you, Look, when Mr. One man went to the wait.
The viewers who know what you are talking about.
Let me tell you what you are doing. What you are doing here, I understand what you are doing.
What am I
doing? Let me tell you. One man went to the mortuary, came here. Immediately came here, you were on the background. Look, I know you attended very well. It gave you
was he here just now? Was he here just now?
Your colleague was here.
I didn't watch you.
Your colleague was here. You planned it. You not came in early, so not to change the trajectory. Look. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you, I belong to the School of Intelligence right here in the United States. You don't know. I will soon unveil myself to you, and I will expose you.
If you are intelligent, if you are attending School of Intelligence,
I will expose you.
You know what I will call the school you are attending? You are attending the School of Counterintelligence. In other words, trying to block our people from understanding the nature of the problem we face.
Wait.
Nobody's paying me, I can assure you.
Wait. The simple principle to understand a con man You look at the war they bring
You
out.
just hear this guy. This is crazy.
Look,
He's literally
look.
coming after
The
me.
principles of understanding people like you who are cunning.
Unbelievable.
You don't need to understand. You don't need to understand your narratives. Your narrative matters.
You guys, you don't know what you people are doing. If you don't want to hear the truth, if somebody is doing something that our own people, we sold our own human beings. They are all there in America right now. They are there in Brazil. They are there in Central America, and we pretend as if we don't know our history.
Don't take us back there. Don't take us back there. Don't take us back there.
Are you scared?
Don't take us back there. Don't take us back there. You are not authorized.
Why should you be worried about that?
That is in the past. Forget the past.
It's not
you don't get that liver to take us back there. See, you don't get that liver. Look, what school of thought do you belong to? No. Before you speak on the history, what school of thought do you belong to?
Have hindsight. You have hindsight, but you are still
making no. Before you speak on history, what school of thought do you belong to?
What school? What is the school of thought? There are so
you
many
see, you see, there are simple things. There are simple. You see, there are simple things. You know, I asked you that question. If I ask somebody, if I ask Alex the question,
you can't engage in a
wait. I don't need to engage. I don't need to engage a con man now.
Just let me talk.
I know a con man.
Let me talk.
I know a con man.
Let the viewers hear.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. If I ask Alex,
sorry, Black Panther, both of you cannot be talking like that. That means nobody can understand what you guys are saying now. And let one finish.
He's not getting to any point. He's just waffling. He's saying stuff. He's not getting to the point.
Like it's not right. You know,
Nigeria, tell him to close his mouth.
Don't use that word. No.
He doesn't want me to talk.
That is rude.
You have to ask yourself why he wants to prevent me from talking about these things.
You don't tell.
Why does Black Panther want me to stop?
Please let me speak, please. You don't tell an adult on this platform to close his mouth. Is it your child? That is rude.
It's Naija Watch. You know one thing. Look, Naija Watch. Let me tell you one thing. You see that man that came in here that is called one man went to the moon. When you were talking about his idea, when Tone speak, he said that he has not changed. I thank God that Tone spoke about it.
Yeah, but
people like that, like yes, this one, like this my brother that is speaking here. It can never change because he does not want you to say anything bad about those people on that floor.
Man went to moon was on this platform now. You still don't have rights to insult him.
I am not insulting him. I am not insulting him. I am calling him who he is. If a grown-up man cannot tell me his name and where he comes from, what school he went to, he doesn't have the right to speak in your channel.
No, to me, I don't have problem with that as long as it's not breaking the rules. I have people like you and others that can tackle him whenever he's passing information that is not aligning, but apart from that, I don't think I have.
He has integrity. He's an integrity. He has a man. He's a man that has integrity. Let him prove his integrity. I asked him a question last week that you prove to us who he is. He has not been able to say it.
Oga Black Panther, you speak now. Let Tunaja speak. Since we have more people here now, so that they can have time to speak before we close. Oga Panther,
I am not going to speak with him on his issue because his issue that is speaking is the tongue of a con man. As Mr. Man went to the moon. But what I want to say here, I want to applaud Tone for speaking very vocally the truth and how it is. And I knew when they were attacking him concerning the war about the military, and people were saying, "Oh, you have to oblige the rule of law." The rule of law where you're fighting war. Mr. Tone, thank you very much for saying and standing by it, because they were abusing it that it's a stupid army over there. So thank you, Mr. Tone. I will pay you. Thank you for service in Nigeria.
Tunaja, you watched today's program. You asked for evidence. We saw evidence. Nigerian army have released repentant Boko Haram. Please, do you know the village you are taking them to? Because you know so much about them. Help us out with that.
They released them from prison.
Are you not aware they've been released? They said they trained them. The last time we came here, you said No, the last time he came here, that we had serious argument. He said there's no evidence anywhere showing that they are recruiting them. Now they are finished training them. I don't know what they trained them. He said they are educating them.
I don't know what we are going on about.
Tunaja cannot continue to answer any question. He's been talking for so long. We have other people here. So give other people a chance to speak.
Let me just round up, respond to what Black Panther has been blocking
you
me
only
from
have
saying.
30 seconds, Tunaja. 30 seconds.
Why now?
He
had more than 1 minute.
Please. Okay, we have other people here. Do you want to pause first?
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute, quickly.
Okay, so the idea that somebody is saying that our people should be jackbarring and he's going to train more people to jackbar even further to go and work for other people, that is a form of slavery. He's trading his people's talent for whatever he's getting from them. These leaders, there's a reason why he goes to France for treatment and they run to Washington and UK all the time. These people are not our leaders. They are the ones the British people groomed for 70 years before they handed over power. And they are not running for it. This is why they are still wearing their colonial headmasters this for law. The police treat us like trash. The military treats us as if we are enemies because they treat us like we are colonies. That is the mindset that these our leaders have. And if we don't understand it, you are not going to understand where they are coming from. And if you understand, you can be able to deal with them. Either you call them out for what they are and fight them to understand that these people are never your brothers. They are never your sister. They are there to trade you as slaves, period. Because he literally said it. And given that his name is associated with Tinubu, and he still went on to say something like that, that is atrocious.
You've spoken for a minute. Fine. See, first of all, Mr. Tinubu cannot train a chicken. A chicken. He can't even train a chicken. So the idea that Mr. Tinubu is saying that he will train people, who are those people he will train in the first place? Tell me.
All
from
those
where?
that went overseas and were not trained.
So the people that are going overseas, those people that are, who is training them? Tell me. Is it
Nigeria?
What capacity? No, we're talking of Mr. Tinubu now. Let's narrow it down to him now, to his government that is superintending over
Nigeria
right
training
now.
them. He's talking about Nigeria training them.
Mr. Tinubu cannot even train a shit. Mr. Tinubu does not even know what if you think he knows what he's talking about, we can talk about that. Mr. Tinubu cannot train a shit. Everything he does, he just
defending him.
See, Mr. Tinubu can train Agberos, and Agberos are not what UK is looking for. Agbero are not what United States is looking for. Agbero, they are not what
he's talking about Nigeria. He's not talking about himself. He's talking about instead we will train more.
Tinubu cannot train Nigerians that will leave Nigeria. So you just have to read, between the lines to know that what he's saying is not even coming from his head.
141,000 that went to
Mr.
the UK last year.
Tinubu was not speaking. He wasn't speaking from his head. If you say something, you will have a plan in place to bring it out.
Can you answer me this question then? Who trained the 141,000 that went to the UK last year? Who trained them?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about
141,000 Nigerians went to the UK last year.
Let's narrow it down to Mr. Tinubu. Please, let's narrow it down.
It's not Mr. Tinubu that is training them. He's talking about Nigeria.
Nigerians are living because of the situation in Nigeria.
And he's saying he's going to make it more. He's not going to fix it. He's going to look to send more.
You agree then that everything that is happening in Nigeria right now is caused by the likes of Mr. Tinubu himself and his predecessors.
Yes.
You agree with that? You agree with that entirely?
Yes.
So we are on the same page with that. We are on the same page that everything that is happening in Nigeria presently, today, they are responsible for it.
It has always been like that since 1960. These people have never freed themselves. Fela has been talking about it when he talking about colonial mentality. These people have never freed themselves from Western powers.
See, Mr. Tinubu is not talking from his head. Can't you get that? He's not talking from his head. He said subsidy is gone. He's just speaking. He's not speaking from. You want to relate with someone who is speaking from his head, that you can connect, and then he will come out with an articulated way.
Head. The subsidies went. That shows you he was speaking from his head.
Tell me now going forward. Tell me now going forward how Mr. Tinubu is going to assemble those that he want to sell as slaves outside. How he's going?
All he has to do is make them suffer.
Strategy,
all right.
So the strategy
Please,
is
hold
that
on.
the strategy
Hold on,
Mr.
guys.
Tinubu has.
Hold on,
yeah.
please. Mr. Richard, are you just joining us? Because I've not seen this name before. Is it your first time joining this panel, sir? Where you joining us from, sir?
I'm from North Carolina, US.
And it's your first time joining the panel?
Correct.
All right, okay, that's fine. But how long have you been watching us?
Well, occasionally it depends on my schedule. Most of the time you are on when I'm at work, so it makes it not possible for me to join you. So it depends on my schedule. But for today, I joined you like 30 minutes ago, and I don't like the discussion at all.
All right.
I don't like the contribution at all.
As I've said, yeah, it's not good, my brother. It's not good because why?
Okay, please. You people have limited time. Let other people talk now. Mr. Jonathan, let other people talk.
Yeah, just let me round up for 10 seconds. See, this is just a diversionary discussion. It is senseless. It is uncalled for. It is not intellectual. So for anybody engaging in this idea that Mr. Tinubu is talking about slavery or anything, you have other things to talk about. Please, the person can run his mouth. He can say whatever he wants to say. Everybody has right to say whatever they want to say. But you also have the right not to engage. So the talk can just go. That's just the way I see it. So that we can be serious here and talk about things that really matters. This is diversionary. This is just uncalled for, irrelevant. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Richard, please talk to us, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I greet everybody on the panel and those who are watching from around the globe. I decided to join. I'm off today. I was sleeping. I got up to eat my dinner, and I started watching, and I joined from where they were discussing the issue about a leader saying, I'm going to supply more. Well, okay, let me start by saying, you might hear a contrary opinion to what you have today from me. I don't want you to judge me. I want you to reflect on it, sleep over it, and wake up, and then think about it before you say, was I making sense, or I was just running my mouth? So this is the deal. We thank God for the opportunity we have. We were born, raised in Nigeria before we came here. And we joined them, we continue life. And I don't intend to live and die here. Sooner or later, I'll go back to where I came from. But for people to now be condemning a president because he said, you know what, we'll give them more. That word, that statement is accurate and it is correct. If you look at other countries, for instance, if you are a footballer, you want to play in Europe, not because your country is now rich. If you are a basketballer, you want to play in the NBA. That is the way it is. Now, America has more research institutes. It attracts scholars from around the world. China is a well-advanced country. Chinese government spend billions of dollars annually sending their citizens to learn, either as students, as graduate fellow, as fellows, teaching fellows, everything. Some of them will stay. And then they will share the knowledge they learn. It is not slavery. Slavery is when you work for somebody and you are not paid. For you to be educated, for you to be allowed to work in other countries, it's not slavery. You're learning their culture. You're learning the new tools. You are having, if you are in Nigeria, for those who are in academics, when you are in Nigeria, there are some sites or websites that you cannot have access to. But when you live in the Western world, just your Google, you have access to more information. In fact, federal government of Nigeria spend a lot of money sending some of our professors to come and do their graduate fellowship all over the world. It is not only Nigeria, everybody does it in the world. So the mere fact that we want the best for our country, we are not the only one that love Nigeria. So many other people love Nigeria. If your idea or your opinion doesn't tally with that person, it does not give you no right to be saying Mr. Tinubu cannot trade a chicken. This is a guy who works in mobile oil, and he rose to the position of I mean, he rose to the top.
Did you just say Mr.
Mr.
Richard. Yes.
Excuse me, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I just interrupted you with all due respect because you just made a comment that was very, very false. Because this channel has a reputation of giving people facts. I repeat, facts. There is no okay, you said Mr. Tinubu worked for Mobile. Under what certificate? To date. He said he worked for listen, he said he worked for BioLite. Mr. Tunaja, please do not interrupt me.
You didn't interrupt him when he was
Please do not interrupt me.
I don't want to put anybody on the back stage, please.
Tunaja, you've been speaking for a long time. Back to what I was saying, sir. When you make comments like that, like, oh, he worked in Mobile. Okay, as what? Under what certificate? We all know the history and we all know the disgrace he laid on Nigeria.
So you saying
this now is like you're trying to make him look like a credible person.
It is a responsibility. Go and find out if truly you work for Mobile. And if he rose to
his name is, we don't even know he's a Nigerian. He's actually a fake name. He has a fake certificate. How did he get to Mobile? He said he worked in BioLite. He never worked there. He's a liar.
I have no problem with that.
People with facts, sir. Please, Tinubu is not a president. He's not even a president. He was stolen. Let us establish that fact. That seat is sitting on. He was stolen. He breached judiciary. I'm not saying allegedly. I said it. He get there. So he has nothing to offer Nigeria. So nobody should come here and just to vilify him as if he's a leader or something. He's overrated. He's nothing. Zero.
Mother Rita, thank you.
Reflect on it, sleep on it, and please be of open-minded person. Be an open-minded person.
Mr. Richard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you go ahead now. Everybody can be
Thank you very much. You see, I've been living in this country for a very long time. If I want to quote it now, I will say 20 years. I'll be 20 years in the US this year. Now, and I lived 14 of those 20 years in New York City. You can find out from Dr. Damages. He lives in New York City up to today. New York City, I want you to hear me. New York City Department of Education. New York City is just a city in New York State, but it's the largest. The annual budgets of their Department of Education doubles the annual budget of Nigeria. In 2022, the annual budget of New York City Department of Education was $53 billion. Nigeria's 2024 annual budget, if you convert it to dollars, is only $26 billion. And yet, New York City that spends $53 billion on education cannot boast of 40% graduation rate from high school. And who are the children that are doing well? Immigrants and children of immigrants. Every country has its own challenges. America, they have security, they have everything. But I want you to fact check me. Record has it that on daily basis, every day in America, 2,000 people are adopted. So let's love our country. Let's contribute where we can contribute. Let's just don't go about and saying bad things about our country.
Mr. Richard, let me take you on that.
Every day in America,
can I ask him a question? Just one question.
On daily basis. So every country has its own challenges.
You respect the rules here, sir. When I try to stop you. No, Mr. Jonathan.
Yeah, okay.
Please.
Okay.
No.
What is the problem? Listen, I'm not making up this. Just Google it. What is the 2023 budget of New York City Department of Education?
On this platform, you follow rules. We don't want to kick you out. Please, you can't be.
I wouldn't mind to leave. But I'm telling you, if we live in this 21st century and we are fortunate to live in the world, in the first class world, we should be open to different opinions.
Mr. Richard, you can't be talking without other people talking. This is the same attitude of the satanic APC you are possessing right now. Please,
listen. For you to be judging, that's the problem.
That's the problem. Let other people talk now.
Oh, I think you see my opinion, my time. I mean, my
talking. You stop. You finish talking. I stopped you. We have rules
okay,
here.
thank you. Bye.
They want to ask you question. You don't want to take question?
Na APC person.
Na APC man. I want to say na APC man.
Mr. Elvis, please give me 30 seconds.
Oh, everybody's just talking at the same time.
Mr. Elvis, please give me 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds.
Okay,
please,
go ahead,
Mr.
Mr. Jonathan.
Thank you. I don't want him to run away with that information that he just put out now. Comparing apple with oranges. That is very vague, nebulous information that New York City has 53 billion. Just New York City alone for the budget for education ministry. Fine. Comparing it with Nigerian budget.
Okay.
What is the per capita income of New York? Just New York alone. What is the so how can you be comparing apple with oranges? We're not stupid here. What you will when you want to make that argument, you will say, okay, the per capita income of New York is $4,000. What is the per capita income of Nigeria? So if New York City is even if New York make 200 billion on their Department of Education, it's not a comparison with Nigeria. So don't just come here and throw numbers anyhow. You have to start by putting it out there that if you really know what you are talking about, you will know that first of all, the per capita income, if just New York City alone, not the state of New York, just New York City alone.
Okay.
You can't even compare it with Nigeria.
Mr. Jonathan, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me say this. Mr. Richard, I know you are still listening. You see, on this platform, we are very fair. I don't know what because the mood that you came in with was quite wrong. You know, I don't care if you are APC supporter. If you come here, we'll give you the opportunity to speak. For me, I don't mind at all. You know, can you guys still hear me? I don't know.
Yes.
They just.
We can hear you. It looks like he can't hear us. We can't hear you anymore. Oh, he's gone out. So I am shocked that everybody was silent when the man was talking about that Tinubu is fine, saying that our people should be sent overseas to go and develop other people's culture. But the moment they
let me give you guys information. Let me give you guys information.
That's the one that triggered them. It shows you that you don't really care about people. You just care about politics. You don't care about
Nobody.
That guy that came in.
We were just being cautious. We were giving the man the courtesy. Because he's coming here for the first time. He's coming here for the first time, and that was his submission. If you look at the comment section, I already wrote that I want to respond to the man.
It's okay.
I already wrote there that I want to respond to the man. The man has spoken. He was given an opportunity to talk. He finished laying down all the information that he got from where I don't know, and he ran away without waiting for people to respond to him.
All right. Can I say something, please? Just hold on, Mr. Chris, please. Let me pass so that you guys can talk. What I was saying just now is that Mr. Richard came in. It's the first time on this platform. You know, if you are supporting APC, it's your choice. You have freedom of association. So I don't have any right or power to stop that. But on this platform, in case you want to join us next time, I will give you time to speak. And we have the right to interject you. But when I stop you, please respect that so that others can speak. Then you can respond. You know, that is the best way of communication. You know, I cannot stop you while I'm talking. You are still talking. It's not right. You know, these are the same satanic practices of the satanic APC. That's what you were demonstrating just now, and it's wrong. Please, you have to live by example. If you are here to defend Tinubu, I don't have a problem with that. We're also going to ask you questions. But what I'm saying is that when I stop you, just stop. I call on the next person. But the way it was going, you are talking, the other one is talking, everybody is talking at the same time. That was not a better communication anymore. So unfortunately, you left because most of them wanted to ask your question, but you left. But that's fine. Thank you very much for coming round. Okay, please, you know, let's give opportunity for people we never talk to talk. Please. Thank you very much. Let's go to
Oga, Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, thanks for joining us. I beg, make your this just 5 minutes, because if I not manage them, when I not if manage this time, I don't see them. When they allow one person talk for 300 minutes, when I they look there, it doesn't work like that. Nobody want to sleep here. So let's work with this time now. 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nanjarosh, thank you very much for the opportunity. Good evening, everybody in the panel. You see, I wanted to talk about some other things, but because of this Mr. Richard guy, I just have to stay on this topic so that we debunk and throw into the trash all the allegations that he has made here. And first of all, even if it is a good thing that people, government encourages their citizens to go to other countries, like China also do, and India, China do the same thing, India does the same thing, but it doesn't come from the mouth of the president. You know, there's a way they do this thing. They do it in the most responsible way, and it's not just hustling. It's not hustling. People don't just wake up by themselves and start hustling on how to go like this jackpot thing we talk about. It doesn't work like that. In these other countries that they refer to, you know, these things are organized. They are organized. People are sent abroad. They obtain training. They transfer this knowledge back to their country. It's not a survivor thing. Because this is the problem I always talk about. We just copy other people and do everything as if we are the first person we are the first people that are going through the same process and procedures. Like I keep saying, we were colonized also, but how are we not why are we not turning our colonialism to the benefit of our own people? We were colonized like Indians. Today, an Indian man is the prime minister of the UK. How can you be comparing the kind of jackpine that people, like Mr. Jonathan said, is just comparing apples with oranges? People, the kind of jackpine people are jackpine from Nigeria is hustling. People just want to survive. The other countries he's talking about, they are doing it systematically to build their economy. And moreover, if people have to jackpine, must it come from the mouth of the president? And this GDP, this man was also saying, why did he not tell us that the GDP of Lagos State is bigger than the GDP of Ghana as a country? The budget of Lagos State as a state is bigger than the budget of Ghana as a country, for example. Why do you know how many states the budget of Lagos State is bigger than how many countries is bigger than in Africa? But where are we? Is that how you measure the prosperity of a nation? Those are not the way you do that. And also, you know, the guy was just jumping. All he did was just trying to support Tinubu, but the problem is that these people, they are not able to come out boldly to say that this is what they want to say. They always portray it as if they are speaking for the country. And that's where I have a problem with them. They come with half-truth and outright lies in order to deceive the people. It's not fair. You came to a panel and you were given the utmost courtesy to speak. You confirmed that it was your first time. The moderator and the owner of the channel, he gave you the opportunity to talk. You met people. He gave you the opportunity to talk and you finish expressing yourself. Then the next thing, you are off from the scene.
And Mr. Chris, normally, in case you are listening, Mr. Richard, normally, if I wanted to follow the rules, like you just came in, you're supposed to wait because we're having more than 4 people ahead of you. You're supposed to wait until all of them have given their submission. Mr. Pansat is here. Mr. Chris was here. Madarita was here. All of them were here before you. But we prioritize you. You were just talking, stepping on people's... It's not right now. It's not right. I'm not interested who you are supporting. I just wanted to follow the rules here. You know, even though we prioritize you, I would have just asked you, okay, thank you, sir, for joining us. Please wait until other people speak. Maybe not 9:40 short on. Maybe, you know, you'd have left anyway. Go ahead, Oga Chris.
Yeah, and that even it brings me to the second part. Tunaija was saying that the man was talking and people were just looking at him to. No, Tunaija, it's courtesy. We already saw that this guy was given a courtesy to speak. He's coming here for the first time. I think it would be outrightly rude to be interrupting him when he's just beginning to talk. But at the time Madam Rita came in at the appropriate time because the level of outrightly wrong information was becoming too much and becoming unbearable. So I salute Madam Rita for taking the initiative to come in. You see, so the point I'm just making, we need to develop a culture of listening to everybody. We have to feel the pains that people are feeling. I think that's exactly why Nigeria is the way it is. No, you just want everybody to see things from your own point of view. You wake up one morning, you say subsidy is gone, irrespective of whose source is gone, irrespective of the kind of sufferings and
Chris,
pains
you
people.
still waiting, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, right now. If Nigeria, that is the level of the situation we are in right now in Nigeria, for people to be spending 30 million naira that you're supposed to use in investing in your country, people are spending it to travel out of Nigeria. That is the level right now. People are selling their houses to travel out of Nigeria because they know if they are kidnapped, nobody will rescue them. And somebody still come here to defend these people. Me, I don't understand. And the painful part of it is that this Mr. Richard, you live in abroad. You live in you confirm that you live in America. Now, so they kidnap you for America. They fear now. Go ahead,
And the guy even missed the point. It's not even the budget of New York. The budget of California Fire Service Department is more than the budget of Nigeria as a country. If he wants to be talking about things like that. But those are not the things we are talking about. Those are not the things we are, they have a way of using information to deceive the people. That is the trademark and the hallmark of APC and their supporters. That is just their hallmark. Okay, now the problem is not Indians are doing it like the man said, but it is systemic. You don't see people selling their houses. People are not running away because of poverty. People are not running away because of kidnapping. People, if the government supports people to travel out, it's systematically. People do these things systematically, and the government support them, and tabs are kept on these people. They develop their country. They go there for knowledge, not just because of hunger or because of the things we are running away from here in our country. This is slavery in all its ramifications. Because this is how they usually start. Then in 50 years, in 100 years' time, we'll start crying. Today, it is happening right in our eyes. The same thing that happened 200 years ago. It's also the same thing that is repeating itself again. And we are here justifying everything as if it is normal. This was how they did it 200 years ago. It is repeating itself. Now we are even paying for it. We are paying for slavery this time. And somebody that has lived 20 years in New York will come to tell us that it is normal because other countries are doing that. Just comparing apples to oranges, like Mr. Jonathan said. That's all I have for the man. Thank you very much. I don't want to spend more than my 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, thanks for your patience, sir. Please, like you talk to us for 5 minutes as well. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niger Watch. Was listening to the show. Hello to everybody in this panel. Miss Madam Rita. Thanks for your feisty spirit and your wisdom, which I've witnessed every single day that I watch this show, and the outrage you show to those who want to retire us here. And then, of course, everybody in the comment section. Now, for somebody who haven't spoken all day, I don't know where to begin, to be honest with you. But let me just say that when Tunaja came in and he was talking about Tinubu, and he went right at it and he was making sense. But what it is, though, is that Tunaja is very clever, right? In hosting shows, he reads a lot and he's ubiquitous on the internet. So he knows us. He knows, Tunaja, you know what we're going through. So you know that, you know how to sit in the fence. So sometime you want to give us a little bit. You want to talk about Tinubu in derogatory terms. But the people on this panel, they're not satisfied with that. They don't want to hear somebody yabbing Tinubu. That's not the issue. Because you've done that many times. You've gone to the well many times. Or to start talking about slavery. We have a problem with slavery. We don't want it to. We don't want it itself. That's true. But we do have immediate problems right now that are stubborn. Inability for the Nigerian leadership to realize the evident socioeconomic potential of our country. Or you rich, Fatok, country. So where's that music coming from? Let me see if it's from one of my
No music from here. I think it's from your end, sir.
Okay, let me see. So
are you good now?
to Nigeria, what I was saying is that now I was saying you should have been given the chance to conclude your remarks, but you as I was typing that out, you deviated from what you were talking about and you started talking about slavery. Now the points you were making were very important though, because coming from you, it has more mileage than myself talking about it, because there's a built-in bias with me, and you've created a persona as somebody who speaks carefully, who's not really fully obedient. You're not fully abado. You're not fully anything. Okay, so you enjoy that. So what I'm going to ask of you is to be stable, constant, right? Steady. There needs to be, you have to understand that we have a problem in our country. A lot of people are getting bite. If you say you are for the soldiers, for the military, and there's one of our female soldiers who's been jailed now for speaking out about a rape and all kinds of stuff. She's a soldier. You don't raise the issue, you don't talk about it. We have a problem with Oyibos colonizing us. I don't think there's anybody here or in this comment section or in Nigeria, number one, who doesn't know that and know that that is one problem that we have, and we have to do something about it. But that's not, in essence, when you come on and you're talking about those kind of things, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees that we should have security. We should have better security, better soldiers, more soldiers. It's true. But we have to walk before we crawl. There are immediate problems that we want to tackle right now. What kind of soldiers? How are the soldiers being trained? So nobody's arguing with the notion. It's just the practical terms. So I always appeal to you, as you can tell. I appeal to you because if we're able to convert you over to be stable, you're an asset, because you're ubiquitous on the internet. For some reason, they let you host shows. So for the last time, I'm going to appeal to you again to use your talent wisely. There's no need to come here try to talk about Tinubu in negative terms just to get our attention. We're not kids, right? We're not kids. I would end my remarks because I've come in because of you. When you come in or when you are at other shows, other platforms, it's like I'm on your case. The reason is that if you're not consistent, then you come in and you try to be disruptive. You're diversionary. There are a few ways that you try to do your thing, but we see it. We see through it. Either you're diversionary or use interruptions, disturbances, intrusions, obstructions. And the one I notice, I will say it's like an abuse, but it's not. It's like a madness, insanity. You employ that sometimes. You start yelling with an outrage about slavery and how dumb we are, because we don't want to talk about slavery right now when we cannot vote and get good leadership, and they will turn off our beavers. Or take a female soldier who's saying, "Hey, look, I'm getting raped," and excuse me, and they capture her and take her in, and there's nothing we can do about it. Or Showere, who's went through all that stuff with Buhari for 8 years. A new administration comes in, they know it's a political thing, and they don't release him, and there's no outrage about that. And then Islamic terrorists go capturing people for ransom, or our money right now is $1 to like 1,500 or pursuing 1,600 naira. So I'm saying to you, there are a lot of things to be outraged about. So the next time I get to speak, I want to dialogue with you because I want to ask you point by point if you're outraged about X, Y, Z. Right? If there's enough time, we'll do it tonight. If not, then we'll do it next time that I see you. I want to know what you're outraged about because I don't disagree with any of the things you're outraged about. Slavery, people not having enough soldiers, security, stuff like that. So thank you very much, Mr. Niger Watch. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panzer. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, Mother Rita, please talk to us. 5 minutes. Okay, Mother Rita, you're not there. I'll come back to you then. Let me go.
I'm here.
Okay, please talk to us. 5 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis. When I sit down and think about what everybody's talking about, including the gentleman who called from the United States, it's quite disappointing, very disappointing and disheartening that people who claim to be educated, exposed, experienced, they have influence and they have money, they are very comfortable, very, very comfortable and proud to support somebody whose ideology is based on criminality. Full stop. Criminality, that's it. And the fact that they are comfortable is disturbing. The fact that they even come from, most of them, I mean, so far, who live in the diaspora, who very well know that the person that they are supporting cannot even practice what he's practicing in Nigeria where they live. So that mindset, this mindset that Tunaja talks about, that mindset, these are not people in political positions now, just like Mr. Richard, who was calling from the speaking from the States. I mean, he said he stayed over 20 years, right? You lived in New York. Honestly speaking, sir, I know you're listening. Do you think that someone like Gbajabiamila, if I let me even go to the Grandmaster himself, the one that calls himself Tinubu, because that's not his name, do you think such a man can hold even a councillor or even be a board member? I don't want to even go high. A board member of a district school board. If you can, if you say yes, you're not being truthful to yourself, whoever the person is now. I'm not referring to only Mr. Richard now. If you say yes to someone like Gbajabiamila or even the one that calls in the apparition in Asoro that calls himself Tinubu, can he be a board member of a district school board in the country where you live in the diaspora? He cannot. So it's disheartening when I see with all sense of pride, people standing like Professor of Rice and Beans, the one that calls himself Wole Soyinka, calls us all sorts of names just because we are fighting for our rights, just because we are complaining that somebody has stolen our mandate in broad daylight. And you dare call us names because you can speak English or because you hold the dictionary or because there's some sort of award was given to you. You think you're on some certain pedestal that people should listen to you. I won't listen to you because you're nothing. You're nothing. If you can't stand for the truth, you're nothing. Peter Obi says, character. Character is your character will either make you or mar you, no matter what education you think you have. So therefore, I want to thank Peter Obi. I want to thank him. He's like an antidote on how to detect terrible characters, both home and abroad, educated or not educated, illiterate or literate. He just give us, he just give us like a formula, and day by day we see the likes of Boala, Gbajabiamila, what's the name of Festus Akamu, the one that called from the UK, the other that has 300 wives. So many of them, and these are the people, even so-called celebrities like Joke Silva, all of them proudly. You stand and support somebody who was a damaging criminal, not even past, present, ongoing. It's disturbing. At this rate, anybody who still believes in this man, whether you are pretending, you come to this channel, Seriously, you need to go and start checking your mental state, because there's no person who say that, this man is the right person, who's doing well, and let us support him. It is past. It is not past. Listen, when there is no justice, there can never be peace. Please, let us stop pretending to be greenhorns. Some of us, when there's no justice, I repeat, there would never, in uppercase letters, never be peace. As long as Nnamdi Kanu is still being incarcerated, held in prison, there will be no peace in Nigeria. As long as the apparition that calls himself Tinubu is still in Aso Rock, there will be no peace and progress in Nigeria. It is not a curse. It is a fact. Until we get that corrected, I don't want to hear about 2027. Until we get that corrected. And see, that is what is biting the likes of people that come to Nigeria Watch or come to this program sometimes. They throw some jabs and say, why are you people talking? Move on. We are not going to move on. If Mr. Nigeria Watch is not moving on, me, I will not move on. You can say I am bitter. Yes, if you're not bitter with what is happening in Nigeria, you're not a human being. I am bitter for what is going on in Nigeria. That's why I'm bitter. That's why I'm bitter. There would not be peace and progress in Nigeria. What we are just doing is just panya. They play panya. As long as Nnamdi Kanu is still there, as long as this apparition that stole our mandate is there, Peter Obi is not an ordinary person. There are certain people, you just don't steal things from them. You think you're winning, you think you're progressing, it's like you're in a maze. There's no exit. But you think you're progressing, you think you are moving, but there's no progress. There's no exit. You are in a trap. That's what's going on. So now they have now employed people to come to stations like this now to try to divert us, or to try to tell us, okay, let us move on. We should be talking positive about our nation. We shouldn't be negative. Let us bring solutions. No, it can't be solutions until there's justice. They know, because they've been paid peanuts, the minions that come to support this. I can, naturally say, without being apologetic, he's a thief. He stole the mandate. He stole it. He bought it. He stole it. Broad daylight. He stole it. I'm not going to put the fake Professor Mahmoud in this equation. The Grandmaster himself, the apparition in Aso Rock, he stole our mandate. And then you think everybody will be happy? You think the nation is going to progress? Whether they go to Davos or Kafanchan or even Atlantic Ocean, or wherever they do their economic forum meeting, all those is just an avenue to just create SPVs to eat money. What are we going to do in Davos? What are we going to do? Please, by the way, before I forget, Mr. Joseph Oji, I hope you are listening. I hope you're getting better. And another thing, that female soldier, those of you who are coming here with wasting your energy to give us, to maybe try to convince us that the apparition of Aso Rock is doing something, please channel your energy. I'm begging you. I think her name is Yoruba name, right? Please channel your energy. One man went to move. Channel your energy. I take God, baby. Let me speak PG. I take Jehovah, whatever it is that you believe in, to beg you. Start channeling that energy to speak about that female soldier and tell them to let us see her. And leave us to discuss Nigeria. Channel your energy to that soldier that she should be released. Call your guy, the apparition in Aso Rock. Release. Let us see she's okay. Let us see. That's what don't talk about. We will do the criticism. That's why we are here. We will just leave us on that aspect. Don't come and convince us. Don't advise us to move on. Don't advise us, because you won't get it nicely, especially for me. Don't just channel your energy to releasing that soldier. Talk about her. Please, okay? So, Mr. Najawa, thank you again for everything. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank everybody as well. My brother, Mr. Alex Domosa, I am not upset, but, I have passion for Nigeria. And just like what Peter Obi said, I am desperate to make Nigeria better. And I think most of us, are in that same ideology. We are desperate to make Nigeria better. Thank you very much.
God bless you, moderator. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Black Panther, I beg, 5 minutes, sir. Thank you very much. Please keep to your 5 minutes. Okay, you are not there. Let's move on. I don't have time. If you are not close to your deal, to Nigeria, please give us your final submission. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh God. Why did he come back?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No interjection, please.
I don't have
Thank
that
you.
time.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah. Yeah. About this, I just want to divert a little bit about this movement of headquarters to Lagos. I think one guy I saw on the news was correct to say that if you are moving headquarters to Lagos, you might as well move all headquarters to the relevant areas where they are more efficient. The petroleum industry headquarters ministry should be back in the Niger Delta, commerce southeast, and this because this type of thing that they're doing, I don't necessarily like it. Because I think that guy on the panel, even if he's from the northern part, he was making some solid points. You can't keep favoring certain regions of the country. It's just not right. And I don't think, and that doesn't make for a cohesive nation. And people need to keep an eye on that, because that kind of behavior that this government is doing is not going to help national cohesion at all. That I will leave that aside. Regarding Gbajabiamila's this indictment, I hope he gets prosecuted, and it's very funny because he's under his own boss's this thing investigate the commission, because the Tinubu commission, the people that are investigating it. So if they arrest him, jail him, better, isn't it? Let's hope they do that. That aside, the idea that going back to the main topic about what Tinubu said, how we cannot understand, like during the time of slavery, Africans are leaving Africa now more than we were during the time of slavery. And there are many ways to sell people. When I was looking to do business in Nigeria, I wanted to do it in Zaria in the north. Boko Haram attacked there. That delayed my investment in Nigeria for more than a year. Then I changed my mind, went to Abuja. And I was able to apply for in Abuja for a very long time. Oh, recently I was thinking of going to Abuja. Guess what happened? Robbery, kidnapping everywhere in Abuja recently. And I know somebody that was robbed. His house was boggled. Then he was also kidnapped, taken to cash machine, and they would draw money from his machine. And now he's thinking of leaving Abuja. If that man was overseas, he will never come back to Nigeria anytime soon. There are different ways of selling people. And this man, this Tinubu that went and said what he said, what makes it tragic is that just because they are not chaining you, dragging you, torturing you every day, the result is the same. You are going to develop other people's land. They are getting stronger while we get weaker. We have to see through time. There are consequences. Eventually, they will come and take more from us. Some people find it hard to see through time, and that is the problem. The Europeans, they are very, very clever people. They know how to project 100 years in advance, because they know everything they are doing today is benefit. They are gaining more than you, so they will carry on doing the business, and you are losing every day. Before you know it, they don't have to do the business with you. They just take everything away by themselves. That is how they behave, and this is what I really found lamentable. I think Chris spoke well about it, that the Chinese and the Taiwanese, the Indians, they do it strategically. If you send your people overseas, you use them to go and gain knowledge and bring it back. If you send your people overseas, use them to go and gain intellectual property rights. You can use them to buy companies. Chinese people bought so many companies in the West. That's how they got so many technology. Some of them, they even steal it. You use your own people to go and spy, steal technology, bring it back to your home. Secure your home. Build your home. The place that gave you life. How is that hard to ask for? That land that you call Nigeria gave your parents life, gave your grandparents life, and you can't do anything for it. You are willing to sell your people. God help us, man. There is something they call natural cause. When you stand on the land that gave you life and you are doing this, that's what cause means. And it's only us that do this type of things. Other people don't do it too. Other people, they have desert. Like in Israel now, they are fighting for deserts. They are killing each other for deserts. There is nothing there. And we have been given so much by God himself. And we're this man is willing to just sell us. He used the word supply more. That is what I found very outrageous. You need to show that video, Niger Watch. You will see even his own spokesman, his head went down. That he will supply us as if we are animals, like livestock, that you supply to your masters. These people are the same people that the colonial people trained. They trained them to rule us and control us. They are caretakers. They are not ruling. They are not governing for us. This is why nothing works. Everything they do is one step forward, two steps backward. One step forward, he pretends that the subsidy removal is going to improve us. No, it makes it worse. He pretends that unifying the exchange rate is going to make things better. It makes it worse. To the point whereby he's even sabotaging the benefit we are going to get from Dangote refinery or the refinery is coming on stream. They sabotage everything, so we never truly develop. These people are not governing for us, and if we open our eyes to it, we are going to be able to see it whenever they try to betray us. That's why whenever Oyibo people come here, they want to have a meeting with them, they will sell us. They don't ask for anything. They don't ask for anything from them. They just say, what do you want from us? Tell us what you want. And Oyibo people say it too. Oyibo people will come and tell you that they go all over the world to negotiate with people, and they have very, very tough time. But when they come to Africa, our people just tell them, what do you want from us? Tell us.
All right, thank
we'll
you.
When are we going to stop selling our people for cheap?
Thank you. When I say thank you, please just respect that I don't have time anymore. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Augustine, please talk to us. 5 minutes, final submission quickly.
Are they here now?
Do I really have anything? Thank you, Niger.
No, okay, just talk for 1 minute before I go to Black Panther.
Okay, thank you very much, Niger Watch, for the opportunity.
Ahead,
hope to see you people tomorrow. Thank you. I don't really have much to say. Thank you.
Ma, just drop my mic.
Okay, drop your
Niger Watch. You need to watch the video when the man said Mobi. I saw CM's face. The shock of my life. But the video was very interesting. I was surprised when the man said it, and the way CM just expressed himself. What? So Nigerians will be having people like that coming to lie to us, listen to the good ones, just shift, how do we just remove the shafts and pick the real ones. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Okay, Black Panther, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank everybody that has spoken. Madam Rita, God bless you. You see, I'm at your back. This season, we are not ready to listen to nonsense. We are not ready to listen to people come here to lecture us how to become a good citizen. We are not here to listen to people to change our mindset, which is already made up that want a very good Nigeria to work. We are not ready to listen for people to come here to tell us historical things that they don't even know themselves. But they use what they have in their small apartment to come here to lecture us about slavery and whatever they think about. Look, let me say this very clearly. It is these same people that came here to tell us that what Agbado is doing, let us wait for what he's doing. That is going to change things. Let us wait. He said he's going to bring 500,000 million soldiers. Let us wait. He's going to recruit them. He has said it. We were saying then that this man does not mean well. What is the result now? Why have they not come forward to challenge us and to tell us that, yes, you people were right, and apologize to us as a reputable and somebody that have dignity and somebody that have respect to us and every Nigerians out there listening to them. I want to say something here. You see that man that came, Mr. Niger Watch, all I'm doing it for the country, Nigeria. And I'm also protecting your own integrity itself. You see that man that came here, I said one thing. Mr. Man went to Jupiter, whatever way he went to, came here. You people are not reading it. I read it and I study it. I'm always on the internet for, sometimes I spend 8 hours listening to people's comments, talking. You see that guy that came here? He always Mr. Man go to Jupiter, his channel, to speak. People don't understand their rhetoric. He said that by the tongue, every word that you speak, you'll be judged by every word. And what you say is what people, even in the intelligent world, will use. And they'll use that one to look at you and caught up with you for a very long time. Now, that guy came. I wanted to ask him, do you support Agbado? I would have exposed him so that you people would know where he come from. Mr. Man went to the moon, came here to sell a ride rake. And when he sold it, somebody came in, the force came in. The second man came in, that one went left. You see, we have to study these people. Mr. Najawa, you have built a reputation for a very long time, and they know that you are consistent. Look, there's one thing that they hate: consistency. You have been consistent with the truth, and they are trying to change it, and millions out there are listening to you. And most of them will pretend that they don't have information about Nigeria. I said, yeah, and I asked the question. The reason why I asked that question, I knew many things would come out of that question, and that person will be exposed. That was why I asked the question. And I will continue to ask intelligent question, a question that will reveal the person inside of you. That is how I'm trained. And I want to say here, I am with Nigeria, and many of us that are speaking, that are saying, oh, I want a business in Nigeria, blah, 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 all are lies. Because no businessman with his right senses will go to Nigeria where there's insecurity, where there's no amenities, where there's nothing working. No accurate business-minded man that stands for the rule of law that will come into Nigeria to do any business. Mr. Najawa, I am with you. I am protecting everything. And any intruder that comes in here, I'm ready to tear them apart and expose their silly ass. Yes, sorry for my word. Silly-minded men. To do it. Sorry, Mr. Najawa. And we thank you for delivering truth. I will continue to deliver truth to the people. And mind you, every one of you are going to speak tomorrow. Thank you. Tomorrow we'll see.
Yes, tomorrow, come on time and speak for long. All right. Let me quickly move on to who again? I think everybody has given their final submission. Yeah, okay. Let me Oga Chris. Please quickly. Your list is not clear, you know. It's not clear at all.
Okay.
It's not clear at all. It was good since I don't know what you did to it. Mr. Chris, are you there? Okay, Mr. Chris is not available. Okay, thank you very much, my people. We've come to the end of this broadcast. Appreciate you all. Mr. Jonathan, your listing is so bad. It's so bad, just like the other day.
Okay, all right then. We leave it at that for today.
For tomorrow, yes. It's so bad.
Give me your time now.
No. I don't have that time. Don't worry. Thank you. Come on time tomorrow. Now where they come for late minutes now they need time to talk. It doesn't work like that. You know, come on time. Once I post out a link, who wants to join, come here and speak well. You can't come at when we are rounding up and you need more time. It doesn't work like that. You know, spending 6 hours today, I never planned it, to be honest. Nevertheless, I appreciate every one of you. Thanks for coming in. May God bless you all. Thank you very much, Oga Panther, Black Panther, to Niger, Mr. Jonathan, Chris, Oga Chris, Mashallah, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. And Oga CM, Mother Rita, and many others that came in. Thank you very much. Those of you that called in and those of you on the comment section as well. Mother of all Mami Diaspora, thank you very much, my people. Now, go draw the curtain. It's been, trust me, 6 hours. Wow. I never do this 6 hours for long. Now, don't drag me come inside today. But nevertheless, I appreciate you all, my people. Good night and bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, go to biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, I go show you love.